You're listening to The Pete Shepard Show.
And welcome to another edition of The Pete Shepard Show right here on the Coastal Sports Network. How's everybody doing this morning? It is Wednesday or Tuesday, already a day ahead. I want this week to fly by, but because arguably this is the most boring sports week of the year. But we're going to make it exciting for you, especially after what happened last night in the Home Run Derby, which is an exciting conclusion. I had Bobby Witt Jr. come up just a wee bit short of sending it into overtime. We'll get into all the highlights and preview, a little bit of preview of the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. It's the only All-Star Game left that's really worth a damn. Make sure you follow us on our outstanding video platform here. So still on because I changed my profile picture a couple of days ago, my blue check mark still isn't up. So you can't watch it on my Twitter page, on Twitter X, but you can follow me anyway at pshep326. Hopefully it's going to be back by tomorrow. They just make it so difficult. It's just ridiculous. You change one little thing on Twitter X and it's like going through MI6. Crazy. But you can also follow but my Facebook page is there as well. So is Broad Street South, YouTube, powered by Ion TV, Spotify, LinkedIn, Twitch, Rumble, and Sports Radio 102.9. The phone number is 727-858-6650. We're going to have some fun today. The national anthem last night was a disgrace. I've seen worse. We're going to play some of the worst anthems for you via video today. And nothing is better than Carl Lewis back in the day and Charlie Steiner, just absolutely losing it on SportsCenter with Jack Edwards back then. Absolutely hysterical. We're going to do, we'll do the Red Sox report today. We'll do the All-Star report. Tell you what's going on. Last night, it was actually pretty exciting, the Home Run Derby at the end. I watched it on my phone. There's only so many back. I haven't watched it like with the volume up. It's always on a secondary device in my house because there's only so much it can take. And then because I had some shekels on Bobby Witt Jr., I was very interested till the very end. Meanwhile, later on today, after the All-Star report at 8:30, Mick Colagio going to join us. He's like, what are we going to talk? I said, we're going to do some NHL in July. Like they do Christmas in July. We're going to do some NHL in July. And it won't be a lot, but we'll just have some fun because I love talking to Mick about everything. And then Patrick Gilroy comes your way at 9:30. Also, we'll get into the NBA a little bit. NFL training camps open up today for the Bears. The Bears, the Bills, the Chargers, the Chiefs, the Dolphins, the Giants, the Saints, and the 49ers. NFL camps for those few teams open up today. We'll talk about that. And SEC Media Day continues down in Dallas. Tomorrow, I believe we're going to have Mia O'Brien. She's down there live in Dallas. I watched some yesterday on the SEC Network and on College Football Live on ESPN2, which is one of my favorite shows starting at this time of year. It's on daily. So get caught up with that. Anyway, we say good morning to executive producer, host extraordinary, Angel Martinez. Angel, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Pete. Hope everyone is doing well. And I believe, once again, beyond our control, it is day 2 of Twitter, which I found something interesting last night. And what we tried to, or actually yesterday afternoon, that we tried to rectify, but apparently it's a major issue. So apparently, for those who are watching, possibly on the website, listening in on the digital sports app, kind of reasons why I keep mentioning to you guys over and over again to make sure you download the app, because when the network switch, meaning X, had switched over to premium accounts only, for some reason, someone turned off the switch to a lot of the accounts, including Elon Musk yesterday, the guy who actually owns.
I saw that.
Yeah. And so he still hasn't been able to come back either live. So I'm not seeing it, unfortunately, on X, for me, for Pete, or for CSN Florida. So I will send out a message to everyone who's watching on the socials or trying to watch it on socials to watch it on SR1029thegame.com, because once again, this is why I keep reiterating, download the app. So when you guys don't see it on the socials for whatever reason, because of things that are beyond our control, you guys can watch the show. But man,
it's on my Facebook page right now, so there's that too. You can go to follow me at Pete Shepard. It's there, so that's good. On Facebook.
Was it me, or was the home run derby just a CTTTT?
Well, again, I had that on the background. I'm watching shows. I'm turning my head every 2 minutes to see, the preliminary rating. I didn't care. Bobby Witt Jr. was awesome at, earlier. It's the same. It's just, it bores me to death. Unless you got money on it, shekels, which I did. I had like $5 on a bunch of guys, except Teoscar Hernandez. And remember, Patrick, remember that Kevin Winter yesterday said, throw a couple shekels on the long shot, Teoscar Hernandez. And I didn't do it. 1,100 to, plus 1,100, $5 would have got you back 55. $10 would have got you back 110. But stupidly, I didn't do it. I usually do throw a few on the long shot, but I had Bobby Witt Jr. and a couple of others, and Bobby Witt Jr. came up just a tad short. It was an exciting final. I'll give him that. It was an exciting final, but give it up for Teoscar Hernandez. Held his breath right at the end as Bobby Witt Jr.'s last ball to tie and send it into overtime hit the bottom of it needed another foot and a half to get out in Arlington, Texas. But anyway, Hernandez 31, first Dodger ever to win the Derby Championship. So, and we can play some sound after and all that stuff. But really, unfortunately, one of the big stories of the night happened pregame, which I didn't see it live. I saw it on my phone, but I wasn't listening live until Angel texted me last night and said, "Oh my God." And if we can scroll down, Angel, to see this, as 4-time Grammy-nominated Ingrid Andress. Do you know who she is?
I don't have a freaking clue.
No idea who she is. But if we look under Raw's alerts, I have it, and I want to play. I'm not going to play I want to play some of this. I haven't been to play the whole thing. That video on my Twitter account, Angel. If we could put that up.
So I'm going to put this post out here so everybody knows.
Oh, okay.
What's going on.
All right, and then I'll retweet that. And then afterwards, I'm trying to find some of the worst anthems of all time. People like tweeting at me, "What about Roseanne Barr?" You know what? I don't want to play the Roseanne Barr one because she was just being completely disrespectful. It wasn't a natural crap out. It wasn't like what happened last night or Carl Lewis and some other ones. And look, the national anthem is a very, very difficult song to sing. Our national anthem is a very difficult song to sing, especially a cappella. But on the other hand, this is a 4-time Grammy-nominated Ingrid Andress last night, arguably one of the worst national anthem performances ever in this country anyway. So here you go. Enjoy this.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed by the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there.
Oh, I hear the dogs. Oh, shit.
Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave
Oh my
in the
God.
home of the brave.
Ooh.
Ah,
Oh my God. You hear that sound now? If you guys are listening or watching the video, I'm sure your dogs are running under the couch.
yeah.
Jesus, Mary and Joseph. That is just god awful.
That's how we're going to talk the rest of the way today. Hey, Pete. Hey, what are you doing? That was horrendous.
It's not the worst ever though. If you could scroll right underneath that, Angel, and pull up Carl Lewis from many years ago at Madison Square Garden. No, it's right under what you just played. Right under. It's under my name.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
No, it's right under Raw's alerts. Right under that.
Oh, the YouTube
That's
one?
it, Charlie. Yeah, that's the one. Yep.
All right. Hang on. It's going to go through some sort of commercial. I'm
Yeah,
quite sure.
I don't know if anybody remembers this. I'm sure people my age and maybe a bit younger remember it. But this was, and I didn't see this live either, but this made history. And Charlie Steiner still gets asked about it, being it because it was au naturel, even though he'd seen it like 10 times. I saw an interview recently with Charlie and Rich Eisen. And he said, I saw it 10 times. I thought it was laughed out. And I still, here's Carl Lewis at the Knicks game many years ago.
Here we go.
Thanks.
That's a lovely, lovely voice. And the Rockets,
He needs some milk.
for the land of the free. That was Sarge national anthem. Written by Francis Scott Off-Key. Those were last night's lowlights. They're last night's highlights.
Charlie Steiner and Jack Edwards. Yes, that one that calls the Bruins games back then was doing Sports Center stuff. That is, maybe you can play the extended version afterwards, but just absolutely hysterical. Absolutely hysterical.
Tim's comment.
Tim says, "Whoa, that was so bad." Carl Lewis, terrible. Yeah, no, I mean it's and there's other ones out. Like I said, those two were frightfully botched, the national anthem, but it was au naturel. Roseanne Barr, I won't play hers because she just did it on purpose, and then she grabbed her crotch and spit after. Remember at the Padres game,
Yeah.
so that wasn't au naturel. She just acted like a jerk back then. But oh my goodness, unbelievable. 727-858-6650. During the break, I'm going to try to find some more at the bottom of the hour because there's one of the great lines, by the way, in Sports Center history with Charlie Steiner saying Francis Scott Off-Key. I mean, that is just absolutely beyond classic. So we'll play some more for you. As we said, the Major League All-Star game will take place tonight. We'll break it down more at 8:15, but it is going to be interesting. The pitching matchup tonight, which is going to make me watch because I want to see Paul Skeens go up against that American League lineup. That's going to be great. The outstanding rookie for the Pittsburgh Pirates, who's just mowing everybody down.
Yeah.
So Corbin Burns for the Baltimore Orioles will start for the American League. I would say right now the total is 7.5. It seems a little low, but I think if you look back over the years, the under comes into play a whole lot, and I think it will tonight as well. Under 7.5. It seems like a low total. I know people think there's going to be a lot of firepower, possibly, but it's never that way. The pitchers usually, especially the last 6-7 years, have dominated this game, and I don't think you're going to see a lot of home runs. I don't, but we'll get to the starting lineups and all that. Your Phillies have 3 in the starting lineup.
Yep.
Yep, which is great, and some other reserves as well. We'll get to the whole thing. My Red Sox, I have 3 reserves coming in, but I think initially Paul Skeens going up against the American League. Used to be the starters would automatically play 3 innings, and even the pitchers. So, but it's so micro managed now this game. So I don't know how long Paul Skeens is going to go. I suspect I'm hoping at least 2 innings. I hope he goes 3 because no better way to showcase up and young coming talent than this guy. My only fear is Angel. I've seen this in the past, and it's happened in the home run derby, and it's happened in the All Star game. You don't want those 2 events to affect your play when the regular season resumes again on Friday. Because I was there in 1999 when Pedro Martinez had an historic night, striking out everybody in a couple innings that he pitched in the 1999 All Star game at Fenway Park. Everybody remembers, and honoring Ted Williams and the whole all the All-Stars surrounding him out at the pitcher's mound. It was something I will never forget. And then Pedro went out and was just absolutely ridiculous, mowing down everybody. And then you know what happened 2 days later? On the DL. Couldn't start the series or tried to, I think, against the Mets. I think they opened against the Mets right after the All-Star break. And he went on the DL for a couple of weeks after that because it just, went all out for those couple of innings. So, you got to rein it in a little bit. But nevertheless, I think it should be, if you haven't seen Paul Skeens pitch, you want to tune in tonight and watch this guy.
By the way, Jerry from Rhode Island. Good morning, guys. Just glad I don't watch the home run derby anymore.
Yeah. Well, again, I intermittently watch it. It's on my phone, sound down, while I'm watching other shows on TV. But nevertheless, Angel, if we could go to Total Sports Prep, if you don't mind, and scroll down to the Dodgers, Teoscar Hernandez winning the home run derby. Play a couple of highlights. I'm just going to play we're not going to play any video of home run. I mean, the back. I mean, it just gets too monotonous. So we're going to do a little home run derby sound. We could play cut number 1. Michael Buffer made a guest appearance last night to introduce the championship round matchup of Bobby Witt Jr. and Teoscar Hernandez. If you don't know who Michael Buffer is, he's a Let's Get Ready to Rumble.
Here he is.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for the final round of the T-Mobile Home Run Derby 2024. Facing off for the championship, let's meet the batters. First, with a T-Mobile Home Run Derby total of 35 home runs tonight, from the Los Angeles Dodgers, he is Teoscar Hernandez. And his opponent, with 37 home runs tonight, from the Kansas City Royals, Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Ladies and gentlemen, baseball fans, are you ready for the sold-out thousands in attendance and the millions watching around the world? Ladies and gentlemen, let's get ready to rumble!
Pretty good stuff last night from ESPN. So, Angel, if we could scroll down anyway, Teoscar Hernandez discusses winning the home run derby. It's on the last page before the college football segment, and you'll see it's halfway down. It says Teoscar Hernandez discussing winning the home run derby. Thanks to MLB Network for this.
The 2024 Home Run Derby champion, Teoscar Hernandez. You joined us on the set earlier on MLB Tonight. You were telling us how excited you were. What's it feel like now that you've won?
It feels amazing, man. At the beginning, I know that my goal was to win this, but I know it was going to be hard. It's too much. I'm like feeling great right now and thank God that I win it.
How heavy is that chain, man? This looks legit.
I didn't realize how heavy is this too. It is heavy, but I mean, I'm not feeling that right now because of the emotions and all the things that I'm going through my body right now. But happy, excited for the win.
You've always got swag and drip, so this just adds to it. Albert Pujols was telling you earlier he was picking you to win because of Dino Evil, third base coach, of course. He was pitched to Albert as well.
He's a champ. He wins before. He was made for this scenario, so we did it again.
Yeah, it's amazing. Was there a moment that you felt like it was a little bit overwhelming? How were the timeouts? How was the new format?
I think it was great. Actually, you get tired, obviously, because you're swinging too much.
Yeah.
But the way Guerrero told me how he feel and everything, I'm feeling great right now.
Last thing, you're on pace for a career-high 32 home runs. It's your entire career record with the Dodgers. Where does this power come from?
I don't know. I didn't know it until 2021, 2019.
Yeah.
That's when I realized I just have to hit the ball. The ball is going to go far. So I'm glad that I have it now that I win this.
It was a wonderful night, incredible achievement. The Teoscar goes to Teoscar Hernandez. Thanks so much, man.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thanks to MLB Network right there. And Angel, that was me messing with, because I'm in a new part of my home, no longer at the Isola della Cucina. I have now moved a half a block away. No, from in the house. Now I'm in spare bedroom number 3 with a little mini office set up. And I promise you, I'm going to have a better microphone coming up next week and everything else, because right now I have to go off my laptop. But we're, low lights and highlights. Charlie Steiner laugh is priceless. Tim, you're absolutely right. And great guy. So Angel, I apologize for my lighting here, but it'll get better as the sun comes through the window, which is over to my left, outside this beautiful beach.
That's no worries.
Rick says, went to Philly this past weekend, wanted to buy a Philly Connect t-shirt and hat. T-shirt was $40 and hat was $45, and I'm out of touch with prices because I wasn't going to play that much, no matter how much I pay that much, no matter how much I like a team. Yeah, no, it's outrageous. It's not uncommon. The hats, usually, even if you go to like a Lids or something like that, you get any type of college or professional hat, it's going to run you $35 minimum, usually, for a fitted one. T-shirts, I mean, it's the biggest ripoff of all time. But, it's not uncommon for prices to be $35, $40, sometimes $50. Look at game jerseys. They're like $100-something bucks or more, especially in the NFL. You try to get a quote-unquote authentic football jersey or a hockey sweater. If a Flyer hockey sweater is going to cost you $1 to $1.50 for the real ones. You can get the cheaper ones, and that's fine too. It's hockey sweaters are legit ones, and football jerseys are legit ones. But man, they are warm. You sweat your ass off in those things. You really, maybe not in a hockey rink, but if you're outside the rink. Angel, before we go to break, I want to play. Just scroll up to managers name the starting lineups. Then after the break, we'll have some reaction. I wanted to play Arizona skipper Torey Lovullo. You Red Sox fans remember him. Yes, he was Terry Francona's bench coach for a long, long time. Here's Torey Lovullo on, hang on a second, on getting to manage the National League All-Stars.
Yeah, this is an absolute honor to be sitting up here, as I mentioned earlier, with this group beside me. And I get a chance to sit among the biggest stars in the game. And to me, it's going to be, one of the absolute baseball highlights of my life. I knew I wanted to manage. Probably in the middle of my career, I was that player that was sitting on the bench, paying attention to what the manager was doing. And you hear the story a lot from guys that were in my situation, right? A grinded out career, backup role, paying attention to every little aspect of the game. I'd probably say I was in my late 20s when I began to see the game differently and think through it as a manager. And then I had a gentleman by the name of Mark Shapiro, the president of baseball operations for the Toronto Blue Jays, come up to me and say, you got a chance to be somebody special in this game. I hope you'd consider staying in it when you're done playing. At that point, that kind of solidified it for me. And that was probably somewhere in the late 90s that I made that decision. Well, for me, it was consistently a no-brainer, and I was just trying to make sure that I hit the sweet spot and hit it right. I wanted to be situationally aware of some of the other great arms that were possibilities. But Paul's everything right about this game. You mentioned youthfulness, and he just got drafted. The youthfulness of the All-Star game, and it just, his ability to balance what he's had to go through over the past year has been amazing. He does it with humility, and he does it very, very well. So to me, it became more and more clear as the day neared, and I couldn't be more honored to be sitting next to him right now. I'm actually honored to be up here. Boch is the managerial GOAT for sure. So the fact that I get a chance to manage against him again in this stage is an honor for me. And I'm honored to be the manager for the National League All-Star team. And my biggest responsibility is to make sure that everybody plays. They're here to play. They've earned that honor. And it probably gives me the most stress as to how to get everybody in there. I know there potentially could be a ninth inning pitcher that doesn't get that inning. I'm dreading having to figure that out, who that is. So there's a few things that give me stress, but I want to give everybody a chance to play, and I'm going to do my best to do that.
All right, great stuff. When we come back, quick break. When we come back, we're going to hear from Bruce Bochy, the American League skipper, on Paul Skeens potentially pitching against Aaron Judge. We'll also hear from Pete Alonso, Aaron Judge, Christian Yelich, Stephen Kwan discuss their thoughts about facing Paul Skeens. I mean, that's going to be the story of the night. I'll go through the American League and National League starting lineups as well. Also later on, we're going to get to NFL training camp news. Today begins for several teams out there, including the Miami Dolphins down here in Florida, along with the Bears, Bills, Chiefs, Giants, Saints, and San Francisco 49ers. And SEC Media Day ongoing in Dallas. Man, we are so close to college football. I watched a couple of hours of it yesterday with some great interviews, especially Lane Kiffin talking about the passing of his dad, Monty Kiffin. Some good stuff. We'll have some highlights from that. Brian Kelly as well for LSU. Nick Saban forgot his press pass now. Had to go back to the room to get it. We have a funny audio or video clip, I think, for that as well. It's all part of the Pete Shepard Show. It is Tuesday, July 16th, right here on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTP.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class, let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Don't spaz out because your team lost. Let Pete do it for you. Now, back to the Pete Shepherd Show.
Welcome back to this Pete Shepherd Show. I am here in Fort Myers. That's already warm. Angels in Tampa Bay. It's already warm. A little lightning around here yesterday, Angel, but nothing too serious. Did you see what's going on in Chicago, by the way?
Yippers.
10 reported touchdowns, tornado touchdowns, which is ironic since that stupid remake of Twisters, I think, comes out tomorrow or the next day. But, you usually don't see big cities with tornado warnings. It doesn't, and tornado and sightings, as a matter of fact. So our friends in Chicago, be careful, take cover. And hopefully these cells will have dissipated already. But this morning I saw some video. It's kind of bright. It's just weird to see tornadoes in big city. You think you're watching a video game or a movie or something. And that was real.
Yeah, well, they also had more touchdowns than the first two games of the Chicago Bears season.
Well, speaking of them, the Bears are one of the few teams that opened up camp today. We'll get to that in a little bit. I want to go back and to the managers and some of the all-star stuff. So the managers named the starting lineup segment there. In a second, Angel. The American League, I'll run through the starting lineups for you. Stephen Kwan of the Guardians leads it off in left field. Gunnar Henderson of the Orioles at shortstop. Juan Soto of the Yankees in right field. Aaron Judge of the Yankees in center field. Jordan Alvarez for the Astros will be the DH. Jose Ramirez of the Guardians at third base, bats sixth. Vladdy Guerrero Jr., first base for the Blue Jays, will bat in the seventh spot. Adley Rutschman for the Orioles will be catching. And Marcus Semien, a Rangers second baseman, bats ninth. Again, Corbin Burns will start for the Orioles, so he gets to go throw to his catcher, which is always nice. And the National League, Ketel Marte for the Diamondbacks leads off at second base. Shohei Ohtani will DH for the Dodgers, batting second. Trey Turner of the Phillies at shortstop, batting third. Bryce Harper right behind him of the Phillies will play first base and back cleanup. William Contreras for the Brewers will be catching, batting fifth. Christian Yelich of the Brewers in right field, batting sixth. Alec Boehm of the Phillies playing third base, batting seventh. Teoscar Hernandez, who just won the home run derby last night for the Dodgers, bats eighth. And Jurickson Profar for the Padres will play left field and bat. Ninth, Paul Skeens will be starting for the National League. And speaking of that, if we could scroll down, Angel, let's go down to Bruce Bochy first, the last cut in manager starting line. Bruce Bochy on Paul Skeens potentially pitching to Aaron Judge.
Jake and I were saying, man, we sure would love to see one of those three guys get on. That way Paul would have to face Aaron Judge.
Somebody asked him if he wants to face Judge. He goes, yeah, it'd be fun. I said, I hope he does, because that means that we got at least one guy on. Because I was talking about back in '99 in Boston, I had a great lineup, and Pedro struck out 5 out of 6. So hopefully we'll get some guys on. But I'd love to see that matchup too.
I think everybody would. And if we could go to cut number 3, All-Stars Pete Alonso, Aaron Judge, Christian Yelich, Stephen Kwan all discussed their thoughts about possibly facing Paul Skeens tonight.
How I see his splinker, for me, it just looks like I see him as a 2-pitch guy. He's got a 100-mile-an-hour four-seam, and he's got I see it as a 90, 95, 96-mile-an-hour two-seam fastball. So for me, it's just being ready to hit 100, and then everything else seems semi-hittable if it's over the plate. So, he's got really good stuff. He commands the zone, and he's a very well polished guy for how young he is, and he's doing it right now. He's absolutely doing it. It's exciting to see.
Watched a couple of his games, the past couple of weeks, since he got called up, and it's special stuff, man. Electric stuff. Not only is you can talk about the velocity on his pitches and what he does, but the guy's a pitcher, man. He can work all 3, 4, 5 of his pitches, throw it in every part of the zone, any count. And he's a complete pitcher, man. So it's going to be fun. I think we're all excited to, see him on the mound, see him do his thing, especially in his first All-Star game, getting the nod to be a starter. It's impressive, man. So definitely looking forward to facing him.
Well, I'll try to get a hit before the 7th, probably, and then see if we can do that, and then go from there, right? And it's an adjustment period, right? Hitters are going to make adjustments to him. Teams are going to make adjustments to him, and he's going to do the same back. And that's really what Major League Baseball is. It's you hear the cliche of game of adjustments, but that's really what happens, and it happens quick in the big leagues, and you have to be able to do it on both sides. So for us, we're going to see him a lot for being in the same division, and we'll have to see what we can do.
I found out maybe 10 minutes ago that I was leading off. So I actually, maybe self-deprecatingly, didn't think I would face him. I thought I was going to be in the 8 or 9 hole, so I didn't even worry about it. I don't know. I haven't even processed it, to be fair. I've seen, obviously, some film on him on MLB Network, and it's been a pleasure to be able to watch him go. But, we'll see what we can find out of it. You just have to trust your eyes. That's all you really can do. See it up. If he's landing that swinger for a strike, it's going to be really tough. But I think splitters, sinkers in general, are kind of trap pitches. So if I can avoid kind of going below the zone and getting out of my comfort zone, I think I'll be in a good spot. But, we've never really seen a pitch tunnel out of the same spot with such velocity. So we'll see what comes.
All right, there you have it. That was Pete Alonso in order. Pete Alonso, Aaron Judge, Christian Yelich, and Stephen Kwan discussing their thoughts about facing Paul Skeens. Meanwhile, for a cut below that, Angel, here's the man himself, rookie sensation Paul Skeens for the Pirates, talking about starting the All-Star game.
Pete Alonso, ¿dónde está Bruce Bochy?
No. Paul Skeens, right? Paul Skeens talks about starting the All-Star game.
Pretty dang cool to even be in this position to be at the All-Star game. Just super grateful to be getting the opportunity to start it. So thank you, Skip, and for sure. Super excited. The goal is to be in the major leagues and to be hopefully an effective big league starter by this time, which is whether that was going to happen or not. At the time, I had to make some adjustments and get better, and that was a big focus of the off season. And obviously, being here now, I think that's just a product of doing it one day at a time and having good coaches and good people around me. And I didn't necessarily think I would be here. Looking at the lineup, there are no breaks there. There's no free outs. It is the All-Star game, but looking forward to attacking them each head on. It's going to be cool. I think the thing that I'm looking forward to most is just getting to spend some time with the other pitchers here and pick their brains and see what they have, what they're willing to share, and on what what it takes to, be a big leaguer for however long they've been here and how they have success and all that.
Yeah, Paul Skeens, he's 6-0 on the year with a 1.9 microscopic ERA, 89 Ks through 11 starts. And I've seen him pitch a lot this year. He got screwed by the Pirates probably he should probably be like 11-0, because there are a couple of starts where he gave up 2 runs or 3 runs or less or something and lost, especially on his first 3 starts. He had, talk about buzzer's luck, as the late, great Jimmy Williams used to say. He had it in the first few starts, but anyway, he has just absolutely been awesome. 6-0 with a 1.9 ERA. Angel, if we could scroll up just a little bit, I want to get your guy, a couple of your Philly guys, right above the manager starting lineups. Bryce Harper on enjoying the All-Star game. Always fun to be around the guys.
Just doing it every year, or trying to do it every year, trying to get here and be around the guys and be around the team. That's what it's all about. Having fun, enjoying it, and taking it all in. Having gratitude for that moment, having gratitude for the whole time you're here, and it's always fun for obviously the fans and stuff, but it's fun for us as well, and we enjoy it the best we can. I think a lot of guys, whenever you're able to play in the All-Star game, it's a lot of fun to just be around guys that you're not around all the time, and it'll be a lot of fun to be out there and enjoy the next 2 days. I think we're a team that just really wants to win, and I think we have the demeanor, we have the guys to do that. Obviously baseball, everybody knows how the game works, right? Anybody that gets hot or anything that goes, anything can happen, and I think people saw that last year as well. So I think we just have to keep being ourselves, playing our game, understanding that with Rob Thompson, he does such a good job of kind of just mellowing everybody out and just, hey, go play your game. Things are going to happen, and this is what we're going to do. I think we have a really good next man up mentality. We have a lot of good veteran guys in the clubhouse as well that we have a lot of fun with. It's a very fun clubhouse. Obviously, John Middleton and David Dombrowski, they do a great job of bringing the guys in that we need. And everybody knows Dave, man. Anything can happen. So.
Damn it. Why did we let him go? You guys, shit. Can't stand it. If Dave Dombrowski was the GM of the Red Sox right now, and maybe Craig Breslow, the current GM's hands are tied, I don't know. But there's no way Dombrowski he is buying all the way. Probably trade for Juan Soto during the break if he could do it. Why did we let him go? Anyway, it's your game in Philadelphia. And right above that, Angel, above Bryce Harper, how about Alex Baum sharing his thoughts with his fellow teammates on the All-Star team?
Yeah, it's awesome. Being able to share this with all your teammates and, not just be here alone or whatever, I think it's cool. I think it just, speaks to the group's success that we've had, and I think, there could be even a few more guys here, but I think, I think it's just kind of shows us, that we're doing the right things, we're taking the right steps, and just got to keep going. Yes and no, right? Obviously, we know we got an extremely talented clubhouse, and there's a lot of, we got a couple of generational talents, and, the skill is there, but obviously you got to go out and play and, take care of business on the field too. And, up to this point in the season, we've had a lot of guys, not only, do their job, but kind of, excel and go above and beyond a little bit. So it's nice to see all those guys get recognized, especially some of the guys in our bullpen. Yeah, everybody's kind of, just made sure to say, hey, enjoy it. There's a lot going on. Things can kind of, speed up and everything. A lot of people, all this, that, and the other. So just, make sure you kind of slow down and enjoy it a little bit. Yeah, I really don't feel any pressure. Maybe I will once we get closer. But, I don't feel much pressure. For me, it's just kind of going out and hitting. So I don't really, I'm, more thinking it's going to be fun than anything, right? But, maybe I'll feel a little bit of pressure when I get up there first. But
who's pitching to you tonight in the home run derby, and how excited are you to get out there?
It's going to be Scott Wingo. He's a summer ball coach for my freshman year of college from Wilmington, North Carolina. And, I'm looking forward to it. It's, it's a fun thing, kind of one of those once-in-a-lifetime things that, you never know if you get to do it again. So, it's exciting for sure.
All right, Angel, and just moving on up, scroll up just a little bit. Juan Soto on a potential Aaron Judge versus Paul Skeens matchup in the All-Star game.
After watching Judge from afar for all those years, what have you learned about him now that you're playing alongside him? You get to see him every day.
How he carries himself in and out of the field. I think he's one of the best characters that we have in the big leagues. He just an unbelievable captain, and he's always positive. He's always right there. He's coming to play every day. So I think that's one of the biggest things I realized from him.
And the numbers he's put up during that stretch, is that something that was pretty tough to imagine, being that as close?
I don't think I can even do that in MLB The Show. He's just crazy. He's just crazy, literally crazy to see all those homers and all those RBIs, and even taking great at-bats after great at-bat. He's just incredible.
All right, if we could play the cut right before that one. Juan Soto on potential Aaron Judge versus Paul Skeens matchup in the All-Star game.
Speaking of problems, Paul Skeens is starting the All-Star game. You're going to face him the first inning. You might face him hitting fourth.
I make sure he faces it.
I love it. How crazy is it, though? A guy was drafted first overall a year ago, and he's starting the All-Star game.
He's just incredible. It's incredible to see a guy like that put in the performance he's been doing. As a young guy, he's just coming up, showing his stuff and everything. It's very electric stuff, so we will see how it goes. Man, you made my day right there. I'll make sure he faces it.
You take that to the bank.
I love that.
Both these guys, 57 home runs combined, and all that is great about the game. All-Stars represent the New York Yankees. Aaron Judge, Juan Soto.
All right, also want to remind everybody that all these great cuts we have courtesy of Total Sports Prep. For the best articles and audio, there's only one source that provides everything you need 365 days a year to satisfy your sports grade. It's Total Sports Prep. The staff combs through the best articles and audio so you don't have to. The sports and non-sports kicker stories will leave you laughing all day long. And to get your, of course, right when I'm talking, the screen goes by. To get your free trial of Total Sports Prep, contact them at info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. That's info@sportsbroadcastingcoach.com. Total Sports Prep. The name says it all. All right. Meanwhile, if we could scroll on All-Star Media Day on TSP, Angel, if we could go right to the top. And Chris Sale interrupting former Red Sox Chris Sale, now with the Atlanta Braves, who's won 13 games. And Jarren Duran of the Red Sox, a nice little exchange there. Chris Sale interrupted the Jarren Duran interview to tell him how great he is.
Uh-oh. We're about to get invaded here.
Oh, my
We
God.
got an all-star
I was
in the
going to say,
house.
two of my favorite people on the same stage right here, right now. Dude, I'm happy for it.
Hey, Chris, real quick, what does it mean to you to see this young man as an all-star for the first time?
When we were finding out, I texted AC. I was like, please tell me Duran made it. And he did. I was like, dude, this guy's an absolute spark plug for a team.
We went to an all-star game together in 2012. What's it mean to throw up 13 wins, come back to the all-star game?
It's awesome, man. It's not so much fun being the oldest guy in that clubhouse. I think I found that out this morning, but no, it's fun. It's awesome, man. I mean, it's obviously a long journey to get back, but it's cool to see, guys like him and, some of these younger studs come up here and doing their thing and, showcasing the best baseball players in the world. It's a lot of fun.
Great stuff. And let's see if we could just scroll down just a couple more, Angel. This was cool. Cincinnati's De La Cruz meets Derek Jeter, his favorite player growing up.
But I grew up as a Jeter fan.
Nice.
He was my favorite player growing up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to meet you.
You too, my big.
All this stuff from MLB Network yesterday. And let's see, what else do we have? I think that about covers it, Angel. Great job pulling up all those cuts. I think that about covers it for the MLB All-Star Game. It's still the best All-Star Game out there. It's guys are trying. If it wasn't, you would see 19 to 18 scores all the time, and you don't. You see very low-scoring games most of the time. Hits are very hard to come by in this game. And I'm looking forward to the matchup tonight. I'm really looking forward to the matchup for Paul Skeens and who he's going to have to face in the American League. So that's really. I hope he pitches 3 innings. He'll probably in this day and age It'll probably go only 2. Like I said, it used to be the All-Stars starters mandatory that they play. Well, they could play up to 3 innings. Sometimes, Angel, you get that rare game where a player will actually play all 9 innings. It can happen depending on, the manager's mixing and matching and all that stuff. But we'll see. Will you be watching tonight?
I'm trying to talk quickly in between. I have 4 landscapers outside the window, and all I'm hearing is and it's driving me freaking bananas. I'll probably be watching it tonight. And listen, you guys hear me talking about, I give you landscape updates every week. This week, apparently they have a guy who cannot see what he's doing because he's cutting the bush on a sloped angle. So,
No, Angel, as you say in the chef world, on the bias.
Yes. I swear, he's looking at the bush like,
Maybe he's listening to the show. Maybe he's listening to the show in his headset.
He could be doing something. I don't know. If that's the case, you can give me a thumbs up, but good gracious almighty.
Tip said, check out Michael Bolton's reading lyrics on his Hand and Fergie NBA game. Ezra Harris, Tennessee police officer, bad the worst. Caroline Marcel hockey game. Forgot the lyrics twice. Came back with the lyrics. Yeah. There's a lot out there. But before we go into break, I wanted to play, Angel, right under when you played the Charlie Steiner one for me. Right under that is what I was talking about earlier. It's the 30-year anniversary of Carl Lewis, and that's the interview with Rich Eisen. I want to play a big chunk of that because I think you'll find this fascinating. Again, we are talking about this because 4-time Grammy nominated Ingrid Andress. Does anybody? I don't know any. Like I said, I'm not big on pop music anymore. Besides BB and I'm Good, that kind of stuff. I know that one. But one of the worst national anthem performances of all time, and it brought me back to what happened with Carl Lewis and Rich Eisen interviewed Charlie Steiner, and this is talking about the 30-year anniversary of it and what Steiner was going through when he absolutely lost it. I think you'll find this kind of fascinating.
Right.
Yes, that's it.
When you saw the fact that it's been 30 years since
it blew me away. Actually, I got a text the night before from one of the producers who was in fact quite good, Jerry Madelon.
Jerry, of course.
Jerry was in fact the producer of that show that night. And so I got a text the night before notifying me it was the 30th anniversary, which was the first. And then it was like, geez. And then you're like Citizen Kane. You put it out into the internet world, and it took off.
It did.
I was
astonished. People still love it. So when you heard Carl Lewis's walk me through when this hit the SportsCenter newsroom.
It began that morning.
Yeah,
I was driving in to Bristol. We had a 7 o'clock show, and inexplicably we had editorial meetings at 10 a.m. for no apparent reason other than. And so we're sitting around, and Jack Edwards happened to be anchoring with me that night. Normally it was Bob and Robin.
Yeah.
So anyway, Jack unmercifully drew the short straw that night, apparently. So I'm driving in, and I hear on WFAN like 10 seconds of this thing. And it's this editorial meeting, we just talk about what we're going to talk about that night.
Yes.
And I told him I heard this thing. Maybe we have video of it. Okay. So somebody goes downstairs, and damned if there wasn't video of the whole thing. And they used to give me what they called the kicker, the last story of the show, which was,
7:58 in the evening after 7 o'clock show.
That's exactly right.
Right.
And so try to end on a upbeat. And so now we see the whole thing. So it's like, this is god awful, but there's something that we can do with this. And, going in, basically we're going to condense it for your own good. Here it is. Now, in the old days at ESPN, before there were offices and stuff, we had these little, just little
cubicles, right?
Cubicles, that's
Right.
the word.
Yeah.
And my cubicle happened to be next to a bank of audio. We're back when they threw in cartridges.
Yes, that's right.
And so,
right?
Cart machines.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wow. Where you put the cartridge.
Yep.
And so now people are hearing about this all day. And they walk in and say, we got to hear this Carl Lewis thing. And I'm typing the show for that night. And I probably heard it 25, 30 times. And I'm thinking, it sells it. The sells it. And so now I'm laughing every time, and I'm figuring by 7:58 or whatever time it was, I would have been laughed out.
No doubt.
You would.
You would think.
Well, it didn't turn out that way. So, ladies and gentlemen, our national anthem, and people watching. Now, in the studio, which was considerably smaller than your spacious digs here, we had 3 cameramen, had a stage manager, and a guy who ran the prompter.
Yeah, the prompter operator.
And Jack. Now, they are all collectively losing it, and I am kind of leading the parade. And I'm thinking, well, okay, by the time it is over, I'll be fine. I wasn't.
You were not laughed out, and I think you just gave the voice of what everybody at home was doing. You know,
guess and I said to somebody, it was like being in the back row when a substitute teacher was in, and you're holding it in and you're holding it in until you can't, and 2 minutes later you're in the principal's office. Well, boogers are flying out of my nose, spit's coming out of my, and I have lost it. And now I'm thinking, as I'm embarrassing myself, can I save this? And I lean back in the chair, and I don't know where it came from, but the Francis Scott off-key line, it was like intervention from God.
Scripted? That literally, that was...
Yeah, no, it popped into my head as I'm leaning back.
Wow. Francis Scott off-key.
And so, I mean, it was kick saving a beauty. and so now...
Oh, my gosh.
Perfect. And so now the show is over. And I'm thinking, so is my career. And we used to go upstairs into that tiny little newsroom, and you would remove your IFB.
Yes.
You put it. We didn't have spacious desks or anything. You had a drawer.
Yeah.
And you put it in the drawer. And so I'm walking into the room. The entire newsroom is hysterically laughing. But it was the longest walk from the studio to the newsroom because I'm thinking, I'm dead. I'm fired.
You have no
this
idea
is
how it's
over.
received. Yeah,
I'm over.
Yeah.
And then they are all laughing. And at the end of the day, it turned out all right. And that night, I think Keith and Dan did the 11.
Yeah.
They replayed the entire segment from the 7.
Of you?
Yes,
Of you?
the entire thing.
So the big show.
The big show. I was the big show part 2. And
oh my God.
And now 30 years have come and gone.
Yeah.
31
and
now.
Carl Lewis was one of the elite athletes of the 20th century.
There's no question.
He was drafted in the 10th round in 1984 in the NBA.
I didn't know that.
And he, sadly, for a generation, this is what people think about for Carl. And I really feel awful about that, but it wasn't my fault. It really wasn't my fault.
The meaning that he just knew that the register that he started the song that he couldn't
midway through.
And the Rockets.
Well, and then the other thing that struck me was Derek Coleman.
Yes.
Who's biting.
I'm watching it right now. It's amazing.
I'm just laughing. Oh my God!
What's remarkable?
The giggle fest.
And so again, what I must tell you, it was extremely liberating for me because I was relatively new to television. I've been at ESPN for 3 years, but basically I was a radio guy.
Right.
I still am. And so I completely lost it. I was as naked as a human being with clothes on could be. And I survived, and it was okay. And there was like a natural reaction to it. And then
right,
over the years, when I found things funny.
I wanted to share that with you in case you didn't know, because Charlie is such a great guy and au naturel and hysterical. And you could just tell it was all genuine back in the day. Rick says I actually trained half mile with Carl Lewis in Wilmington, New Jersey, New Jersey, with his sister Carol. There's actually a middle school named after him in Willingboro, and he wanted to be a New Jersey senator at one time, but there was a residence issue at the time. Yeah, no, look, he is one of the greatest athletes I have ever seen in my life. There is no question about it. But nobody remembers all the gold medals. Nobody remembers his accomplishments. Everybody remembers that.
Yep.
But I remember it all. I can put things in perspective. That is just one of the funniest moments in entertainment history that I can remember on television. I mean, we've all seen bloopers of different shows and everything else, but when it happens live, Angel, especially on ESPN, they've had a few doozies in their day. Funny, natural doozies in their day, but that's a great one. And luckily, Charlie Steiner was anchoring that night, and not somebody else. Maybe back in the day when Olbermann was like a real person, he probably could have done something funny with it. But you heard Charlie talking about it. He's like, yeah, usually I was with Bob and Robin, meaning Robin Roberts or Bob Lee back in the day. That was his anchoring partners. And Jack Edwards happened to be, I should get Jack on with us sometime too. The longtime Bruins announcer, recently retired. But anyway, some really good stuff. So your comments on that, 727-858-6650. Tim brought up some good ones as well. Maybe we could try to punch one or two of those up, Angel, during the break, or I'll try to find it.
No, I got one. We'll get one after the break. I got one lined up.
Oh, sweet. Okay. Excellent. All right. 727-858-6650. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, Mick Colagio. We're going to do hockey in July. A little bit of hockey. Be a lot more other fun stuff that we're going to run by Mick, one of my favorite people. And then Patrick Gilroy, NBA insider at 9:30. We're going to got SEC Media Day ongoing in Dallas. We're going to get some recapping of what happened there yesterday, and also some NFL training camps opening up today as well. All part of the Pete Shepard Show here on a Tuesday on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men, this is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. I know you won't, because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
The Pete Shepard Show. It's fun for the whole family, if it's dysfunctional.
All right, here we go. Welcome back. It is the Pete Shepard Show here. As I am live, I am in Fort Myers. Angel Martinez is in Tampa. Tim wants to know, what's your most embarrassing moment on the radio? I've had a couple. Everybody has in this business. I'll go over it. I don't mind telling you the humiliation part. A couple of things way back. But anyway, welcome back. I'll get to that in a second, Tim. Welcome back to the Pete Shepard Show here. Thanks, everybody, for checking us out on the video platform, as Angel has retweeted and put out there a couple of times the day 2 of not being able to broadcast on X, but we can watch the show at 1029thegame.com, Broad Street South, live now till 10 a.m. CSN Florida and Ion TV. It's this blue check mark thing. I updated my little profile picture over the weekend, and anytime you do anything on Twitter, and I totally forgot, otherwise I wouldn't have done it. But they take the blue check mark away for a couple of days. Yeah. Normally I wouldn't pay for the blue check mark anyway, but the only reason when we started doing this up, I paid for the blue check mark because it helps to distribute the show better. Go ahead, Angel.
No, it's the funny thing is, even if when you update, so they take away your blue check mark, but the premium remains the way you have it. So it has, unfortunately, because even if I would have changed my picture, let's just say, for example, the premium version of the account remains the same. All they do is they take away the blue check mark to make sure it was you that actually did it. But the broadcast should have remained untouched. Unfortunately, whatever X did yesterday, and not blame this on Elon because he wasn't one that pushed the update. Whoever the people are in the engineering department apparently they screwed up and they're trying to work it back. Now, last night, Pete and myself manually set it up, but
took us an hour.
But learning the way Twitter does things now, so the reason why you guys couldn't see Pete Twitter go live, my Twitter go live, and CSN go live, because I have it scheduled for 7 a.m. when Pete and I go live. But Pete and I normally go on at 6:58 as we get things fired up. So at 7, the show is live. Well, Twitter likes it that if you say, oh, you want to go on at 7, you better go on at 7. That's why it didn't launch. So now, if you guys look under SR1029, the game, the handle, for those who are listening on the app, I was able to manually now put the show on X. So you guys can retweet it, send it out to your friends. But this is why I consistently say, download the app, just like Jerry from Rhode Island, because therefore you don't miss a thing, because then the show goes live over the web player. And so when things happen, you guys can watch us live. And I know I say this, and it's almost like talking to myself, but I say it because I care. And I just wish that people would actually listen in, so you guys can just download it so you don't ever miss a thing. So that's my moment in history.
Well, you know what that calls for, Angel. I'm still getting used to having a couple of mice, but is that you doing that?
No, that's not me.
Why would that kind of? Up on EV Much on my music thing, there's like a little bar flashing, so I don't know.
It's been doing that, unfortunately. It's been doing it because as they continue to update things, unfortunately, they it'll just do it. They had a couple over last week, and so they're just like everybody else. They're just trying to work out the kinks. It's gotten, and again, we only do so much.
Well, then the other big thing about being in this studio down the hall from where I was is that we have the Ethernet connection, super duper Ethernet connection. By the way, I want to send a shout out to Chris from Quantum, who was here yesterday. Young man, was absolutely unbelievable. So get this, Angel, you'll appreciate this. So you've been to my house. It's in the third bedroom over there where I am now. So I wanted to connect to Ethernet. It's a good thing. In a way, it was a blessing in disguise that I lost our Wi-Fi on Sunday.
Right.
Late in the afternoon, because we wanted to test the Ethernet that day, and we couldn't test it because without my residence Wi-Fi, we piggybacked on my neighbors next door who were very generous to let us do that. But to test the Ethernet, anyway, yada, yada, yada. After he gave us a new box, it was exactly what, it was the wire, quote unquote, got cut. The skinny wire. Anyway, it got fried.
Right.
For all intents and purposes. So Chris goes out from Quantum, brings in a new box, sets it up, internet back on in 2 seconds. So then Peanut Gallery says, well, can you check our Ethernet? And this is when you and I were still on the air when he was here. So he comes into, Studio G over here and takes, it's a good thing we didn't, not a good thing, but we would have been frustrated because he takes off the plate, right?
Right.
And he goes, I don't see any wires here for the Ethernet. To be able, you're supposed to be able, that's basically if you wanted to have a house phone, plug it in. Yeah. If we had done that, it would not have worked as when he took the plate off, because he's like, where are the wires? So then he takes his phone and he's looking in the hole now.
Yep.
And he says, oh, there they are. They were never connected. So now so he does all that, takes like 10 minutes, does all that connection, plugs my thing in, and lo and behold, it's a pretty good, it's a very good sale, very fast. And we have fast Wi-Fi in there anyway, but now with the Ethernet connected to my main computer, it's even better.
Yeah, no, I remember days like that. So when you go to these new builds, which it doesn't make any sense. And for those who don't know, along with when I used to live up north, I worked for both Verizon and Comcast. The funny part was when you go to a lot of these new builds, they're already supposed to be connected. So you take your punch down tool, connect it, and then you should be ready to go. The funny part is that when we come into the house, the wires, like the way it is at your other room there, It should be dangling. So what ends up happening is that if I was a tech at your house and I say, okay, Mr. Shepard, which one do you want your Ethernet connected? Now, if you want all the rooms connected, all right, no big deal. Just 1, 2, 3, boom, plug them in. Now, sometimes they'll say, oh, I'll just want it over in the den. So now you go over to the den, you test it, you put your tester on one end, put it on the other, you got connection, plug, you're ready to go. I don't know why on a lot of these new builds, and part of the inspection process is also supposed to be that all these outlets are supposed to work. Whatever closet communication closet they put it in is supposed to leave it dangled, but they don't. But yeah, you're absolutely right, because if it was where you would have plugged it in, the frustration level would have hit the odometer meter.
Well, and you just brought up a great point. The problem is, and there's a lot of great builders around here, at least in Florida. We know that. But, they build houses down here so quickly, up where the whole state. But, I mean, really from Tampa down here to Fort Myers, Cape Coral, and everything else. And a lot of times, unfortunately, Angel, what is it? It's flash over substance.
Yep.
They want to build, get them up so quick and blah, blah, blah. Then you move in. Now, this didn't happen to us, but it's happened to other people I know. And you got to, the Wi-Fi doesn't work. There's not explicit instructions. And and in this day and age, you got to be on top of that stuff immediately, because it could mean life or death. If you can't get communication out, you're screwed. At least here in the community I live in now, God forbid the Wi-Fi goes out, I still get bars, so I can call out. I can still use the internet. I can still go on or use my apps and everything else. When I was at Bonita National, forget about it. If the Wi-Fi ever got lost, you couldn't call out. You used to have to drive up Bonita Beach Road a good half a mile to a mile before you get a signal. And maybe there was always this thing about residents didn't want a cell tower put up in the community. Something about whatever it was typical HOA bullshit. It was stupid. And it should have. So meanwhile, nobody can get a freaking signal. God forbid the Wi-Fi went out. And that happened. That was the worst during Hurricane Irma. That was the first year I was, I had been down here, moved in April, so May, June, July, 4.5 months in. And I'm dealing with one of the most major hurricanes the state ever did. I stayed because we had just moved into our place. Peanut Gallery took the dog and went up north. Eventually, she ended up at Auburn University, which is why she likes them so much now in college football after Boston College, because they took real good care of her up there. And she stayed on the campus, and she had, it was. But I was down here, and it was so awful. Nobody except for like one lady that we knew could get a signal. It was terrible. It was awful. And I went and got and it was about, everybody turned their air conditioning down as low as they could the night before, because everybody knew the power was going to go out. So the power goes out as expected. It was because it was a Sunday. I remember the Bills were playing the Jets. It was around 2:00, sort of right before halftime. Boom, there it went. Didn't come back on until, luckily, we were a few of the lucky ones. It came back on only about 5 days later. It wasn't too bad. Eventually, I ended up meeting Peanut Gallery up in Tampa at Indian Rock.
Right.
Which is good. But, and as usual, as soon as we found a great house to shelter, we get a call, power's back on. So that was a big waste of money. I must have been grocery shopping like 3 different times at 3 different places. But, it's all about, not having a signal. You are at the mercy of these cell phone companies. And, I credit this kid for coming out when he did. And this kid, Chris at Quantum, did a great job taking care of us yesterday.
Well, it's like where my mom lives 15 minutes away from you.
That's right.
Yeah, which you learned recently, but it's the same way in her house. It's horrible. And I keep telling her she needs to get at least fiber or something in the house, like, friggin' internet.
Mm-hmm.
Because you have to at her house, you have to almost like stand by the window at a perfect 47.65 degrees in order to get any kind of AT&T reception. Now she has Verizon, and it's the same way too, but it's the same thing. They wanted it. So the county behind her. So there's the little waterway, and then behind that is the next county, basically. And apparently, I guess when everything was created initially, it was the same way over there. They're like, well, we don't want to put a cell tower over here. So the next nearest one by Mom's house is over on Milwaukee. So it's about, I would say about 4.5 miles away from Mom's house. And that's the clearest one. So I said to Mom, one of these days, I'm just going to run a wire all the way from Milwaukee, just put it on the ground, just hope that nobody runs over it and bring it all the way up to your house. That's the only way I can end up getting cell service when I'm over there. But it's parts there at Fort Myers. And I know because it wasn't in, what's the next town there in Fort Myers?
Cape Coral or Estero.
Yeah. So because it's now kind of evolving. Now they're finally getting to the point where they know they have to put up repeaters and stuff because you have to. There's more and more people moving into the area.
Oh, it's ridiculous. The houses, how fast they go up around here, it's just unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the community I'm in now is barely a little over 2 years old, and I can't believe the houses, how fast they went up. I was impressed about how fast our house went. We would come down every Saturday or Sunday and take pictures and everything else. I still have a collage like a lot of people do. And it's amazing. I remember going, we have a slab. And it wasn't too much longer after that. Here we are, moving in Levittown here. We got, met some great friends and we live in a nice community.
Yep. The Speakeasy Tiki Bar, which is even phenomenal.
Yeah. Speakeasy Tiki Bar. We got Michelangelo coming up at the bottom of the hour. Normally, this would be where we do the Red Sox report, which would be brought to you by Moynihan Lumber. Check out their complete line of Anderson windows, doors at any of their 3 locations in Beverly and North Reading, Massachusetts, and Plastow, New Hampshire. So we love Moynihan Lumber. But normally, we'd have the Red Sox report, and Rafael Devers isn't even going to play in this game. So they've got Houck and they've got Duran that are playing tonight for the Red Sox. The All-Star game in Arlington, Texas tonight. The big story in this one is going to be Paul Skeens facing that American League lineup. 6-0, should be like 10-0, a 1.9 ERA, 89 strikeouts in 11 starts, and he will be opposed by the Baltimore Orioles, Corbin Burns. Remember, they acquired him, the Orioles did, all-star pitcher from Milwaukee. Yeah. Now he's a starting all-star pitcher for the Baltimore Orioles. So,
do you think, Pete, that they only have Paul in there for like maybe 2 innings, 3 tops?
Well, again, back in the day, look, when 1986, Roger Clemens, back in the day, the starters on the whole were expected to play 3 innings unless they got hurt. Usually that was the case until very recently. I'm not sure if they even changed the rules or not. So I remember, Clemens got the MVP of that game because he had 9 up and 9 down. Even though Frank White hit a home run in that game, I think the American League won the game. I don't know, it was like 3-1. I remember, Frank White of the Kansas City Royals and Sweet Lou Whitaker of the Detroit Tigers hit home runs in that game. But Clemens, started off, 14-2. He was unbelievable, and he went 9 up and 9 down. He ends up winning the All-Star Game MVP. He also won the American League MVP award, the Cy Young Award that year too, as well. Going 24-4, I think, with a 2.38 ERA. Anyway, we digress. But yeah, the fans that voted and everything. That's why they took. I remember Bucky Dent making an All-Star team because of what happened in 1978. It was not his fault. It was because of the way the fans voted and everything else. It got to be crazy. So that has split the vote up a little bit. Before we go to break, and Mick, you had let me ask. We'll play the video in a second. Tim asked what the funniest or worst moments were. I'd say, well, 2 of them I remember in my second year. I'm doing the semifinals of the Rhode Island High School Hockey Championship between my old high school, Bishop Hendricken, and it was, I believe, LaSalle Academy. Great rivals, bunch of pros, a bunch of D1 players on the ice, a bunch of would-be NHL players as well. It was just crazy. And it was like doing play. And I would sit in the back of the stands. I would sit in the very top row of the stands. And this particular time was at Thayer Arena. They didn't really have a press box. They probably do now because of all the great hockey that goes on in that arena and that rink. But it's a small place, probably, 1,000 people would be tough to squeeze in there. Anyway, I'm doing play-by-play, and there was a power play, And I said something like, I don't know who, Emmer brings the puck. No, I said, instead of the puck over the blue line, I said the fluck over the blue line. So, and it sounded, worse than it was, but
Right.
I didn't get in trouble. I didn't say fuck. I said fluck. But the fluck over the blue line instead of the puck over the blue line, because the action was going back and forth. It was like broadcasting an NHL game. I'm 20 years old, and still my color guy. In fact, it might have been Mick. It actually might have been Mick standing next to me. It was either him or my good friend John Parenti. I forget. Oh, no. I know it was. It was a former high school coach, who I can't remember his name, who was a great analyst, great, knew hockey like the back of his hand. He was cracking up. And I remember that. And then the other probably the worst time was when I was ready to do this hit after our show in Boston on some station in South Carolina or North Carolina. I can't even remember. So I was supposed to preview the Boston College West Virginia game, which I was covering at the time as well on the side, getting sound for the station and everything else. And I don't know if you remember, Angel, they had a great running back, and he played for the Steelers too back in the day, Amos Zerouay. He was a great back, and BC had a pretty good football team, and I think they had a great running back too at the time, Smith. Anyway, I had all these notes because we're talking pro sports all day long. Boston College very rarely even came up, but I would cover them and follow them on the side. Anyway, we're done. I'm supposed to do this hit at like 6:30 at night. We get done with the big show at like 10 past 6. I have all these beautiful notes I have out. Now, the interview is only going to be 10 minutes tops. The radio hits go on this sports station. So I get all my notes out, a bunch of them, because I know I didn't know that stuff off the top of my head. Some of the stuff I know. I went to the bathroom. When I came back, the cleaning lady had thrown everything away. I had nothing. Meanwhile, the show calls early, so I come on and I talk about a couple of points that I wanted to talk about, and then I had absolute brain freeze, beyond belief. Worst moment ever. It was terrible. I sounded like a total idiot. I got out of the interview as soon as I could. I was like, "This is just awful," and I'm like, "It's usually not like me to rely on notes about this, that. I have a pretty good memory, but for this particular subject, I was a little out of my league for the time. I could because I needed the notes. And you're on the phone, so I'm like, okay, I got this. So I get done talking about a couple players intelligently for about a minute, and then they ask me about a couple of other players, and I'm like, my arm, it's broken, So I get out of that, and they ended up playing the interview on the air. It was I was really pissed. I was pissed because I was so embarrassed, and I should have just laughed it off at the time. But I was a little sensitive back then because I had just gotten into big time radio, and that's the last thing I wanted to do was mess that up like I did. Anyway, it was kind of funny back then. But that was probably my worst moment. The other one I told us before when. I'm behind the glass. I get done doing my sports flash update. We're just starting the show, and Glenn Ordway is sitting, hosting in the main chair. 2 other co-hosts. I can't remember who they were. Around the left and the right of him. We start the show. Whatever. We're 2 minutes in, and I thought I saw a little bit of smoke. And all of a sudden I see a little flame pop up in the back of his computer. Or whatever equipment was over there. I went, oh my God. I go, Glenn, you're on fire. And Pete's thinking, I'm on fire the way I opened up the show. And,
right.
But I go, no, Glenn, you're on fire. All of a sudden, it might have been, then it really started to spark and flame. So we had to get the hell out. We had to get out of there. Obviously, Andy and Brett called out engineering, get down here. We didn't have a fire extinguisher in the studio. So they ran down the hall, got the engineering. It was like, of course, all the other 4 radio stations in the building, it's all congested. I can't even get back and, to figure out what I want to do. And all I'm thinking of, I need to save my laptop. But anyway, they put it out right away. And so that was that. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll play your anthem thing a little bit later on, Angel. Michelangelo is going to join us, and we'll talk some hockey and some other funny moments that he and I had together. I think you'll enjoy it, Angel, and the audience will as well. Speaking of radio fuck-ups, because of what happened in the anthem last night. No, I'm not saying that mix it like that. I'm saying because what happened last night was just right up there with some of the worst ever. All right, it's the Pete Shepard Show. Michelangelo going to join us next here on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Andersen windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Andersen windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTP.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope, too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless, and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now,
and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Do you want the best in sports and entertainment? You got it. Now, back to the Pete Shepard Show.
Yes, my minion. Welcome back to the Pete Shepard Show. It is a Tuesday. It is already July 16th. And what better way to celebrate a hot and humid, oppressive day here in Florida than to, it's like Christmas in July. We're going a little hockey in July with the one and only Mick Colagio. Why the hell not? I mean, besides the boring home run derby last night, actually the final was pretty good. I'm just mad because I had shekels on Bobby Witt Jr., who came up about a foot and a half short of at least tying the thing. Anyway, I look forward to the All-Star game. It's only one, the Major League Baseball is the only one worth a damn anymore as far as I'm concerned. But there's always something that's going on in the world of hockey. And we were talking about, because, Mick, what happened last night with the national anthem, and I don't know, I'm sure you've seen it. I've never heard of this person. 4-time Grammy-nominated Ingrid Andress, and her performance was not quite Carl Lewis-esque, but it was right up there with one of the worst national anthems of all time. And I didn't see it live. I had my phone. I had the Derby on my phone. I was watching other shows. But we were talking about embarrassing moments. I talked about a couple of mine in radio. And we'll get to some stuff that you and I can share a little bit. But I must say, I saw your post, which is interesting, and this brings it up to another hysterical moment in radio for me, that Winchendon, which is way up in northern Worcester County, has hired Bobby Carpenter as its next 19-under girls hockey head coach. That's pretty interesting. One of the greats to ever come out, American players of all time.
Scored 50 goals very early in his career with the Washington Capitals. And then when Mike Milbury got him in the trade for Steve Casper with the Kings and during the 88-89 season, he turned Carpenter into a checking forward. And Carpenter wound up perfecting that role with the New Jersey Devils and helping them win the Stanley Cup in 1995. One of the great metamorphoses in hockey history. Speaking of being hot, Pete, I can't bring the coolness to you today. We're going to be David Pastrnak Fahrenheit today. That's what's going to happen. Wareham, Massachusetts. Yeah, we're hitting 88.
Yeah, well, the weather down here, 88 is nothing. I wish it was 88 here right now. I'm not complaining, but it's just hard to go outside. It's very hard to breathe. It's going to feel in parts of Southwest Florida today, Mick, between 110 and 117.
Wow, that's like Vegas hot, except you got the humidity too.
Yeah, it's a dry heat, all that crap that everybody hears. But I wanted to tell you, brought up, Winchendon, Mass is way up there in no man's land in northern Worcester County. Like if I dropped anybody off in a car, they were blindfolded, and I took the blindfold off, and you would probably think you were in, Montana or Idaho or whatever it is. It used to be called the Toy Town up there. Was that Gardner? I forget. I think Winchendon
Gardner's a much bigger town. I think Gardner's actually a city. But yeah, you're right. My older brother, Don, the Reverend Don Colagio, who's the craftsman who fashioned these scoreboards behind me, he once lived in Winchendon. So I've been to Winchendon, and I think I missed his house once and went over the New Hampshire line.
I wouldn't doubt it. It's very easy to do. Well, I worked there for about a year and a half. And it was right before I just got up and went to Boston. My good friend Ben Parker and I, who still does news on WBZ, he and I did a morning show together. And, obviously, it actually had it was a good FM signal. It was called QFM back at the time. And this nice man, Rick Masick, who's passed away since, owned it. But, Mick, I think you know this story. As a prize one day on the air, we gave away manure. We gave away shit. We gave away poop. And the phones lit up. lit up. Caller number 7. When you think of manure, courtesy of such and such, whatever it is. We gave away manure on the air, Mick. You talk about the hind end of radio. That just it makes everything else. It puts everything else in perspective.
Sounds like the original shit show to me.
I was sitting there going, Ben, what are we doing? I mean, that's like we're giving away poop.
Yeah. Well, hell, I mean, hey, remember we did high school football and it rained on our pizza? I mean, and you were screaming. You were screaming at the public address announcer because he was trying to be Johnny Most.
Oh, that was okay. That's an excellent story. So you and I are doing this great game, beautiful press box in Narragansett, Rhode Island, where I grew up. Even though I went to Hendricken, I went to junior high in Narragansett, beautiful high school, beautiful campus.
This was a road game, though, wasn't it? Weren't we up at like Mount Hope? Or were they call it Mount Hope? They call it Mount Hope now.
No,
two high schools combined.
No, we'll get to that. It was Narragansett, West Warwick. Because remember, our good friend John Parenti was in the stands doing the game on tape delay.
Great John Parenti.
Yep, Rhode Island Broadcaster Hall of Fame as well. So Mick and I we're doing the game, and it's a good game. Two really good offensively loaded teams, and every time instead of just saying Clays for 4 yards, Clays for 5 yards, this guy on the PA announcer for Narragansett starts doing play-by-play and off the whole thing. Now I'm doing play-by-play. The radio, it's a big thing. It's sponsored. Mick's doing color next to me for this particular game, and so it's like Blessing drops back the pass, but Blessing. So I hear him. Blessing drops back the pass. It's like
that's right. Blessing, yeah, was a quarterback. Yeah,
fucking me all up, like beyond belief.
Well, if listeners, if you can understand, picture Pete Shepard having a tantrum, screaming down and stomping his foot on top of the press box roof because we're on the open air, we're above it, and they're down inside it. So we're the press, and they're using the press box. So
I thought we were inside at that. I thought we were inside. I know the one you're talking about. I think that was in Brockton. I don't know. I can't remember. But I mean, what? I thought we were inside. The reason why I remember is because the PA announcer, there was a horrible call on Narragansett. I don't know if it was roughing the passer also. So I said, "Oh boy, that is a terrible call right there." And the Wizards are really going to benefit by it. So it's a terrible, first bad call of the game. The dumbass the PA guy goes, Blessing sack for a loss, and a horrible call, as you can see. He says this over the air. Immediately, there goes the ref. Boom, flag comes out, and Narragansett gets assessed a 15-yard penalty for unsportsmanlike conduct for this dumbass. And the PA goes, then I ripped him a new one. And
that was great.
Then he shut up after that. I said, just say the down and who carried the ball. If
that's what you did. Yeah, that part I remember accurately. Is you're like, your job is to say the person who carried the ball, how many yards they got, what the situation is, and that's it.
That was right. And I remember
you totally went off. It was one of the great moments in high school sports radio.
And afterwards, I remember Jim Zapp, who was my gym teacher in junior high. He was a great head football coach for Narragansett. We interviewed him after. I remember him coming up. And I remember us discussing it. He was laughing because Narragansett had winning the game. But I'm like, I said, I got him to stop saying all that shit because, and I would have said, I said, Coach, you could have been losing 50-0. And I would have said the same thing. It was so ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. Anyway, that's just one of the more goofy stories that Mick and I
had a few.
The one you're talking about, the other one, we were doing
Warren, Rhode Island, I think.
South Kingstown, and it was I want to say South Kingstown and Pontigansett, and we were in a bad section of, I don't know where it was. It might have been. I forget what high school we were at, but Mick and I, as usual, became phone experts back then. We had to connect all our own stuff. We thought we could work.
Then we played at Central Falls, and we had to walk down the railroad tracks with the wires to the sports dialer.
That's what it was. South Kingstown and Central Falls, and we had this big, huge barrel of phone wire, and connected probably inside at the athletic director's office at the high school, and we're trying to figure out how to get it through the press box. And
we're feeding it under the Amtrak.
Feeding it under the Amtrak. I'm on the other side. Thank God no trains came. A fence right when back in one of the end zones. And one of the Central Falls kids looks at me, is like, "Are you all right?" Like, he just looked at me like I had three heads. I said, "I'm trying to."
That was like the funniest thing ever. Pete's like Michael Douglas in that Romancing the Stone movie, cutting his way through the vegetation, and all of a sudden he emerges with this wire and his phone wire in his hand, just as a South Kingstown player is running to catch a ball that direction, and he comes right to him. He's like,
"What are you doing, Pete?" He actually said that. Yeah, I remember, because he knew it, because South Kingstown was the next town over from Narragansett. We did all the South County. He was like, "What are you doing?" I go, "I'm trying to connect the fucking."
And that's it, Pete. That was the moment where Pete was asked, "What are you doing?" And he realized, "What am I doing?"
What am I doing?
And as I recall, the beginning of that feed of that phone line was on the 5th floor of a factory on the other side of those railroad tracks, only accessible by an exterior fire escape.
I mean, it was unbelievable. It really was. I was just like, and how many times did we have to do a book or a quick run to Radio Shack to get some sort of connection, or more phone wire, or some sort of adapter, right? That happened several times. We're like 20 minutes
Those
away.
were always, I mean, help wanted, high school football announcer, main qualification, work for phone company, 5 years.
And then I was talking about, when the games you and I used to do with Thayer Arena in the back of the stands, and somebody said, what was one of your bigger lines? I don't think it was you next to me in this one, but I think it was the former head coach of West Warwick at the time that would do some analysis with us from time to time. So I said, instead of the puck over the blue line, I said the fluck over the blue line, doing play-by-play.
Oh, my.
It was Hendrick and LaSalle.
No, I wasn't there for that one.
You weren't there for that one, but you were there for a lot of. That's another play. We used to have to run the phone wire from Thayer Arena from this back guy. You got to understand, what we did just to get on the air, and we got paid. I think, Mick, $15 a game to do that. I think $15 a game to do the play-by-play.
And then we get back, and the worst of it all is when we got back on Monday morning, we had to sit in Mike Kelly's office.
But we would have to do $15 a game, and sometimes we did two hockey games in a row. And,
that's right.
While Thayer Arena in Warwick, Rhode Island, being one of the more warmer arenas, it still was. When you're there for 6 hours,
it wasn't as cold as West Warwick, which was appropriate in the appropriately named section of town, Arctic.
Yes, it was, and I had the pleasure of playing in that arena for about 12 years. And,
wow, that's pretty cool. I got to skate in there too. Yeah,
that's the league I played in because I wasn't anywhere near good enough to make my high school team. You remember that story?
Your high school team produced it. Let's tell everybody that your high school team produced National Hockey League players.
Right, they know all about it, and they know all about it. And I
green and gold.
Yes, green and gold, Bishop Hendricken, and the rivalry with Mount and LaSalle was legendary. But the broadcast stories are almost as legendary as well. And I remember, this wasn't a broadcast thing. I remember my junior year, somehow, some way, public school Cranston East beat us and in the semifinals. But the very funny was my friend Jeff Piccoli at the time, who is ghosting me. I'm trying to get a hold of him. He went to USF. I haven't seen him in probably 35 years, but I know he's in Florida now, and was a great guy. Hyper, great student, great athlete, and we're in the second row of the stands and the game is tied at 2 in the third period, and everybody's going berserk. And Jeff starts screaming at the ref for something at the top of his lungs. So we're in the second row of the arena. The plexiglass is there, and we're above that, but it's really close to the ice. Jeff starts screaming so badly that his retainer flies out of his mouth onto the face-off circle like bullseye-ish, like right on the right face-off circle to the goalie. And we're all dying laughing. And Jeff goes flying down and goes to the referee, goes, "Ref, dental. So hard in my life. It was legendary. We never let him live it down. Never. Dental. Oh my God. We were dying.
No wonder he ghosted you.
Oh man. But we had some dude. I mean, I broadcast a game from a tree one time. I broadcast a game, I think, on the hood of a bus. I don't think it was with you, it was somebody else. And then doing the Foxborough Walpole game one Thanksgiving, and it was
really, that's my alma mater. Walpole, my alma mater.
I think Foxborough. I think you guys won 6-0. You missed the extra point. Foxborough did. It was irrelevant because I couldn't feel any extremities because that Thanksgiving morning, and this was like 1989 or 90, and it had to be like 10 degrees. It was probably one of the coldest Thanksgivings ever in New England. Usually it's not that bad, but this particular Thanksgiving was brutal, absolutely brutal.
89 was incredibly cold. I do remember that because the pond behind WBLQ froze and I skated on it every lunch break.
Well, you used to skate on your street. I never understood how your street froze the perfect.
It wasn't a pastime. It was more of an event. It was one winter. There was a combination of weather where we got drenched with rain, followed by freezing temperatures. And next thing you know, everybody, if you just move a couple of blobs of snow, everybody had enough for little kids to have a rink in their own yard. And so people were cultivating them, and they weren't getting to the streets because there was such a crisis around the entire town. And Walpole covers a fair amount of square miles. Yep. So when they didn't really get to Old Post Road area where I grew up, and so we were literally skating up and down the street and checking out what everybody had for, little ponds in their yards and whatever. And it was a lot of fun. You just go and grab your hockey gloves, your stick, throw on your skate, and go up the street. It was a rude awakening the night they finally got to us. I didn't realize it till I was out there, but they had sanded the road. And next thing you know, I'm losing traction and ruining my skates. It was over. Yeah. It was fun while it lasted.
What, Angel?
Now, you guys, I leading up to hockey season, Mick, more stories, please, because we get to hear more of what you guys end up doing before a lot of us find out who you guys are. But Pete, you mentioned you broadcasted from a tree?
From a tree. Yep. Broadcasted from a tree. They didn't have a press box. I was lied to. This is when I was at WARA, Mick, and you were there too for a while. And I had to do the game by myself. And yeah, I broadcast from a tree. I broadcast from the top of a school bus one time.
Good Lord.
The top of the press box, Mick's correct. I forget where the hell we were, but it was on top of the press. And it started raining, right? That's the pizza story.
It rained on our pizza.
Rained on our pizza. But the other thing you may not know about Mick, and I forget if you still know, Mick used to be a professional tennis linesman. So we made all the big events, U.S. Open, all that stuff. And I wanted to ask you about the U.S. Open, but I forget. Are you still about Wimbledon? But are you still doing that stuff? You're a great tennis player as is, but your hobby was being a professional linesman in all these big time tennis events, which I think is awesome.
Well, I got tired of watching tennis balls go past me that weren't hitting, that I wasn't getting the swing at. So in 1999, they sent a flyer to my house in Kingston, Rhode Island, right off campus, by the way.
You are right.
Asking me if I wanted to do the Nike Challenge, which that year was going to be Jim Courier against John McEnroe.
Wow.
And my reaction, my initial reaction was, I don't want that asshole yelling at me. And so I realized in that precise moment that I needed to get out of the way and give somebody else a chance. I had gone from 1990 through 98 and had done 5 U.S. Opens. I missed one in 95 because I rolled my ankle 2 courts down from Andre Agassi where he was practicing in New Haven, Connecticut at the Volvo. And I, so I missed that one with the injury. But the way it worked was we had a group of local tennis officials who reffed youth tennis, USTA events, and college tennis. And some of those among us were good line judges. So when the tour would come around, whether it be to Newport, Rhode Island, which is ongoing as we speak,
why is that not?
Last ATP tournament is there right now.
That used to be right after Wimbledon. Oh, so right. So
it is. That's correct. Yeah. So it still is, but this is the last one, by the way. There's a press conference tomorrow to announce what's going to replace it.
And that's where the Tennis Hall of Fame is. It's also
that's correct.
Grass court like Wimbledon, which is there's not a lot of those around the country.
It's the only grass court tournament in the United States, and it's going away.
Why?
Yeah, we're going to find out tomorrow, but I suspect that in 2025 is the beginning of a new age with no line judges in any tour tournament. There'll be no more. They've been phased out. I did Newport about 8 times in the 90s, and then when I quit in 99, I'm sorry, I didn't get back to it for another 12 years, and then I decided the way newspapers were going, and I needed some supplementary income. And they always kept saying, Mick, when you're coming back, because I'd go there with a media badge. Then I went back in 2012, and I did it almost another decade until COVID. And then came back after COVID. By then, I finally felt like I wasn't going to be doing a great job anymore, and I turned down the offer. So, but I did that. I did 5 U.S. Opens. My pal Mike Farah from Connecticut, he's an EMT. He wound up staying with it. We both joined around the same time. If I had stayed with it, I probably would have had a track similar to his, but he wound up going on to do Wimbledon. I think he did the French. I mean, it's like pretty exciting. 2 places I've never been.
But could you have done that? Did they ever ask you to go do the French?
They asked me to. Well, it's funny because my second year at the U.S. Open, there was this little lady who worked for the USTA who was going around with a clipboard and a hat. And she comes over to me and she said, "Would you like to do more?" and I said, "Yes." She goes, "Where would you like to go?" I said, "The French Open." She goes, "Wait a second. It's only your second year. It's only your second year here at the Open. We're talking about other things in the United States first. Like we have big tournaments in Cincinnati. We have Indian Wells in California." Yeah. Oh my God. It was funny. But I was like, back then my attitude was like, grab it. So, anyway,
but you were also thinking if Von Lendl can't win on clay, I'll beat him. Not only will I be a linesman, I'll beat him at his own game because he can't win on clay back then.
Yeah, well, it's funny. You get a lot of things with players. People always want to know, well, has McEnroe ever yelled at you? And one of my last years doing the Connecticut tournament, he and Stefan Edberg were putting on a show on the grandstand court in a doubles match under the lights. So people were drinking, and the stands were full, and they were playing 2 young American players. And the crowd was just egging on Edberg and McEnroe to make fools out of these kids. And they were just kind of like the straight men for the joke. They were doing their best. And one of them hit a great slice backhand short, landed right in the middle of my sideline. And at that moment, if you're standing in the middle of a tennis court and somebody does a straight drop of a ball onto the line, it looks like it was out because in that split second that it touches the court, it gives the illusion of a gap, whereas the gap is actually the darkness of in that half a second, less than a half a second. And so McEnroe puts his hands on it, his racket on his hip, and starts scratching his head, looking down at it, and everybody starts whistling, like they want him to go off, but he didn't. He kind of glanced back at me. I'm against the side wall, against the back of the real wall. And I'm thinking, boy, if everybody's ever asked me this question, I'm finally going to have an answer for it. And he was like, he couldn't find the mark because it landed right smack in the middle of that sideline. This is one of the things players don't understand because they've never been trained as an official to learn how to catch the ball as it lands. They only learned how to watch the ball because that's their job. So if you watch the ball and not the line, then what happens is you see the ball ricochet off the court. You see it after it's rolled, crunched, and exploded. You see it after it slid on a backspin shot. So there's a lot of mistakes that players and crowds think that umpires are making that they're not making. Line umpires make mistakes, but they're not. About 90% of the mistakes that line umpires make are not the ones that everybody thinks they're making. And thought, oh boy, when Hawkeye came along, line judges are going to be nervous. No, Hawkeye came along and line judges were like, well, if this thing works, we're finally going to have an ally. So that was the attitude.
Yeah, and it's helped out. Obviously, it's pinpoint accuracy. Hawkeye being, the replay.
If it's good, I mean, it's supposed to be predicated on 13 cameras, and if 10 of them, at least when it was invented, 13 cameras about the court, and if 10 of the cameras get a clear, unobstructed shot of the ball landing, then it supposedly comes to within 5/1000ths of an inch. Now, 5/1000ths of an inch to me are pretty difficult to decipher in reality when you have a contour of the court, whether it's the dirt of clay, the blades of grass, which are very small. They're like a golf green.
Yeah.
And it's a much harder surface. And then also hard court, even hard court. It's not perfect. It's closest thing to it. But so the thing that I always wish they would do, and it drives me bananas, is I hate it when they have a cartoon. They say, okay, here comes the decision, and they show a computer image. Well, the computer image is a dramatization. That oval is not the exact spot where the ball landed. That's a computer-generated thing. Why not just give us actual replay? We are in the age of HD TV. It keeps getting better. Why not show us what we really want to know in reality? And why are they afraid of that? Umpires, trust me, line judges, all 300 of them that used to work the U.S. Open, when you consider all the courts and all the events and all the days, and they're long, they wish that you had real replay. Actual, this is what happened, we'll show you the replay. The MapCam was one of the greatest things they ever came up with on CBS. This predates Hawkeye. They actually put a camera right. We're doing hockey now with a blue line for offsides. Yeah. They put the camera right down by the line, and you could actually see. They could actually slow the ball down enough for you could see the movement to the ball actually land.
But unfortunately, back then the umpires, there was no replay. There was no challenge at that time. Correct? Right?
No, there wasn't. There was no challenge.
But for the players, no.
What Hawkeye and the challenge system prove is that the hierarchy of tennis doesn't care as much about getting it right as they do that the players accept the call. That's what they care about.
I just want to keep you a few more minutes here, if you don't mind. A couple of things. So I was saying to Angel on Monday, on Sunday, I haven't watched. I'm a tennis fan. I am. I don't watch a lot of it anymore, but I know you are. I know you follow extremely well. But I watched the men's final from start to finish. I was mesmerized, even though it was a three-game, set to love by Carlos Alcaraz over Novak Djokovic. I was fascinated, first of all, by that young man, and I know he won it last year and everything else, but I liked how they reacted to each other during the match. After the match was very nice, very classy, but I'm trying to think in my mind, do I ever remember, because I used to watch men and women all the time. Breakfast at Wimbledon was a thing. Always had friends over. But for a 3-set-to-love match, that's about as good as it gets, Mick, for me. I mean, every point, every volley was, I thought, fantastic. And even though he lost 3-0, Djokovic fought hard on that as best he could. This kid was outstanding.
Yeah, I mean, Djokovic had knee surgery a month ago, and to Carlito's credit, he noted in his post-match speech that Djokovic wasn't at his best. However, the third set was amazing.
Yes.
And Djokovic fought so hard and does what he did to Federer. He's down like 40-15 match game, and he gets back
Triple
to
match
deuce.
point. Yep, it's amazing.
It's incredible that the way Djokovic could push from desperate positions. I've never seen a player who could take a situation that looked hopeless and make it something that might turn around in his favor. And in some cases, famously did. U.S. Open a couple times against Federer. Wimbledon, Federer's left at least 2 slams on the table, slams to call majors, on the table against Djokovic with match points on serve. And Djokovic, amazing career. He's like Jimmy Connors 2.0, just a slightly more fluid version of a guy who knew how to just push his opponents and push him and shove him and push him and shove him. Just an amazing athlete, an amazing tennis player. And for him to be around for Alcaraz to really, it's something else. And Alcaraz, I don't know, and I go back to Borg and Connors.
Yes.
I don't know if I've ever seen a player whose game was so mature and so elegant and so completely developed at so young an age. And that includes Roger Federer and Pete Sampras. I mean, Alcaraz is just incredibly got an answer for everything. He's just an amazingly thoughtful tennis player. Who knows how long his prime will last, whether he'll go like a comet and be a forgettable 4-year career that was amazing when it was happening. But, and as far as the gentlemanly play, Nadal was a great example for Alcaraz. And so I think that, he and Federer together ushered in a kind of a different era for the game. And tennis is happy with it. And that's where it's going. The bad boy stuff, Daniil Medvedev is probably the closest thing to a personality that, obviously Kyrgios, Nick Kyrgios, who's out of the game with injury. We'll see if he ever comes back. But another brilliant player whose career just hasn't really ever matched up to what his potential is. And so he's kind of become more of a podcaster than anything right now. He's sort of the biz of tennis. To a great Wimbledon final, sets up a nice summer hardcore tennis in the U.S.
Well, before I let you go, the other funny story, because this all, I want to ask you about your thoughts on Wimbledon and great analysis as usual. But the other funny story, and Angel will appreciate this. I don't think you know this one. So back in the day, the women's tennis tour was sponsored by Virginia Slims. If you can believe that, sponsored by cigarettes.
They were the first ones. They were the first ones who put up the dough.
So you and I happen to different outlets, but we are in the front row at the Worcester Centrum. And I forget what the name of the tournament was, but everybody big was there. Now, this is pre-Venus and Serena Williams. So you had Steffi Graf, I think Jennifer Capriati. If
I recall, Gabriella Sabatini. Gabriella Sabatini play a match there.
Gabriella Sabatini, that's what I'm getting to, who I was absolutely infatuated with. Not stalkerish, but...
you and my younger brother both love Gabby.
I told Nick, I said, you and I were sitting next to each other, and I said, I'm going to talk to her after everybody's done. I bought a flower. It was in my bag that I want to hand to her. I didn't care. I was like, I'm not. This is a once in a lifetime chance.
The first one she ever got.
Anyway, the match gets done. I think she won. I think she beat Steffi in the final. I forget, but all the big names were there. I think Martina was there. That everybody was there.
Great players. That was an amazing tournament.
Yeah, they're all there. So I think Gabriella, either Gabby beat Steffi or Steffi beat Gabby. I can't remember which, but I remember earlier in the year, or my first time I saw Gabriella Sabatini is when she played in Miami. She won 2 tournaments the same day. It was after because of weather and all that. It was unbelievable. So I said, I remember sitting next to you. I was like, I'm going to talk to her after. It gets done anyway, yada, yada, yada. You leave. I stay late. You had to go back because you had to watch someplace. Yeah. So I wait. She does press conferences in English, Italian, Portuguese. Spanish, and she might have even done French. It was just like one after another. I just waited. I went up.
Typical Argentine.
Yeah. I went up to her afterwards and introduced myself. I pulled out the flower and I told my story. And I thought I was going to fumble and stumble my way through it, but I didn't. It only lasted about 30 seconds. I said, you know, it's an honor to meet you. And I remember she was impressed. I remembered her in Miami years before and blah, blah, blah. And I said, do you want to go across the street for pizza? I said, my treat. And she grabbed my arm and she said, oh, that's so sweet. That beautiful accent that she had. She goes, but my family's here. My family's here. She goes, and everything was all done. She goes, come with me. We go outside. I meet her father, her mother.
This is awesome.
The two brothers, and they look like a portfolio for a GQ magazine. Just a handsome group of people. But so nice. Shook hands with everybody. And then she kissed me on the cheek after. She goes, I can't. She goes, we're flying back. We're flying back tomorrow. She goes, we're flying back tonight. You know, and, you know, I have to be in Boston to fly out by. So I go, okay. She goes, maybe next time. I go, okay. I knew that wasn't going to happen. So anyway, that's my Gabriella Sabatini story.
That's pretty awesome.
From way back in the day. Yeah.
That's pretty awesome. I only got a handshake out of Celine Dion. So.
Oh, where was that?
Oh, that's actually not long ago. It was at TD Garden at a Bruins game. They do their fan of the game promotion sponsored by a regional pizza joint up here. And so, you know, they use the video board for everybody to look at me. And sometimes it's a baby with headphones or an old guy, whatever it is. It's somebody gets the Sal's pizza at the, you know, somewhere midway through the third period. Well, of course, since Celine Dion was at this game, she was going to be fan of the game. I mean, everybody kind of could figure that out. So post game, we go down to event level, which is level 3 at TD Garden. We go in to see Coach Montgomery, make his post game comments. And as we're ready to file out that side door and then snake down the hallway, take a right, and then the Bruins locker room is on the left. Dressing room, sorry, hockey fans. An entourage is kind of walking past me right after I got outside. And next thing I know, they're telling all the media to stay in with Montgomery with that in the room until, except for him, to stay in there until this entourage goes by. Well, I had already been out the side door. I was one of the last people in the room, so I was one of the first people out and outside the door. And so these suits start walking by me, and then I realized Celine Dion is like right in front of me. I could have hugged her without moving my feet. So now all of a sudden it stacks up like traffic. Yeah. And so she's standing right there. So I just said, hey, congratulations, fan of the game. She turns, oh, thank you. She goes, but they took my pizza. I only got one bite. And, so I was like, wow, that's pretty cool. You go to a hockey game and you just don't know. You just don't know who you're going to run into, what's going to be said, what the conversation will be. But I guess she's been on a bit of a campaign to let everybody know that, hey, I'm okay. I'm not dying or anything because of this disease that
because she's so muscle. And everybody thinks
muscle soreness. It's a muscle soreness condition that's really painful. That apparently, she got after her husband passed, but she was incredibly energetic and wonderful and just fun to be around, and it was great to see her genuinely having fun with it. And so I guess she's been making some public appearances, letting everybody know that hey, don't have a funeral yet for me. I'm hanging around there, so good for her.
But McJesus, if anybody needed to have a whole pizza, it's her. And the fact that they took it out of her hand, I mean, she's like this. I mean, she turned sideways, you can't see.
Now, if I had brains like Pete Shepard, I would have said, "Hey, Celine, you want me to show you where the good pizza is down in the north end?"
That's right.
I would have taken it down to Regina.
Oh no, even better. No. Take her to Eastie to Centopio's, right near the airport.
That's a good. Well, yeah, you don't have to drive to go to the.
Here's how.
I love San Tapio's.
Angel, it would be like this. This is what they do. Yeah, what do you want? Pete, what do you want? Pepper? Yeah. Here's your fucking pizza. And they just
And
throw
they,
it
got,
at
and
you.
they have this crazy little thing at the end of the bar where they grill sausage.
Oh yeah.
Where's this place at?
It's an East Boston.
If you go through the Callahan Tunnel, the tunnel that goes out to from Boston out to the airport, it's a hard right turn as soon as you exit the tunnel.
And if you miss it, you're in big trouble.
You hit a hard right. It's not an exit. You hit a hard right turn, and you're looking right at the place.
Otherwise, you're at the airport. Yeah, it's one of those great legendary hole in the wall pizza joints that's been family owned for a long time, and it's the best pizza I think in the city.
Santarps now, like all these other places, they now have a place on the North Shore on Route 1 in Danvers, and I had it once, and it's not the same. I'd say the Frank Pepe's in New Haven, Connecticut for a while was for a while they were the only ones whose satellite stores were holding up to the original, but that's not true anymore either. And now I understand that Sally's down the street on Worcester Street in New Haven, same side of the street, and apparently Salvatore was part of that family and broke off and made his own place. That's my favorite pizza in New Haven. That's amazing.
I think that's the only pizza place that really can compare with Naples, Italy, or whatever. I mean, the pizza in Italy. Pepe's is good. There's documentaries about it, how good that pizza is around.
Well, it's fun thing is they used to have this place behind it called the Spot, and it's gone now for some reason. But they had like a number 2 restaurant across the parking lot. And when I used to ref tennis in New Haven at the Yale, they have a big stadium there. I'd always call the Spot, which was the Pepe's number 2, right across the parking lot, and pick up one. And if you go down Worcester Street eastbound, you go through a set of lights after you go past all the Italian restaurants, which is like their little Federal Hill, and you go through the lights, and that puts you on the on-ramp to 95 North.
Can't beat it.
So here I am taking, this giant box of Pepe pizza of slices. I'm doing this while I'm driving. I did many times, many Pepe pizzas. That man I am today.
All right, Mick, this has been awesome. Great stuff. This is arguably the most boring week of the year in sports. Well, some of it, but you have made it very exciting. This was a lot of fun. And Mick Lazar again, BostonHockeyNow.com, the hockey news, and RinkRapMC.com as well. So before I let you go, we're almost at training. It's not that far away. We're almost. It's almost rookie's time to report, right?
It'll happen before we know it, but it is 2 months away. So the actual summer for hockey people in management, players, whatever, this is their summer. The management summer doesn't start till now because they were doing the draft, and after the Stanley Cup and I actually went. I saw the Sphere in Vegas. It was pretty cool.
That's awesome.
So now it's. So I'm going to go see the tournament in Newport tomorrow. I'm going to go down to the Tennis Hall of Fame and hear from Patrick McEnroe and Brewer Rowe, the tournament director, and find out what's up with the Tennis Hall of Fame and what the future is. For I guess there's going to be an event. I don't know if they're going to bring in World Team Tennis. I don't know if they're going to have a prospects challenge, from the top college teams or whatever. They've had events there before, college related, that have actually officiated. But they're talking about something that would be in the stadium with fans and, the whole 9 yards. So I don't know what it is, but I'm eager to find out because the tour is leaving after over 50 years.
God, I can't believe it. Yeah.
Great players have played down there. It's amazing how many great talents have graced those courts. So it's really the end of an era and pretty sad. And I don't know if it has any kind of link at all to the end of the line judge era, because I'm wondering if without line judges, every court has to have review technology. And maybe the membership there said for 1 week a year, I don't think so. That's how Longwood Cricket Club in outside Boston, Chestnut Hill, lost what was the premier tour event of this summer in the U.S. before the U.S. Open went to hardcourt.
All right, man.
All right.
Great
Cool.
stuff as always. You're the best, and we'll talk soon, my friend. Thanks so much.
Great seeing you guys. Take care, Pete. Take care, Angel.
You too, Mick. Thank you.
There it is, Mick Colaggio
Have a good one,
again.
guys.
BostonHockeyNow.com, the Hockey News, and RinkRapMC.com. One of the best hockey and tennis people, by the way, in the country. All right, Angel, let's take a quick break, and then we'll come back. And Patrick Gilroy is going to be joining us at the bottom of the hour. I want to get your thoughts on what Mick had to say. He's one of the funniest people. He has such a dry wit about him. I love him. He's funny without being funny. Very hysterical. Quick break here. It's the Pete Shepard Show right here on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, iontp.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick, and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You're listening to The Pete Shepherd Show.
Welcome back. Final segment of The Pete Shepherd Show here. Man, oh man, oh man. On Coastal Sports Network. Had a great, that was a great conversation I had with Mick Colaggio. I know Angels, this whole day started off basically focusing on how bad the national anthem was sung last night by a 4-time Grammy winning artist. I don't have her name up here again, but I never heard of her. And I don't know. As I said, I praise anybody who can get through the national anthem. The American national anthem is one of the toughest songs to sing. If anybody, just try it. Even if you're in the shower sometime, try singing it a cappella. It's very, very difficult. But that was a horrible rendition. Not Carl Lewis bad, but that was really, really close, especially at the end. The screeching was crazy. Anyway, but you have another, before Patrick comes on, you've been waiting to play this for an hour, but you have another bad rendition, correct?
That I sure do. If everybody remembers when Fergie tried to spin her own version and made it like, I don't know if it was kind of jazzeric. I don't even know what to call it. But for those who don't remember this rendition, and as we saw when Carl Lewis was singing, a couple of the players that pretty much put the jerseys in their mouth. Watch how some of the athletes here tried to not to click up when the
All-Star game, NBA All-Star game.
Yep, sure is. Here you go for your entertainment pleasure.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly wave at the twilight's last gleaming?
Oh my God.
Whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming in the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star spangled banner yet wave?
It's Drew. That's Draymond.
Draymond, yep.
For the land of the free and the home of the
Thank you and good night. Goodness gracious.
I was at the NBA All-Star game a few years ago, and as Patrick Gilroy joins us, we've been going over bad national anthems for a lot of the show. Angels came up with another one from, who was that again?
That was Fergie.
Okay. Fergie at the NBA All-Star game a few years ago. But we welcome the one and only my good friend Patrick Gilroy. Patrick Gilroy to the show. How you doing, my man?
I'm doing well, Pete. How are we doing over there?
Good. Oh, the fan going in the background, and
it's been like 2 weeks of 95-degree weather here in New Hampshire. It's very Florida-like here in New Hampshire these days.
Well, as I said to my buddy Michelangelo earlier, but the feels like temperature down here today is between 110 and 117.
Oh my God!
So deal with that.
Am I going to see pictures of you hanging by the pool a little bit later? Is that the plan for the day?
That is my plan, especially because there were people coming in to redo our floors today. So that is my plan. But you got to say it's got to be in the shade, even in the pool. You can't. It's hard to breathe. I'll be honest with you. It's hard to breathe up there. So you got to be really careful. We'll talk about goofy stuff. We're talking about I want to talk about your podcast too, but I want to talk a little NBA with you because even in the off season, we can't get past. Now the worst thing that has happened, is that Derek White gets named for the Olympic team and Jaylen Brown doesn't. But now we have to hear these idiots, not only some of the idiotic talk shows in Boston. Because they can't come up with any original material. So they want to invent stuff that doesn't exist, saying that Jason Tatum should have reached out. He should have done this. What? Should have thrown a private jet, sent him a dozen roses. It's unbelievable. To Amin Hassan on NBA radio saying how he could not believe Jason Tatum hadn't reached out to him now. This is such a non-freaking story. It was so absolutely ridiculous. The fact that it chose Derek White over Jaylen Brown, which I really don't care. They both offer great qualities. It depends on what's the best fit for the team. I personally think they probably could use Derek White more for his offensive rebounding and defensive play. It is not a big deal to me. But the narrative continues of people trying to ambush this team with these stupid narratives that they're making up that don't exist, trying to cause friction. I'm sick of it already.
The off season's just getting started. Look, it was very predictable, but here's what I keep going back to. If you forgetting the fact that Derek White was an injury replacement for Kawhi Leonard, if you go back about a month, Derek White was rumored to potentially be joining the team a month ago before the injury. He's been on their short list long before the Celtics won the championship, long before Jaylen Brown was the Eastern Conference Finals MVP and the Finals MVP. He has been in constant communication with Grant Hill and Team USA as somebody who he knew was on the short list. And when you've got a Kawhi Leonard, you've got an Anthony Davis, you have a 39-year-old LeBron James, chances are somebody that's on that short list is going to get the phone call. Look, did Jaylen Brown get snubbed? Maybe, but does that mean that Jason Tatum has the authority or the power to say, I need that guy on my team? And is that really Tatum's place as a member of that team?
No, I respect him for not reaching out. I mean, as far as reaching out and saying, how do these people know, like, I feel so horrible you're not here? Why? It's not that big a deal. They're all great players. They blew a 24-point lead yesterday, but who cares? My only concern is I don't want my guys getting hurt.
Well, that's it. Part of me, the Celtic fan in me, wishes that Tatum wasn't there either. Like, these guys 2 years ago played into June in the finals. Last year played into early June in the conference finals. This year played into late June. Now you're going to play all summer. And before you know it, it's going to be training camp time.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. I thought it was interesting also, before we get to some of the other stuff, great night by Bronny James last night against the Celtics.
By the way, you talk about Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown's there last night supporting his team out there in Vegas in the Summer League. Jaylen Brown, 2 days beforehand, was having dinner in Boston with Wyc Grousbeck. Like, this guy is not anti-Celtic. The stories that we hear, it's just pure BS. So we talk about last night's Summer League game, and there's your Finals MVP right there, front and center, supporting Neemias Queta. Like, I love that.
Yeah, I do too. But that doesn't get talked about.
No, of course not.
That doesn't get talked about. All right, everybody, James Dolan particularly is up in arms over the NBA's revenue-sharing policies, outlining a denunciation of a possible 8% league office cut of the new $74.6 billion media deal. Before we get to that, they now want to build statues at Madison Square Garden for Mr. Brunson. And the fact that he turned down potentially over another $117 million or whatever it is, I'm sure the NBA Players Association is not happy about it. But I wanted to get your thoughts on, unselfish, right? He's unselfish, but okay, he's unselfish. Good for him. Got the Villanova Knicks together, and we'll see.
Well, for him, here's the thing that doesn't get talked about. For Brunson to capitalize and get the other $117 million, he would have had to play through this year because he wasn't eligible till the end of next season. So if you're a guy that was coming off the bench in Dallas and has suddenly been thrust into stardom in New York, and you have a chance to get a $100 million bag guaranteed, you take that money. And I think Isaiah Thomas taught the NBA that lesson about 8 years ago.
Yeah.
There's no guarantee, especially as a little guy, there's no guarantee that he doesn't have some sort of catastrophic injury like Isaiah Thomas did at the peak of his powers. Isaiah was rumored to be getting the max extension, and he wound up signing for the league minimum over the course of 6 different teams in 6 different years. So if you've got somebody dangling $115 million in front of you right now, you take that money, especially as a 6'1" slender point guard.
Oh, no question about it. And getting back to, and I know I didn't hear this cut yesterday. Seth Greenberg talking about, Jaylen Brown said he called teammate Derek White to make sure there was no confusion after Brown was critical of USA Basketball for not offering him a spot on Team USA. Brown said, I called Derek right away just to make sure there's no confusion. My love for you and all of that. He knew that, and he did. You don't always got to make everything public. Me and D. White are good. So I think a lot of that stuff gets so misinterpreted, like busting balls. I could see Derek White texting Jalen Brown going, how's it feel? Nah, you didn't make the team. I could see a lot of that stuff gets, and people just don't get it. There's a lot of ribbing and jabbing that goes around that gets misinterpreted because you see it in print and don't hear how it sounds coming out of their mouth.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And then, we're close to it because we follow the Celtics and the NBA regularly. But for the casual NBA observer, the casual fan, the person that's not connected to the Celtics but might be connected to another team, if you're listening to Skip Bayless, you're listening to Stephen A. Smith every day, you would believe that there's real internal Civil War type conflict happening on Causeway Street right now, when that couldn't be further from the truth.
No, absolutely. All right, so we were going through. We were talking about because of the embarrassing performance of of what's her name last night, singing the national anthem and all that stuff. Then we were going through a couple of embarrassing moments in radio for all of us, or worst national anthems. We went through a couple of them today, and I told a couple of funny stories about my life on the air and stuff like that. Now, you, Patrick Gilroy, and are you still filling in at WEEI? Is you still doing stuff for them?
Occasionally, not nearly as much as I used to, but when they call, if I've got the time, I'm more than happy to go down and do it.
Because you're busy.
Yeah, I'm on planes every week, and I've had to condense my travel around my parenting schedule because I'm the primary caregiver now as a single dad. So instead of having all 5 days to travel, I've got to get 5 days worth of travel done in 2 or 3 days. It's fine. It's the life I chose, Pete, but unfortunately, it's not conducive to doing late night radio.
This is the business we've chosen. I didn't ask who gave the order because it had nothing to do with business. That's my Hyman Roth.
But I stay in touch and I stay connected because in 5 years, when I make the move to the Sarasota area, I'm going to be calling my friend Pete Shepard to get me a job here, on the Pete Shepard Network.
Well, the Coastal Sports Network has really taken off here, and you will always have a place on this network. I'd love to give you a paid gig now. I can't do that just yet, but soon.
You got a 5-year plan, Pete.
You got to get down here in less than 5 years. I mean, that's the. But all right.
Gonna wait for the youngest to be 18. That's what the judge says. So I got to do what the judge told me to do.
Yep, the judge, and not Aaron Judge, but yeah. But that's I know you're a sports fan too. I'm fascinated tonight by Skeens going up against that American League lineup. I hope he gets to pitch 3 innings. I don't want to see what happened to him. People talk about what happened to Pedro in '99, and I was there, saw it live, and we were in luxury box and all that stuff. Except people forget that a few days later, I believe he had to miss his start against the Mets because his arm was dead.
Yep. I mean, I was there too. I was lucky enough to be on the field for the home run derby the night before, and then the All-Star game.
Ted Williams and all that. Yeah.
I got very lucky. I was working for Kiss 108, and they had no sports department. So they gave me an old Marantz tape machine and a mic flag and a press credential. And at 19 years old, that was incredible. Absolutely incredible.
That was one of the greatest moments in All-Star history. Everybody gathered around Ted Williams. That was really, really something.
Yep. Unbelievable.
But the where was I going? Oh, that was before I get to your podcast. I wanted to get to, we were talking about crazy moments in radio. Do you remember any couple come to the top of your head that you had to go through on the air, or something you said that you thought was funny
Yeah, I mean, look, the only time I got suspended was during a sports flash. I was doing a show with Fitzy on the weekends called The Oddballs with Fitzy and Gilroy, and he's a comedian. So I tried too hard to be funny. The pandemic is just getting started. There's rumors of shutting the NBA down. And Kyrie came out and he said, he wouldn't play in an empty arena. Then LeBron said the same thing. So I called Kyrie a douche coming out of the sound. And then I played LeBron's sound and I called him a douche. So then somehow, some way, Linda Cohn heard it live. So she tweets it out and is wildly offended. It gets picked up by Awful Announcing. Next thing you know, I'm in Zarbano's office getting suspended for 2 weeks.
Oh, I said stuff way worse than that.
I know. Just the wrong people heard it at the wrong time.
But the problem with WEI, not when Jason Wolf was there, but when others took over, and they want to micromanage, which Jason never, ever did, pretty much left us alone. And we just, we did what we had to do. And the ratings proved that we were doing the right thing. But the new management that took over, 150,000 people could love what you do. They used to react to the one a-hole that didn't. And they would judge everything on that. Yeah, it's just so ridiculous.
And that's what it is. And that's why I love that you're doing what you're doing with the Coastal Network there.
Yeah.
And I love that podcasts have become such a thing because it allows content creators to continue to create the content that they're good at, that they want to create. Because now it's just so generic. And look, I have no problem with Syracuse University. It's a fine school, but everybody sounds the same. They're all being taught the same thing, and nobody's allowed to express their genuine opinions anymore. And that's what made it entertaining. Back in the heyday of the Big Show, it was you guys didn't fake it. You were able to go out there and give your opinion, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. And you'd have your fights, but people tuned in for that. That's what people loved about it. And now, no matter what station you listen to, no matter what host you listen to, for the most part, it's all cookie cutter. It's all identical. It's all safe. And it's not fun anymore.
Well, you don't get challenged. And, the other night, after the ridiculous what happened in Miami at Hard Rock and the fans rushing into, get in for free, Colombians and Argentinians and all that stuff. And then Alexi Lalas goes on right after that, before the match starts. And he kind of was like, he condemns him for about 5 seconds. And he's like, but this true soccer passion, see, there's lots of soccer fans in the United States. And blah, blah, blah. Soccer this, soccer that, soccer. And but he just absolutely poo-pooed the fact that a whole bunch of people got trailed. People bringing in, I found, one was a Shih Tzu. What was it? A lady crashes in a fucking dog on a leash. I mean,
I know
how. I mean, it wasn't. Can you imagine if that was a Super Bowl there and people did that?
No,
what do you need? The National Guard? I was so outraged by it.
Yeah, I mean, if it was a Super Bowl, the NBA Finals. I mean, at my age, I barely remember '86 for the Celtics. But when you go back and you watch all the old videos, I always thought it was so cool that if you win the championship at home, at the time the old Garden held 14,005. Everybody got to flood the court. Like, that was cool. But I understand why we can't do that anymore. It's you just can't allow people to put themselves in that situation where, getting trampled will kill you. You'll die.
This wasn't even after the game.
I know.
The game. And,
it's crazy.
I said to anybody who listened, I said, there's going to be an incident at this place before, during, and after. I said, pick one of those three or all of those three. But it was an embarrassment. And, then the guy head of Colombia's national team, he's in jail along with his 43-year-old son and all that nonsense. All right, so let me talk about your other podcast, which I find fascinating. Let's Chat with Kat and Pat.
Yep.
So episode, your last one was about a week ago.
Yep.
Episode 24. Let's chat with Kat and Pat. In this week's episode, Kat and Pat discuss how divorce brings new meanings to Independence Day. Also, Pat had another lawnmower incident leading to a large and unexpected expense, leading to yet another weekend of DIY home repair. What the hell happened?
Yeah. So I was mowing the lawn, and somehow I didn't see a rock, and it shot out, and I had a big front door with a stained glass in the front.
Oh no!
And it shattered the front door. Yeah. And you can't when it comes to exterior doors. I learned my lesson the hard way. You can't just replace the door itself. You got to replace the whole frame. So you got to rip the house apart. So we spent all day Sunday ripping the house apart. Not sure we could put it back together, but we ripped it apart, put a new one in, and now if anybody needs help replacing their exterior door, I'm kind of a pro.
How much did that cost you?
The door was $600.
Shit.
Yeah, $600. But if I wanted to have somebody else install it, it's like a $2,000 job. So I had to suck it up and do it myself.
Oh my God! See,
Yeah.
Angel Martinez has stories like this as well. He's been invaded by a woodpecker recently. Tried to put a scarecrow, some kind of an owl up on the roof. That didn't work, and but
these things happen. These things happen.
No, you know why? They don't happen to me anymore, because it won't happen to you when you get down here, because I stopped mowing lawns a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm going to pay an HOA fee and have somebody else do it.
I can't. I won't. I mean, I don't mind paying it.
When I bought my house, I was a young man. I bought it at 33 years old. I was like, yeah, an acre and a half of land? Hell yeah, I want that. Now I look at that land every weekend, and I'm like, holy shit, I don't want to do this again.
You mow your own lawn and all that stuff.
Do it all. Yep.
You have a ride mower or
I've got both. I do the back with the riding mower, but the front I've got like pretty trees and bushes, so it's a pain in the ass. So I use the old push mower for the front, and the push mower is the one that ding the house.
Oh my God!
Yeah,
all
good
right,
times.
So who? Kat is your significant other right now?
Yeah, she's my fiance. Yep.
Oh, your fiance. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just making sure. I lose track of all this stuff. After Tyreek Hill, who has a small village for a family now with 12 plus kids that we know of, he's expecting another one, and who knows what by kickoff when Miami hosts Jacksonville on September 8th. But for you, you're just engaged. That's great. So you guys talk about, you and your fans on this podcast, you talk about all, like, everything. It's life in general. It's not really sports. It's about what happens between you guys.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And we are both, she's a big Celtics fan, so during the playoffs we talked a little bit about that, but that's not the show. There's a million sports podcasts out there. The show, what I think has made it somewhat successful in 24 weeks. I mean, some of the episodes are getting huge numbers, and I think it's because we're talking about stuff that other people find sort of taboo. She's been divorced a couple of times in her life, and both times she was the one that had to pay the ex-husband alimony. Now I'm paying the ex-wife alimony. Like, these stories are so good when we tell them to our friends that everybody said, you guys should create a podcast. So that's what we've done with it, and then we'll take whatever happened in that particular week and talk about it. So the title to the episode you're talking about, the description, giving new meanings to Independence Day, like, that was, there were 3 couples all hanging out in somebody's beautiful backyard. We had a barbecue. All 3 couples are divorced couples, and the exes all happen to have the kids on the 4th of July. So we were sort of celebrating our independence from our ex-spouses.
Well, I know one of your, on July 10th, you have one that the name of the podcast, title of the podcast, well, of course, it's Let's Chat with Kat and Pat, Shattered Glass and Independent Ass.
Yes. Yeah. Sometimes you need a good title to get the people in. So that's it. And we always try to theme the opening music. It changes every week. We theme it to whatever the show was about. So the theme music for that show was OAR, Shattered. And,
okay.
Yeah, so we do that. We have fun with it. We always record on Monday night, so we recorded last night. Episode 25 will drop later today. And, it's something that I love to do, and it forces Kat and I to sometimes have difficult conversations that couples typically try to avoid. And I think that's a big reason why our connection is so good, because the podcast forces us to have a difficult conversation. When episode 25 drops today, it's a serious episode. My mother's not doing well.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. It's okay. She's had health issues for 30 years, and a lot of them are self-inflicted. So her kidneys are failing. She doesn't want to do dialysis. So I talked about going to get blood work done to see if I could be a kidney donor for her. And we bantied that back and forth. And Kat essentially told me why that's a bad idea. Because my kids need me, she needs me, and my mom's not going to take good care of my kidney if I give it to her. Yeah. But we did that for an hour, and you can hear the emotion in the episode. It's raw, and it's real. And but every week in our lives, there's something that comes up that's worth talking about. So we have a good time doing it, Pete. I appreciate you promoting it. Yeah. And it's something that we're going to continue to do and build upon.
Awesome. Before I let you go, Angel, you have something for Patrick?
Yeah, I was just going to talk about that because that's exactly what's needed. And Pat, you and your fiance are off to a great start because it's what people know more. You mentioned earlier that things are cookie cutter, right? We don't hear things in a raw nature the way things are supposed to be. Pete, myself here on the Coastal Sports Network, we talk the way we want to because that's the whole idea. You want people to come in and tune in because of your valued opinion. Everybody might agree upon it, but you and your fiance are onto something really good because, again, this is where a different reality show starts. So I'm going to offer my services. I'll be up there in about 2 weeks. I'm going to come with a camera. We're just going to walk around everywhere and then put it out as the episode. But, that's the best part, though, because it's the same way with myself and my wife now, who we just got married over a month and a day ago.
Congratulations.
Thank you. But we will watch reality shows because we don't argue. It's just, it's our thing. We communicate about every single little thing.
Yep.
But if we were to record how our daily life is, people are like, it's not true. They're holding something back. But that's what we want to hear. We want to hear the actual reaction of you guys, whether it's watching a sporting event. You guys went to a store somewhere. You saw something, the national anthem, for example, last night.
Yeah.
And that's what people are missing. Everybody's kind of, it's funny because we have to skate around certain things where it's going to be like, oh, you can't really say it anymore. No, say what the hell you want to say because that's what people want to hear. So by the way, I reposted it as well. So, and I gave it a follow because now I'm intrigued to see what you guys have to say.
I appreciate it, Angel. Thank you. And I'll email you my contact information. You're coming up this way. I'd love to do something.
All right. No worries.
Awesome.
Awesome.
Patrick, great stuff. Enjoy the rest of your week with the lovely Kat and your other job. And we look forward to talking again. This is great stuff. Thanks.
Awesome, guys. We'll talk to you guys real soon.
All right.
Take care. Bye-bye.
There it is. Patrick. All right. Joining us here on the Pete Shepherd Show.
That's fantastic.
Yep. All right, Angel. It's about that time, Mia O'Brien from SEC Media Day in Dallas. She's just going to be one of our guests tomorrow. I've already got Thursday's show booked, but tomorrow, Mia O'Brien definitely from Dallas. I think. I shouldn't say definitely. I'm about 90% sure.
Angel, she said last week.
Yeah, she said Wednesday would be the best day. And we'll have more on that as well, more from the SEC Media Day. Didn't really get to it today. We're kind of goofing around, but good stuff. Hope everybody enjoyed the show. Coming up later on, so you're Martinez and Company still off today. You still have stuff to do, but middays with Q. What else is coming up on the network today?
I will surprise everyone today because the one thing I was going to do was do an update of what I'll end up doing is doing the first hour of Martinez and Company and then do the update that I need to do to make sure that everything is good for tomorrow. So I will be on right after you here, Martinez and Company, coming up. And then, yes, Q will be on from 12 to 2. And thanks, everyone, today for the engagement. The show will remain live, so don't go anywhere. But thanks for the engagement as we see a lot of folks who are enjoying the show. So, yeah. And then the only thing I will need you to do, Senor, is as you exit out, just make sure you cue out the music.
And the broadcast up on the top?
No. Don't do that because I'm going to stay live.
Okay.
Your music, your outro music you use, just make sure that you cue it out as you leave because it runs for about 4 minutes and it runs into the commercials.
All right, well, I'll stop it right there.
Okay.
So that'll be enough of that. No more shenanigans.
But it's good though. I like that. I like it's got like a nice little. It's like
Yeah.
after the show, after all the hype, is like okay, grab your coffee or whatever your beverage is, and just relax.
Your whiskey sour or bourbon, whatever the hell you're drinking.
Exactly. It's 5 o'clock somewhere.
Absolutely. All right, my friend. We will be in touch. Have a great show. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning at 7 a.m. Thanks to Patrick Gilroy. Thanks for Mick Colaggio. Thanks to all of you joining me on the Pete Shepard Show here on the Coastal Sports Network. I'm back tomorrow at 7 a.m. Bye.
Right now, our country feels divided, but there's a place where people are coming together.
I gotta tell you, I was nervous to talk to someone so different than me.
Me too, but I'm glad we are.
Love Has No Labels and One Small Step are helping people with different political views, beliefs, and life experiences come together through conversation, and it feels good.
Wow, your story is so...
Interesting?
Yeah.
When people actually sit down, talk, and listen to one another, they can break down boundaries and connect as human beings. At lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep, you can listen to amazing, life-changing conversations and find simple tools to start a conversation of your own.
I know one thing. This conversation gives me hope.
It gives me a lot of hope too.
Take a step toward bringing our country and your community together by having the courage to start a conversation at lovehasnolabels.com/onesmallstep. A message from StoryCorps, Love Has No Labels, and the Ad Council.
People do some pretty cool things in their 40s and 50s. Why should saving for retirement be any different? I mean, they go back to college, learn new instruments, start skateboarding. Whoa! Okay, maybe that one's not for everybody, but saving for retirement is. With aceyourretirement.org, you can get on track with your retirement savings no matter your age. Just have a 3-minute chat with Avo, the friendly digital retirement coach from AARP. You'll get personalized recommendations based on your input that are easy to understand and work with your lifestyle. It's quick, easy, and free. Plus, it's sponsored by AARP, so you know they got your back.
Woohoo! Gnarly move, Dad.
Thanks, sweetie.
So wherever you are in your retirement savings journey, head to aceyourretirement.org and start chatting with Avo today. That's aceyourretirement.org. A message from AARP and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
You bring the energy, he'll do the rest. Martinez and Company, powered by Sports Radio 102.9 The Game.
You're going to hear it right here.
The show starts now.
All right, welcome everyone. Yes, it's I, Angel Martinez. Martinez coming here back after a little bit of a hiatus. As you guys have heard, I've obviously been doing a lot of stuff here for the network as we have launched the Coastal Sports Network. It is a pivot from Broad Street South, so Coastal Sports Network is here. It's alive, part of the Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game family. And I could not be more proud as far as getting this stuff together to making sure that we all sound great. And on the network is myself, Pete Shepard, as you guys just heard, the Pete Shepard Show in the morning. That starts off from 7 to 10 a.m. And then, of course, my hermano, Rich Quinones, from 12 to 2 p.m. in the afternoon or the middays. So I am kind of like the mid-morning show, if you want to call it that way. So 3 of us here on the Coastal Sports Network. As it continues to grow, we'll add more people on. Of course, Jonathan and Josh Marshall with the Marshall Time Podcast. You guys can hear their episodes drop at 2:30 in the afternoon. If you guys download the Digital Sports app. Now, you'll hear me talk about this all the time and pretty much ad nauseum. And the reason why I do it is because when things happen, which is beyond our control, for example, X decided, and they talked about this for a while, so it's like it's not anything new. But for those that had a lot of bot accounts, so what Elon decided to do, rightfully so because he owns it, he decided to start weeding a lot of these accounts out. So if you were going live, because there were some shows that were coming on X that were, like, I would say beyond risque. So what Elon decided to do was to make sure that to weed out the bots, not saying that it can be on the premium, but if you're a premium subscriber, and I know a lot of people say, I don't want the blue check mark, but now with the blue check mark, you become a premium subscriber. And what ends up happening is you can put longer tweets, longer videos, and of course, you can also turn around and you can put in your live video format. The only thing that went wrong was yesterday when it went live, a lot of us have forgotten about it. And what ended up happening was myself and Pete have our premium accounts. CSN Florida soon will have its premium account. But what ended up happening was it stopped the broadcast from showing the way it normally shows. So what ended up happening was I had to do a workaround in order to make it live just like the way I did today. But if you guys go to, which you guys see on the screen, it's displayed all morning long, sr1029thegame.com. Now, if you see, if I post something up, you'll see Broad Street South or broadstreetsouth.com. It's all in the same. Broad Street South was the original company I started up, and then I created Sports Radio 102.9, the digital radio station, and the app was redesigned. And the redesign was because now you can watch these shows live and hear the show live. So, for example, yesterday and today, when we couldn't go live on Twitter until a little bit later on, if you guys would have had the app shows the live show right on the app. You can also tweet from the app. You can also call the studio directly from the app. So I made it super convenient for everybody just to do it that way. And the RSS feed is going to be up there soon. There is one now for Broad Street South. And then there's going to be one for the Coastal Sports Network as well. So when you guys miss the shows, you'll be able to go back and hear the audio downloads. Like my hermano, for example, he has his on Buzzsprout. So you guys want to hear like your backyard playing, other shows he has listed on there as well. The Boxing Jab and some other stuff. You guys can go back and listen to his audio downloads over on Buzzsprout. So I try to make things super convenient. And that's why, so if you guys have the old apps, they're not working because I am no longer tied in with that former company. And so now what I did is I created an app right from scratch. So go to or visit, you guys can, I'm not, demanding, just asking and share my opinion here. If you go to sr1029thegame.com, as you see up there on the screen, then you guys can download the digital sports app. It's right on the homepage. You can't miss it. And it's for any device. It's not available on the web store, Chrome store, Apple or Android stores as of yet, because it takes about 3 to 4 months for that to populate. Therefore, I decided to do it where you guys can immediately put it on your phone. So if you're trying to search it on the Android or App Store, it is not there as of yet. It is directly on the website. So visit sr1029thegame.com. Therefore, you guys won't miss a thing. And then even if you jump in the car, the beauty about it with the new app is instead of watching the show, you can pay attention and just click over right where the radio app is because the radio is always playing content. So it makes it super easy. Switch from the live show right into the radio and you won't miss a thing. If for some reason, I've heard a couple of people talk about that if you're going to send a text, like, let's say you're texting a friend or whatever, and you go to text a friend and come back and the radio app starts playing, when you download the app, restart your phone, the radio will continue to play. So it's things that I'm learning as I'm designing apps now of the little quirks that are going to end up happening. But so thank you all for tuning in today. We do appreciate it. Of course, Martinez's company normally is on from 10 to 12, Monday through Friday. But because I've been doing so many different updates, I've been off trying to take care of certain things. And today I have things to take care of, but I want to make sure I came on with you guys because the viewership that we've had this morning has been phenomenal. And I can't thank you guys for tuning in. And make sure you follow us also on CSN Florida. All right, CSN Florida, give us a follow. We'll follow you guys back. Of course, you can always follow myself on SR1029 The Game. You can follow Pete at Pete, the letter P, Shep, PSHEP 326. And of course, my hermano Rich Q on Q on the X. So last night, and I know Pete talked about this earlier in the show, and it kind of makes you really kind of scratch your head because a couple of things that are going on. Obviously, the NBA, we're starting to see some of the teams now who didn't start so hot are now starting to turn things around, right? And we still can't get enough of between Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese, and what they're doing. There's been some shifts there. The New York Liberty is also now starting to gain ground. So there's ranking positions that are starting to move around. But last night, and I don't know who this young lady is, Ingrid Andress, if I'm saying the name correctly. Listen, I'm knowing, right? I'm just sharing my opinion. Just like what you guys heard with Patrick Gilroy, I'm just sharing my opinion. I can't sing to save my life. Like if someone had a gun to my head and told me sing, I'll sing. It's just not going to come out what everybody expects because I can't sing. We can all do the car karaoke. We all, and there are people, don't get me wrong, there are people that know how to sing really well. And then there's some of us that we just like to have fun with. My wife hears me all the time in the car when I sing. It may not be the most polite thing in the world, but she amuses me. She has fun with it. But this young lady, and she's a 4-time Grammy nominee. Now, I don't know, what other music she has, and I can look it up. I'm quite sure and see exactly what she's done before. The national anthem is the hardest out of everything you could possibly do in your career. Is the hardest, right? You guys remember the one from Whitney Houston, but let's not forget Whitney Houston, God bless her and God rest her as well. But Whitney Houston, which people didn't know, and you guys can do the research, the rendition that Whitney Houston did at the time of the Gulf War was recorded in a studio. When she went out, and I believe it was down in Miami, where she ended up doing the national anthem, where she started singing it, per se, she lip sync to what she recorded in the studio. So it wasn't live, like the old way you used to say, as if it's not live, it's Memorex. Well, it was done in the studio. Granted, it was still a terrific rendition of the national anthem. I will never take that away from her. It was never live. And you guys, again, you can do the research. You can find out for yourselves that it was not a live rendition. But it is extremely hard. The national anthem, I know there's people that will say that people should just sing it the way it was meant to be sung, right? Just come out, say, I think the whole thing literally should take you about a minute and 10 seconds or something to that nature. But what you want to do is you want to go out there and give it your best. If you guys have not heard this rendition, in case you missed it last night, I'm going to play it back maybe a little bit later on. I'll play Fergus again for those who are just tuning in here for the first time today. Pete and I played it on his show from 7 to 10. I am the executive producer for not only the entire network, but for all the shows as well. So thankfully, I just shift from one show to the next. But if you guys missed it, I'm going to play it back because it is the craziest thing in the world. By the way, Joey B, there he goes, Tampa Stadium. I knew it was somewhere down here in Florida, but I didn't miss it. Joey B, thanks for tuning in. Joey B says, Whitney Houston, Tampa Stadium for Super Bowl, 25 in 1991? Am I right there? 40. Yeah. So Whitney like I said, she did a great job. Rick Marcus, are you sure it is a good idea to play? Might make people cry. LOL, says Rick Marcus. Rick, thanks for tuning in as well and sharing your comments. By the way, you guys can also text into the show. Yes, if you have the app, you can text directly from the app. And or if you don't have the app, it's fine. You can also text in 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650, and you can call into the studio as well. Joey B says, yep, Super Bowl 25, correct. All right, I want to make sure because sometimes I get my room numeral screwed up. Don't get me wrong. I'm not ever saying I'm perfect. I love to do perfect audio and stuff, but when it comes to some certain things, I may not know it. But listen, again, this is what you guys missed last night. I'm going to play it for you. You guys can be the judge. Again, I am not by any means trying to, shred this girl to poor pieces. Because I'm not. The only thing is that if you heard yourself, and if you guys have ever been to a game or anything else, most of the time, whomever is singing the national anthem usually comes out beforehand and they practice. And then obviously when the crowd comes in, when it's their time to shine, then they come out. I don't know if this was the time to shine. I really don't know if this was the time to shine. But you guys are going to hear what you missed last night. Here is Ingrid with the national anthem at the Home Run Derby last night on ESPN.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed by the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say.
All right. I'm going to pause it there for a second. And if you guys, by the way, if you hear some machinery, as for those who are brand new to Martinez & Company, Tuesdays is usually landscaping days. So in case you hear, I'm going to try and drown out as much as much as I try to drown out the noise. So if you guys kind of hear something here, it's right outside the studio window. But this is one of those things that, again, when there's that certain note right in the national anthem, if you sing it normally, you can kind of get away with it. Rick Marcus says, I'm going to be sick. Joey B follows up with my dogs are howling. And he also says, sorry, I had to mute my headphones. Listen, there's just a little bit left, Joey B. It's not too bad. I'd rather be listening to the landscapers outside Angel's window. Just a little bit left, but I need 2 Tylenol, says Joey B. For those who are listening on the radio, explain what when everybody says their comments and they come in, I make sure I put it out there so everybody can follow along. But, when you get to a certain note and you can't hit that note, just listen, fake it till you make it, right? You hear people saying this all the time. Fake it until you make it. And all you got to do is just go out there and be like, all right, you know what? I know I can't hit this note, so just kind of slide into it. You can't be any worse than Carl Lewis. No offense to the guy, but you can't be any worse than that. I got to go work a flight. Rick, thank you very much for tuning in since this morning. I do appreciate it. Go Southwest. By the way, I still have the hat, by the way. And thanks for that as well. I'm pretty sure I'll see you guys down there at Tampa Joe's here as football season getting closer and closer. But again, kudos to this young lady. Sold out crowd out there in Texas. Listen, again, I couldn't do it. So I'm not bringing her down, but it's just certain things that you just kind of like, it's, how you do that, what they call the mall walk, when you're basically walking just a little bit faster. You're not running, you're not sprinting, but you're just walking a little bit faster. Maybe she should have somehow mall voiced her way through it. But again, I'll give it to her. Here's the final, Joey B, if you want to put your headphones back on, you can. But here is the final portion of that national anthem.
Hey, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Now, if you guys did not hear Fergie's rendition, I might bring that up as well. But again, at the very end, when she sold it, basically threw her arms, were like, huh, that was terrific. When you got to do free, listen, I'm horrible at this stuff. But again, I will give it to her because it is tough to do something, not only in front of, let's just say the venue holds 55,000 plus. You also are talking about the people that are tuning in on TV as well on the national network. So that was something. To put in best terms, it was something. Again, God bless her, because I know it's not the easiest thing in the world. She did her best. And I don't know. I don't know what she normally sings. If anybody has ever heard, maybe someone can send me something that I never heard, or maybe I have, but this is probably not her best moment. But either way, she gave it a shot. I just think that you have to kind of wonder, did her agent not stand there, or her, I don't know, do they still even have like vocalists, like a coach, and said, could you just not try to make it your own and just attempt to sing it and let's get on with it? Because I tell you myself, I think if I'm in the stands, honest to goodness, I probably would have chuckled. I probably would have chuckled a little bit. And I don't like to chuckle during a national anthem, but because it's a lot of pride that I take from the anthem itself. But it's just one of those things like, what were you thinking? Honestly, what were you thinking? But hey, to each his own. Fergie, if you guys remember, excuse me as I clear my throat here. Fergie, if you guys remember, that she did like a jazz-ish kind of melody type rendition of the national anthem. And you saw some of the players like Steph Curry, Draymond Green, towards the very end of it, they kind of started chuckling a little bit, because it was the same way. Fergie, when she started hearing the crowd cheer, she thought she was knocking out the ballpark, or knocking out, for that matter, the NBA All-Star game. But in the meantime, it was one of those things like people were just knowing that it was getting to the end of the song. And if you guys could hear, and I'm going to play it for you guys so you can see the comparison, but if you hear the person kind of playing somewhat of a snare drum at 2 times in the song, you guys can hear it where even the person trying to make her follow the beat has to stop and then catch up with her. So it's just certain things, what people do. And again, I'm not mocking anybody because it's tough to do so. But Joey B says Carl Lewis and his Star Spangled Banner may have been worse. 30 years ago yesterday was the Carl Lewis Star Spangled Banner in the Meadowlands, the Nets Bowl games, I believe. And yes, you are correct. He follows up with the best rendition ever, Marvin Gaye, 1983, Los Angeles NBA All-Star Game. Amazing. True, Joey B. Very, very true. That's some good throwback knowledge by you, because he did. Marvin Gaye did an outstanding job. If you guys missed the one from Fergie, now, and usually I don't do the back-to-back playing of bad stuff, but I just want you guys to make the comparison, because again, if I'm going to talk about Ingrid, then the same thing I might, and I talk about myself all the time, so believe me, I'm the worst judge of anything whatsoever. But you guys will now hear Fergie's rendition. Now, I could put up a poll, and you guys can tell me which one is worse. It's up to you to figure out. Take away Carl Lewis, take away just from Fergie and from Ingrid. But here's Fergie's version again. And I want you guys specifically to listen to the guy, like either, tapping on a drum or kind of like doing something with the brush and the drum, but listen to him. And twice he's going to stop because he's trying to keep up with Fergie's notes. Here's Fergie's rendition, the NBA All-Star Game, where she sings the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you
to see by the dawn's early light what so proudly wave at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming in the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave? O'er the land of the free and the home of the
Right, the end, the only thing that was left is someone to say play ball, because again, there were a couple of notes you guys had heard, right? You hear the guy who's trying to keep up the beat with her as he's listening to it in her ears, and he probably, and I'm quite sure if everybody was there, you probably would see him off screen like, am I supposed to keep tap? She's saying, do I tap? Do I keep tap? Oh, keep tapping. Again, I'm not, trust me when I tell you, cannot sing to save my life, but whew. Talk about some back-to-back ones here. As Joey B says a couple comments here, he says, they should have played Fergie's rendition outside Hard Rock Stadium the other night to scare away all the Argentina and Colombia fans away. Yeah, you know what? Might have a good point. I'm going to bring that up too because there's more stuff that's been coming out of there as well. Joey B says, laughing my ass off, even the players are laughing. They were, because you guys can hear at one point when she started singing and peaking, right? She thought everybody was like, yay, but she couldn't hear. There was people starting to laugh. And again, it's a tough song, but she thought she was killing it. In the meantime, some people were just laughing about it. Joey B says the funniest part of it, she thinks she killed it. OMFG, embarrassing. Yeah, it was. Trainwreck TV, which was back then, which, again, listen, things and stuff that's talked about. And then Joey B says, Argentina and Colombian fans falling out of the ventilation system right now after hearing Fergie's rendition. There might be some left over in there. So, yeah, you're probably right, Joey B. But again, listen, it's tough, folks. Don't get me wrong. It is tough. It's tough. It's the national, and you can listen. We've been to a couple of Rays games down here, some of the Bucks games, a handful of Lightning games. Now, Miss Sonia, who does it for the Tampa Bay Lightning, phenomenal job. The only thing, if you guys notice what Miss Sonia is, there is times, and she does a great, beautiful rendition of it. But there's times you can hear there's a transition in her voice that you can hear the Lightning win or the Lightning loss. Think it's not true. If for the ones, some of them that have been broadcast on TV, listen, and you can almost hear where it's almost like a guaranteed win, depending on how great she sings the national anthem. But again, listen, who am I, right? I'm nobody. Just a broadcaster talking on the mic here, just, entertaining you guys. It's just, I don't understand. For that young girl, Ingrid, did someone not say to her, can you just, matter of fact, can you just read it? Can you just read it? Just read. Don't worry about singing. Don't worry about anything else. Just sing, or I don't know, do something. But that was That's pretty bad. And this time of the year, it gets really, really slow as far as the sports world. WNBA, of course, is firing up. They're about halfway through their season already. And there's not much going on. You have baseball. Now we have the All-Star break. So we have the All-Star game tonight that people, I'm pretty sure, will tune in. And I don't know if you guys are with me or not. So what I do like is that they finally had taken away this one matters, meaning that before, if the American League won the All-Star game, then it was awarded to the American League. Me personally, I didn't like that. I thought it was nuts. I just thought whoever had the better record in baseball were the ones that should be hosting it. That's the way I liked it. That's the way they went back to it, and I appreciate that. But I'm just wondering, would you guys? We see now, obviously, with the NFL Pro Bowl, right? It's all flag football now, and that's what they're pushing. They're starting to push more and more of flag football. Not as far as obviously weeks 1 through 17. But they're trying to get younger kids involved, and flag football is really taking off. There's a young lady who came out of Mexico, and she's here in the U.S., and she started a league, and she had no idea how much it was going to end up blowing up as far as the league that she had started. So the NFL took kind of what she's done, and now her league is part of the NFL for the flag football. But I'm just wondering, like in Major League Baseball, it's the All-Star game, right? So the guys just want to have fun. I don't think anybody really wants to kind of take it super serious. Other than obviously your pitching matchup that we're going to have later on for today. I think it was MTV, and might be a far stretch. Joy B, I see her comment. We'll get to it here in a second. But MTV had this thing some years ago where, and it wasn't for the All-Star. I think they kind of grab random people, random players. They put stuff out in the field, or you hit the ball to a certain extent. Is there something, because people, obviously everybody still goes for the home run derby. And they've condensed it to make it shorter because the last couple of years it was really long. So I'm wondering, what if they just kind of changed it up a little bit, just, for the guys to get the break, that midsummer break. It's already been, 82 games that they've already played, and they got another 82 game stretch. So why not just make it fun? Because in all honesty, yes, we already know, usually the American League has been dominant for many years over the National League. And I don't know if that's going to be the case tonight, because who's going to be the starting pitcher for the National League? I just think they ought to just change it up a little bit. Make it make it more entertaining. That's just my opinion. I love the game. As far as the regular game itself, don't ever change it. Meaning the regular season games, not the All-Star. But the All-Star now, since things are kind of changing a little bit, I don't know. I'm just saying change it up a little bit. Joey B follows up with the Boston Bruins singer, bartender, and club level does a great rendition every home game in the Boston Garden. He's a bartender and moonlights as the national anthem singer. Pretty cool. That is pretty cool. And it's just like Miss Sonia, who was with the Air Force, retired Air Force, and she does such a terrific job. I think she's only missed a handful, and I want to say it was when she was ill. But I mean, when I mean a handful, like I don't think she's missed more than 4 since she's been with the Tampa Bay Lightning down here in Tampa. Joey B says, Major League Baseball needs to bring back the home away uniforms, bring back the pageantry of the event. Yeah, that's one. Yeah, I agree. That's what they should do. I'm not a fan. Like last year's uniforms were horrendous. It was bad. It was really bad. This stripe thing there going on last night that we saw from the home run derby, they should. If you're representing your team, then represent your team in the All-Star game. Joey B, I 100% agree with that one. Because that's the way it should be. These goofy uniforms that they have now, like, listen, I'm a Phillies fan, a diehard Philly fan. For those who don't know, I'm originally resided from Philadelphia, moved down here to Tampa in 2018. And the city uniforms that the Phillies have on Fridays, I'm still not a fan. They lost their first game, by the way, in that uniform this past Friday to the Oakland Athletics. By the way, who won the series 2 games out of 3 and hammered the Phillies on Sunday before the All-Star break, 18-3. I mean, you're talking about a Raiders-Eagles game at that point, but I'm not a fan. The city and some teams, like for example, my wife, the Chicago White Sox, the uniform they have, with I think it's called like the South Side. Not a huge fan of it either. I don't know. There's certain uniforms that, yes, you can trying to make it a little bit better. I get it because, like Nike and what is it? Fanatics. Everybody wants to do a different version to kind of splash it up, I guess, if you want to say it throughout the season. Now, Phillies have had powder blue before, which is kind of close to like a North Carolina blue, like the Tar Heel blue, a little bit of a darker blue. We've seen changes. We've had the maroon and white. Now they have the red and white pinstripes. We've seen changes in Philly history, but some of these uniforms that are coming out with is kind of ridiculous. And maybe I'll get into that tomorrow. I'll kind of bring that up as well with the uniforms, because the Houston Texans now have this one ice uniform, which I thought was, it's fire, I guess, and ice, because it's really, really cool the way they did it. And some of the NFL teams, the Eagles finally bought the Kelly Green back. I liked it. I'm an old school fan of the Kelly Green. That other one that they had that looks like a blue hen, I don't know, that ridiculous uniform. I think they've brought it maybe back a handful of times within the last 5 years. But some of these uniforms, listen, when it comes to Major League Baseball, agreed, Joey B, bring back whatever team that you're playing for, because I don't know who's designing this as of late. I really don't. But whoever's designing these uniforms, especially for the All-Star game, is not cool. It's the same way. I don't know if people are fans as we're coming up here on our first break. I don't know if people have, like, for example, Phillies won the World Series in 2008. Very cool hat that they came up with to win a World Series. You take a look at example, and I'm going to jump over to the NHL. Florida Panthers win their first Stanley Cup. I would have thought the NHL and whomever designs their uniform, for the championship would have done a better job, because it just looks like they just took a patch, right? And wrote whatever they wanted to on the patch and basically stuck it onto the hat. Like, there wasn't, to me, when you're wearing something, granted you're paying for it, of course, but when you're wearing something, like, you want to, when a fan sees you, like, wow, look, Panthers guy or Eagles guy or whatever, a Boston Bruins guy. I think it like that wow factor. And to me, for like the Panthers, like that, the Stanley Cup baseball hat that they made kind of was like, that's it. Like, that's, I know it seems silly. I know Lord Stanley is the bigger thing, obviously the better thing that the teams want, because that's what you want your name inscribed. If you guys missed it, I believe the Panthers had just put out yesterday that they finally have their name in history. And I believe the Flyers now have only one more season left from their back-to-back championships in the 60s before they're off Lord Stanley, because obviously they put in New Year. And I believe the way they do it, they go from the bottom to the top. Instead of usually when you think about things, it's always from top to bottom. But the Panthers put it out there. They shared it out with everybody. And, congratulations again to the Florida Panthers for doing so. And for the ESHL team down here, the Florida Everblades, who are the only team to ever win back-to-back ECHL championships. And now they shifted from being with the Florida Panthers to the St. Louis Blues and the Springfield. It'll come to me in a minute. But now they're with the out in Springfield, Massachusetts. It'll come to me. I'll think about it during the break. I'm pretty sure it'll end up popping in. But nonetheless, that's just kind of way. So kind of, getting back to what Joey B was saying as far as uniforms, that's what I think what they should do with the hats as well. So those were your renditions, folks, from Ingrid last night at the All-Star game. Don't forget, there's going to be another national anthem tonight. So if that was the warm-up to tonight, and I haven't seen, I don't think they've posted up there yet. Yet again, I don't know. I've been on air, so I'm not too sure. I would like to see who they're going to have tonight to sing the national anthem, because it, I assume, would have to be a whole lot better. Before we jump into the break here, Joey B says, every 13 years when the bottom band of the Stanley Cup is filled with the names of champions, the top band is removed and retired to be displayed in a vault of the Hockey Hall of Fame in Toronto. Yeah. So I knew it was something like that, because I think I heard about it during the playoffs. By the way, that'd be a cool place to go to, would be to the Hockey Hall of Fame. It would definitely be, I'm pretty sure, a very cool experience. No pun intended, because obviously it's ice. I'm just saying, I think it'd be a really neat experience. So if anybody who's been there, they can talk about it, by all means. Again, phone lines are open, text lines are open, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Of course, you may get the comments here live on the social medias. So you guys, if you're watching on X, you can make your comments there. If you guys are watching over on SR1029thegame.com, you guys can also make your comments live right where you'll see the player where it's playing. There's a little window up there. You can tap on it and make your comments there as well. So by all means, let us know exactly how we're doing. Don't forget to download the all-new digital sports app right from the website, SR1029thegame.com. If you see me put something out on social media and it says BroadStreetSouth.com, obviously you can see that is my company, along with SR1029 and along with Coastal Sports Network. So if you guys see it, right, just don't worry about it. I don't think you're going to a whole different place. It's right there on the homepage. When you scroll down a little bit, you're going to see it on the bottom left. Even if you look at it from your cell phone, you can bring it up, and it's for any device. So you don't have to go to the different stores. Download it directly from the site so you won't miss a show. Also, if you download it, make sure you enable the push notifications. Now, the difference is, unlike other apps, I'm not sending you a notification every 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 5 minutes. The notifications that would be sent would be if there's been an update on the app, if there's been a change in the lineup in the shows. For example, if Q had something coming up and he was going to be not seen or heard for the first hour, maybe he's going to come live from 1 to 2. So that's the reason why the notifications are there. So you won't get bombarded with a bunch of notifications. It's just anything that's new, that's dropped in addition to the network. That's what those are there for. So we appreciate everyone. If you have not downloaded the app, we ask you to please do so. Don't forget to also follow us on CSN Florida on X. On Instagram, it is Coastal Sports Network. Along with Facebook, it is the Coastal Sports Network. So make sure you give us a like, follow, and share with your friends. Therefore, we continue to grow and do great things here on the network for you guys. So I will, like everything else here, let me go down to, let me go back up here. Because one thing I forgot to shift and change, and it's no big deal. But we thank you guys for tuning in. As always, I am Angel Martinez. Martinez coming here 10 to 12, Monday through Friday, minus the hiatus that I was on because I was updating a lot of things, recreating and pivoting over to now Coastal Sports Network. And we thank you guys for the follow. We do appreciate it. And I will bring up Patrick Gilroy's fiance. They're not married yet. Him and his fiance, their podcast. So you guys can give him a follow and listen as well, because you guys heard him mention about it here at the about 9:40-ish hour on the Pete Shepard Show. And Pat's always a great guest. Along with Mick Colaggio, he was on with Pete Shepard. And it's fun to hear stories from those two where you normally wouldn't hear stories like that. And this is kind of like one of the great parts of the year, or the time of the year, is that you'll get to hear stories that you normally want to hear during the season because everybody's busy. We're about close to now a week and some days away from training camp opening and then the NFL season, and everybody gets busy. So this is the time of year people take vacations, they go out with their friends, family, whatever case may be. Wherever you are, make sure you're safe. And don't forget to take care of you and yourselves and your family. So we'll be back with more of Martinez coming here on the Coastal Sports Network. We'll get into a little bit of the WNBA as some teams are shifting, meaning that they're going from 5th to 4th, 1st to 3rd as the WNBA season starts. And we'll get into a couple of headlines out there as well. And then we'll see what your lineup looks like tonight for the Major League Baseball All-Star Game. Don't forget, you can call or text the show 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Right after me, it is my hermano, Rich Q, with Middays with Q from 12 to 2 p.m. right here on the Coastal Sports Network. We'll be back right after this.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IonTP.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey, why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Wow. Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Don't just follow us on the socials. Call or text the show 727-858-6650 and let us know what's on your mind. Now back to Martinez and Company.
All right, welcome back. It is 10:43 here on the East Coast, down here in Tampa, Florida, and on the left coast, which is the West Coast. Now, I don't want anybody to take that out of context. Over on the West Coast, it is 7:43 a.m. We thank you for tuning in here. Martinez Company. We are live Monday through Friday from 10 to 12. I say we as if, I guess if you call me the host and producer, then yes, we are live from 10 to 12, Monday through Friday here on the Coastal Sports Network. You guys can call or text into the show, as Bumper Guy just said, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Of course, you can give us a follow here on CSN Florida on X, both on Instagram And on Facebook, it is Coastal Sports Network. So you guys can give us a follow there as well. I wanted to bring back, because I had mentioned about, let me switch gears because I want to make sure I do this correctly. You guys heard not too long ago, and it just went away. So let me find it and bring it back for you guys. Patrick Gilroy was on with myself and Pete from about 9:40ish this morning. And now I'm making a monkey out of myself because I know, here it is. All right. So he let Pete and myself know. So Patrick Gilroy, if you guys don't follow him, you can follow him here on X. But also, he has a new podcast with himself and his fiance, and it's called Let's Chat with Cat and Pat. Let's Chat with Cat and Pat. 5 days ago, there was episode 24, and the title is Shattered Glass and Independent Ass. If you guys had heard when Peter mentioned it earlier, and it says that it's episode 24 of Let's Chat with Cat and Pat. In this week's episode, Cat and Pat discuss how divorce brings new meaning to Independence Day. Also, Pat had another lawnmower incident leading to a large and unexpected expense, leading yet to another weekend of do-it-yourself home repair. Cat is not pleased. All that and more coming up right now, and that's, again, with Let's Chat with Cat and Pat. So you guys don't follow them, give them a follow here on X. I'm pretty sure they would appreciate it. So that would be as Pat had mentioned, we talk about, as I'll get into some other stuff here in momentarily, but he had mentioned on the show that, on radio, regular terrestrial radio, you're still only allowed to get away with so much. Over on ESPN, it's different with a particular show because the Pat McAfee, what ends up happening is they pay the FCC kind of like in advance for the language they will use. Some people call it foul language, but the language they use, they kind of pay in advance, the FCC, because that was kind of one of the things when they came over from YouTube that they knew they were going to kind of continue going because that's their flow of their show. Not saying that they do it all the time because Pat McAfee does a really good job on his show. So they just kind of, they skirt by paying the fines in advance. And that's why you guys can hear them every once in a while when they curse on the show. But again, it's not like they don't do it all the other time because Pat is a class act. And the last thing that he wants is to lose people, because when you have your own show, folks, the one thing you never want to do is if you're constantly cursing to make a point, people are going to tune out. Let's keep it 100%. If we're going to keep it that way, you want to bring good quality content. And the last thing that you want, and there's nothing wrong. Like, you can just turn around and say what you want, in a manner where people understand. And if you're frustrated sometimes, hey, the best way to say it is whatever on your mind, right? So there's something you feel like, a lot of us, for example, I will use the Eagles from last year. When the Eagles went through that debacle of whatever they want to call the second half of the season, or, after game 10, week 10, that was horrific. And if week 14, someone came on air, they were probably dropping a couple F-bombs in a row because that's kind of like the way you felt in the moment. But the worst thing you want to do is constantly just, drop something or say something that's going to get you into a little bit of trouble. Now, I'm fortunate because I own my own digital radio station and I can say whatever I want to because I'm not regulated by it. But at the same time, too, I'm not trying to take people away because of constantly dropping F-bombs or something else. So I just thought I'd throw it out there because I'm pretty sure with, as Pat was saying before, a lot of the broadcasters that are coming up now are very cookie cutter, meaning that, you're going to hear a lot of, oh, darn, or golly gee, or gosh. And that's fine if that's what you want to listen to. We like to keep things raw and real. So what you're going to hear on this network is evaluated opinions, because we all have opinions, right? They're just like buttholes. Everybody has one. So you want to make sure that whatever it is that you're going to say, you can opinionate yourself, because we don't ever stop anybody from saying whatever they want to here on this network, because that's what you do. You come here, you enjoy yourself, and you have a great time. Kevin was one of our guests yesterday from ESPN, and once he learned he can say whatever he wants to, he is super energy, high charged, and I can't wait to have him back. But because he does the late night anchors on ESPN, it's kind of hard to grab him during the day. Yesterday, he was nice enough or cordial enough to come on with Pete and myself in the morning, so that he can come on and share his thoughts with us. So that's that. But getting back to what was the fallout over the weekend at Hard Rock Stadium. Now, eventually, someone would have to pay for this, right? And I don't mean even damages. And there's tons of pictures you guys can see over on X, a ton of pictures that you guys can see. And it's, I mean, the escalators, the glass escalators are broken. There was people that were climbing where the ticket mezzanine is, like the overhang. They were stepping on that to climb into the venue. Then on top of climbing in through there, if that wasn't enough, some of them were going off to a side gate and basically coming onto there and then hopping over to get in, which is the ramps when you're coming down from the Hard Rock Stadium. You know, basically they were climbing up there to get into the venue. And then people were recording them. So it wasn't like, you know, I don't know what they would end up doing with it other than maybe if the cops finally decide they want to prosecute these people, how they're going to find them is beyond me, you know, face recognition, whatever the case may be. But that melee, what happened, the women that were getting trampled along with the children, I mean, you could see there was one cop in particular that was by this little kind of like white metal fence that was, you know, that would normally lead people up to where you would scan your ticket. There was 2 kids in particular he pulled out because he's, you know, as people were pushing now the line to get pushed all the way through, they were getting crushed. And there was this other young girl that was with, I don't know if it was a brother, boyfriend, husband, whatever case it would be, but she kept looking back at him like she was just getting crushed. Like she just felt the impact from it. And then eventually, you know, the animals pretty much let loose, and then the poor girl was getting trampled, and the officer that was there was doing the right thing by trying and attempting to pick her up to get her out of harm's way, because all these people came beelining in there and they couldn't do anything about it. Now, there was other videos that people had talked about that they had spent between $2,000 to $3,000 on tickets, and they were outside the venue and they couldn't get in. And these were legitimate ticket holders. But what can you do? Everybody who went up in the stands who didn't purchase a ticket were now in their seats. So what do? And Rich even mentioned it yesterday on his show. What happens if you turned around and came over to the speaker system, the PA system, and when it said, we are not having tonight's event, it is canceled because of, and however they want to word it, and or we are going to continue to delay this game if everyone does not exit out the venue now, and then bring back the orderly process. That didn't happen. So a lot of people were out, and I hope Ticketmaster, when they see all the videos and stuff, I think they should do the right thing, whether it be in StubHub, whomever, return that money back to those people because they didn't get inside the venue. Not because they didn't make it there. They weren't able to get in because someone else took their spot. And StubHub and Ticketmaster and whoever else is out there, they'll notice it because it was never scanned. So I think they should just end up taking it back. But Copa America Colombian soccer president arrested after loss to the Argentina in chaotic final. Incident was one of the several at Hard Rock Stadium on Sunday night. And again, if you guys missed it, ESPN had talked about it, I believe, Sunday into Monday. There were a lot of videos that went out yesterday. There's still more pictures and videos being released by people who were there at the venue and probably were complete, loss of words of what was going on. But the president of the Colombian Football Federation was arrested early Monday morning after their teams lost to Argentina in the Copa America final at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami Gardens, Florida. Ramon Jesurón, who also serves as CONMEBOL vice president and holds a spot on the FIFA Council, was arrested with his son around 12:20 a.m. Monday. Jesurón, 71, was accused of fighting multiple security guards alongside with his 43-year-old son, Ramon Yamil Jesurón, inside the stadium after the game ended. Well, talking about adding, insult to injury? Now you get, the team that was there, right? The security team was there, was trying to do the best they possibly do to make sure these people weren't put in harm's way. And now this guy, the president, and his son are now fighting people, which doesn't make any sense. All right, moving on. According to WPLG, Jesurón and his son became irate at a security guard inside a tunnel at the stadium and started shouting at him when they weren't allowed to pass through. The incident became physical, and Jesurón pushed the guard Per the report, the younger Jesurón then allegedly grabbed the guard's neck and punched him. The incident escalated from there as 7 more security officers got involved. Video of the altercation was shown on social media by Fox Sports Mexico. Now, I haven't seen it yet, so I can't get to it at the moment, but I'm pretty sure it's out there. The 2 men were booked in a local jail around 4:15 Monday morning. According to the Miami Herald, they were both charged with 3 counts of battery against a specified official or employee. The incident was one of numerous issues that took place during Argentina's 1-0 win over Colombia on Sunday night in South Florida. At least 27 people were arrested and 55 people were ejected from the stadium after ticketless fans pushed through barriers, scaled walls and fences, and even tried to enter a stadium through a vent. And if you guys didn't see that video, that stuff, you guys heard me mention it yesterday, it is stuff that you normally see in third world countries. We have never seen anything like that here in America. Now, not to say there are not people from every era. We know sometimes there's a gate that's unattended, like, well, if no one sees me, right, you get in. Maybe 2 people, maybe. At Citizens Bank Park, before I moved here, the last game that I saw in April, and the DJ will come to mind, the EDM DJ that was there, you had to pay, I think it was like $10 more for this like electronic bracelet. And what it did was it allowed you access onto the field. And so they did it 2 ways. They were bringing people in from the outfield to come into the center stage. And then you can come down by home plate. They had opened up the gate momentarily so they can allow fans in that way. Well, there was a lot of people that decided, nope, we're not going to do that. We're just going to go ahead and jump into the field. And the way they jumped in, the cops jumped them back out. So it was nuts for about 2 or 3 minutes. But the Philly police were pretty quick upon responding because pay the extra $10. I think, honestly, that game cost me $7 to get in. And again, I remember, it wasn't Calvin Harris, but I remember who the artist was because one of my favorite ones. It's just having a brain cramp at the moment. But he put on a great show, great light shows. You guys know if you've ever been to an EDM concert, a lot of it's filled with a lot of bright lighting, which is just kind of like energetic. So if you're asleep and you're dragging, you go to an EDM concert, there's no way. My wife and I had passed by one, it's been maybe 2 years, by Raymond James Stadium. We were coming from a hockey game, and there was an EDM concert weekend. And for those who don't understand what I'm saying, EDM as in electronic dance music used to be called club music. So we're driving by. We were probably 3 blocks away, and we could hear the music. As we're passing by the venue, it's like they took the sound from inside the stadium, put it in our car for the next 5 blocks. That's how loud it was. But again, that's what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be filled with energy. But I've never seen it here in America where people have jumped in, not a Super Bowl venue, nothing else like that. This should now be something that America is looking at, because the next 2 years, we're about to get infiltrated with a lot of soccer events, big ones that are coming up. Even matter of fact, at the Orlando Camping World, even there, and there's a lot of soccer fans in Orlando, a ton of soccer fans here in Florida. They don't even go that crazy. So I don't know what the deal was. Again, maybe people put something out there in the Spanish social medias. I don't know. All I know, there was a ton of folks that were there. Joey B chimes in and says, what a mess. Soccer, sports in general, amazing. President and son fighting is ridiculous. It is. It is absolutely ridiculous. And like I said, there was a lot of people. If you guys haven't seen, well, you know what? There's. Let me see if I can bring these up. Give me a second. I'll bring this up because usually when Pete's on, I'm able to do the double duties. But I want you guys to see so you guys can see exactly what I'm talking about here. I want to make sure I switch this over so you guys can see it. Now, in this video, if you're listening in on the digital sports radio app on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game, if you go back on X, right, and you'll see it, there's tons of videos that are posted up there. You'll see the melee, what was going on here at the Miami Gardens. But so if you're watching with me here on the socials, on X, and on Sports Radio 102.9 or SR, SR1029thegame.com, what you will see is there's an officer just on the screen, depending on which way you look at it, to the left. You'll see a gentleman in a white t-shirt and his wife just to the left of them. There's one to the right, but to the left of them, there's a small white fence that's a small barricade fence. It's not like the one that's around the stadium. And that's usually to, again, have people go in a certain direction so they can scan their ticket. Well, what you will see is the one officer who tries to push people around. I don't know. I mean, that didn't get him anywhere. But the other gentleman who pulled two kids away from harm's way, and then the poor lady that you guys will see who ended up falling down and then started getting trampled on. And the officer that was there was trying to do everything that he possibly could to get this young lady out of harm's way. So if you guys have not seen this, here is what happened Sunday out there in Miami. Make sure I bring up proper volume so you guys can hear it as well. So there you see, I'm going to pause here for a second so you guys can kind of follow along. And if you're listening in on the Digital Sports Radio app, here he takes, right, the counterterrorism police from Miami-Dade County Police Department. And you can see the girl is crying. So and you got to understand something. Not every single gate is open. So these people are trying to push everybody who's up front out of the way. On top of what you guys will also see, there's a gentleman that's next to, just to the, in front of a ticket usher. He starts getting shoved by a police officer and he's trying to tell him, I have a ticket. I'm not the one that's causing this melee. But what you'll also see just directly to the right at that officer is a young lady I was talking about. Like I said, I don't know if that's, a wife, daughter, whatever the case may be, but you'll see her reaction where that small fence falls. You'll see how she gets trampled on. So here's the rest of the video. Again, never in my lifetime, never in a million years did I ever think I would see something like this in the U.S. Never. You saw the one lady who was in the Columbia attire who was looking for what I presume was her daughter, and she was just hysterical. I mean, how would you feel? Your child now is getting not only trampled over, but now she's in the venue, but because this wave of humans comes, now she's in the mix of all these people. This poor lady, I hope she found her daughter. I hope so. I hope everybody who brought a child there was reunited with their child. But something like this, it should have never happened in the first place. Now, yesterday I had mentioned on Pete's show, I also mentioned it on my hermano's show, Rich Q, Middays with Q. Do we need a National Guard now? Do we need a National Guard at an event like this when it comes to soccer? It has grown. I know a lot of people don't think that soccer is huge here in America. It is. It has grown because of the influx of people who have come to the U.S. And there's a lot of soccer fans who have been here for many years, have now seen where it just went, talked about on a street corner to now where everybody sees it everywhere. There's teams that are being built everywhere. You have the Women's League, right? The Tampa Bay Sun Club right here in the football club in Tampa that's ready to kick off their season here in less than about a month and a half. as they're trying out and adding additions to their lineup. It should have never happened. I hope it never happens again. Honestly, I really don't, because that's tough to watch. It really is. And not even to include, like I said, there was another one where people were climbing into the fence. And I've never understood it. It doesn't make any sense. But now, this is what ends up happening. It's completely nuts. And then you have, again, the Columbia Soccer president. You get into a fight at 12:20. Like, thankfully, the rest of the event, no one ran out to the field. I think the biggest fear, I'm pretty sure the law enforcement had that night was like, please, dear God, let's hope that these people, the way they acted to go into the venue, that they don't act like that and jump out in the field and harm any of the athletes or the children that were in place. But then the pictures that came out showing the destruction at Hard Rock, and then who pays for that, right? People think, well, you have insurance, you pay for it. Everybody pays for it. Everybody. Just like people who like to go into these stores, California, number one, should be completely ashamed of themselves when you are basically encouraging people to go into the stores and steal. There are signs that are posted up there, all right? But don't steal more than $950 worth of items. How do you think the people who own these stores that have worked their butts off to be able to have a small business, I don't even care if it's a large business, but you're telling them to go in and just, go shop, do whatever you want. They have insurance, then we paid for it. Listen, I have a great driving record, but my insurance premium also pays for people who don't have great driving records. People know this. Before I used to pay $78. I think now I'm up to $246. No tickets, no accidents, right? Nothing. But because of other folks, then the insurance companies, if you guys know it, the insurance companies are what? They're never in it to lose. They're in it to win it. So unfortunately, the people who have good driving records, they just turn around and say, I understand. I hear what you're saying, Mr. Martinez, but, because of others, you got to pay for it, whether you like it or not. It sucks that it's part of reality, but it is. So unfortunately, until people start learning that we need to be civilized citizens, then do so. Because for all these different things, so now the Hard Rock's got to make all these really unnecessary repairs because they weren't there prior to this event. Now they got to put all this stuff together and get this ready for the fans that are coming next month to the Hard Rock to watch the Miami Dolphins go play in, whether it's a practice venue, because we've seen it, the Eagles do it at Lincoln Financial Field. Before preseason starts, you can go out to their open practices, and most of the time they do it at their stadiums. So now the Hard Rock's got to put all this money together and do all this stuff in the hopes that something like this doesn't happen again. So I wanted to share that story because I couldn't believe that this guy's getting arrested. All arrested. The one that it should have taken matters and said, you know what, we need to do something better. He didn't. He chose to be a part of what people thought was, I don't know if you want to call it okie dokie or whatever else you want to mention from it, but that's it. Bronny, by the way, continues to struggle during the summer league. He continues to struggle. So we'll get into that on the other side of the break here. But yeah. And we'll also talk about Senor Hernandez, who won the home run derby, and Alec Boehm, who almost made it to the finals, but obviously almost doesn't get to the finals. But first Dodger ever to win the home run derby. So we'll get into a little bit of Bronny, a little bit into the batting championship there was last night. And by the way, people are telling Tiger to retire, and he's basically telling them, I have up until 60 years old before I decide if I want to retire. So Tiger's not done yet. And if he still feels good enough to play, hey, you know what? Keep playing, keep teeing off, and then just make others upset. I don't know what else to say, but Tiger can keep doing Tiger things, and it will be just fine. All right. So don't forget, you guys can call or text into the show. Once again, 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Make your comments on the social medias. Don't forget to download the all-new digital sports app over directly on the website, SR1029thegame.com. It is right on the home landing page. Download it so if things happen, which again, you know, I feel bad for X because it was probably something that was just a minor mistake, but now a lot of folks that you normally hear and see in the morning aren't able to do their shows because of a minor glitch. Hopefully they'll get straightened out by the end of the week, but thankfully I was able to get the show fired up today on X. But in case it happens again, at least if you have the digital sports app, you can watch the show live. And then if you're jumping in a car and you're going somewhere else, well, now you can still catch up with the show because you just pause the live show and hit the radio player and it'll pick up right where it left off. So that's the amazing part about the new app. Joey B, before I go into the break here, says, Tiger has earned the right to play as long as he wants. Good or bad, he's earned the right. True. Very true. Listen, and he's had a shady past, but a lot of people have had as well. So it doesn't matter. I guess what he did off the field, it kind of mattered because obviously it carried on to on the field. But yeah, he's earned it. And his son, I'm pretty sure, is going to come up. And I don't know if he's going to be as good as Tiger, but eventually you got to take over what his legacy is, right? Bronny, I'm not going to get too hard on him, but I think he should have stayed another year in college. Just my opinion. You're struggling right now just in the summer league. Maybe your dad rushed you and put more pressure that you didn't need. And who knows? There's still, about another 2 weeks left? Nah, not even that. About another week maybe left of the NBA Summer League because the TBL starts their Summer League from the 18th of July to the 20th of July. But yeah, I don't know. Just saying. I think maybe Bronny should have stayed another year, developed a little bit more, and then take a look. But I know LeBron's years are also coming down. He also got a nice contract from LA. I think it was like 1 year, some $240 million, something ridiculous to that nature. So anyways, so Bronny's struggling. Tiger Woods, people are telling him to go ahead and retire. He's not doing so. We'll get into a little bit more after the break here. You are listening to Martinez, the company that normally comes live Monday through Friday from 10 to 12 in the morning right here on the Coastal Sports Network. Don't forget, you can call or text the show at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. We are taking a break. We'll be right back.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this.
that you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Download the Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game app and tell your friends that Florida has a new leader in digital sports radio.
All right, welcome back to 45 or so, less than that to go before Middays with Q comes up right behind me. Mary Mono, Rich Quinones, Middays with Q right here on the Coastal Sports Network from 12 to 2 p.m. The Midday Show with the feisty Hispanic himself, Rich Q. He is on from 12 to 2. Don't forget to start your day with Pete Shepard with the Pete Shepard Show, 7 to 10 a.m. Right here on the Coastal Sports Network. Also, you guys can follow us on CSN Florida, our social handle on X, on Instagram and Facebook, Coastal Sports Network. So you guys can give us a follow. Therefore, you won't miss anything that we post up there, and we would appreciate it as well. Don't forget to download the app, as Bumper Guy just said, over directly on the website, sr1029thegame.com. So thank you all for tuning in, for staying with me here from the Pete Shepard Show. Over to Martinez Company. I am Angel Martinez, host here, executive producer of the Coastal Sports Network, Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game, also along with Broad Street South. So thank you guys for watching the show. We do appreciate it. Of course, you can make your comments here on the socials, and you can call and or text into the show at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Now, Bronny James, and you guys can make your comments. I'm pretty sure Joey B, I'd love to get his comment as well. But Joey B, or excuse me, Bronny, not Joey B. LeBron wants to play with his son. That wasn't a mystery to anybody, or it wasn't like it was something that people didn't want to talk about. LeBron James wanted to play with his son before he retired. Now, we also saw LeBron James in Cleveland during the NBA playoffs, and people wondered, is this a move? Could it be that he's going back to maybe going back to Cleveland? Because remember, don't forget that we had Dan Hurley in discussions with Jeannie Buss about becoming a Laker. Well, that didn't come to fruition. He went back to UConn. I thought he should stay at UConn as well because of what he's developing out there in UConn. I mean, you got Coach Gino for the women. Now you got Coach Dan for the men. I mean, they're building a powerhouse out there in UConn. So I thought he should have stayed right where he was. They were entertaining it. I thought the only way that Dan and his wife were going to move to LA would have been at least 10 years, $100 million. I think at minimum. I don't think it was even as much as the money as what we've seen that's come out of LA. And who knows if the current coach will be there past 2 years. Who knows? Now, there's nothing to say either that Bronny and LeBron, because don't forget now, LeBron only has a 1 year deal from the 1 year deal from the Lakers. So it could be a good possibility that LeBron heads back to Cleveland, where it all started. Why not? Set up your son with what? A kind of a multi-year deal. He got a, whatever the contract extension, blah, 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 for the rookie, maxed, so on and so forth from the Lakers. Doesn't mean anything because you guys know LeBron runs the Lakers. LeBron could also run Cleveland if he wanted to. He can take the family legacy back to Cleveland where it all started. But Bronny not doing too well during the summer league. It's also been told that it's a good possibility he'll be heading to Australia to play out there, possibly playing the G League before he plays in LA. I don't know if that's the case because LeBron is really pushing his son just like any other dad would, but he's really trying to push his son to better up his game. That's what he wants for his son. And hey, if he can do so, terrific. That's great if that's the case. And maybe it'll happen. I don't know. But last night in Vegas, it was another rough night for Bronny James and the Los Angeles Lakers. As the defending champion Boston Celtics took care of business Monday night and won 88-74, James took the court to thunderous applause as fans packed the Thomas and Mack Center for the final game of day 3 of the Summer League. Unfortunately, it wasn't their breakthrough performance they were hoping for, and many fans opted to leave the arena before the fourth quarter began. Now, I was there last year. I had a lot of fun. David Magley, it was really cool to hang with him. And we were at the Summer League games. He treated me out to a game. It was so much fun. I had probably the best time with him out there in Vegas. Of course, him and his wife, Evelyn. Evelyn is the first Black female owner to own a men's team, yet own a men's basketball team. She has grown this league within in the 5 years. They now have the Basketball Super League, which was the old National Basketball League of Canada, and now became the Basketball Super League. That was the first year. They did so, and Evelyn and David had done a really good job with the Basketball League. But we were there last summer for the Basketball League's own summer camp. This year, by the way, if you guys want to try out for the Basketball League, which is basically, so you have the Basketball League, G League, NBA. And by the way, they take things serious. There's a guy who posted up there on YouTube about 2 years ago when he went to go try out for the G League and realized how tough it actually is. Like, they don't, listen, Commissioner Wiley, the coaches that are there, they don't take this stuff lightly. They don't look at themselves like some sort of high school has-been team. They're looking at themselves as if they're the junior version of the NBA. So if you think you have what it takes and you want to go out there, it's July 18th through the 20th over at the YMCA Center in Vegas, and you can go to the basketballleague.com and take a look at their stuff there. You can, depending on what team you land with, your team, if you win it at the end, could bring home 10 grand. Now, of course, it's going to be split up within the teams, but it's the first time they've ever had a cash incentive. And they mentioned it last year when they were thinking about doing it this year, and it's come to fruition. So to David and Evelyn, hats off to you guys, because they continue to do bigger and better things here with the Basketball League. But last night, and the reason why I brought it up, because that Thomas and Mack Center, Vegas, it's time. It really needs a makeover. Really needs a makeover. And by the way, if you guys have not been to the Summer League, there's different spots, different little venues within the Mack Center that you guys can go and take a look. You know, obviously they have kiosks for merchandise, stuff like that. There was one place that had, and I don't know if it's there this year, I'm just going by what happened last year. There was a place where you can go and grab a cocktail, you know, adult beverage, and you could take a picture by this like neon-ish looking thing. I know like in St. Pete, they have a place where you can go and either take your professional photographer or you and your iPhone or, you know, Samsung, whatever, and go down there and take these different pictures in all these little different spots. Just to enter that area was $500. Call me nuts. I'm not going somewhere to spend that kind of crazy money just to be able to take a picture. And I don't even know how much a drink was. We happened to walk through there because David knew the person that was there. And so we just did a kind of like a little quick tour, went in, came back out, and I just had this look on my face like, no way it's worth that. But I think the Thomas & Mack Center needs an upgrade. I mean, listen, Vegas, you guys are making some good money, especially after the pandemic when people finally decided to go out and travel and stuff like that. I mean, they get a good crowd. There is a lot of folks. I was surprised how many folks, and yes, it's hot. If you're used to Florida heat down here with 1,000% humidity, going to Vegas at 118 degrees, it's like a walk in the park. But when you're there at the venue, the numerous amount of people, now there's a lot of folks that come in, obviously from California, a lot of basketball fans that are there from Nevada, Arizona and stuff, but there's a lot of folks that make the trip from the East Coast over to the 2-week Summer League series. But it's a good time. They need to give that a little upgrade, a little makeover. It'd be really nice. James didn't get nearly the same amount of looks at the rim and went 1 of 5 from the field, 0 of 3 from three-point land. Big struggle, big time there. Then again, LeBron doesn't try to live and die by the three either. His lone bucket came with 4 minutes left in the game, and the entire arena erupted. James finished with 3 rebounds, 2 points, 1 assist, 1 block in 25 minutes. It was a good start defensively as James made his presence known early with a monster block in the fourth quarter. In the second half, the Lakers struggled to get an offensive rhythm, and the Celtics ran a 5-man out offense that led the Lakers chasing on defense. Dalton Knecht, the Lakers' number 17 draft pick out of Tennessee, finished with 19 points, and Max Lewis added 13 points, 3 rebounds, and 2 assists for LA. The Celtics were led by Neemias Queta. Hopefully I'm saying the name correctly. If not, I apologize. Who finished with 22 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 blocks, while J.D. Davison added 9 points and 7 assists. James didn't shoot well in his first Vegas Summer League showing, going 0 for 8 from 3-point range and posting 8 points and 5 rebounds. He was visibly frustrated, telling reporters, quote, "I just feel like I'm a little slumped right now. My shot wasn't falling today, but I just need to continue to get the reps in and get better," end quote. James knows his limitations and acknowledges he never is going to be number 1 option like his dad, LeBron. Now, I'm going to stop that there because that's something really big from your son to acknowledge that maybe you won't be as great as your dad. And listen, it comes, very far and few in between. Don't forget, Tom Brady has a son. Will Tom Brady be as great as Tom Brady? In those words, I thought would have never come out of my mouth. But again, he's not playing anymore, so I guess I can say it. But will he ever be as great as dad? No. Well, Bronny, even the younger one that's still in college, that is, for all intents and purposes, is going to be a lot better than Bronny. These guys come far and few in between. Warren Moon, another one, right? Phenomenal player. Deion Sanders, his son who's a quarterback. The expectations when your father is an athlete, no different. Like, for example, when you got Beyonce, right? Her daughter, to be bigger than mom, it's going to take a lot. And I mean a whole lot to be better than mom. When she's got, the dance moves, when she has, the vocals, she just dropped her country album. In order, just like J-Lo. I can just go on with numerous names of people, even broadcasters for that matter. To be bigger than your parent, it's tough. But it's nice that Bronny acknowledging, listen, he's trying his best, right? He's not going to be his dad. And let's be real. It's tough to live up to LeBron hype. And so I applaud him for at least saying that he may not be as good as his dad, but he's trying. Can't hurt him for trying. He'll get better. Hopefully he gets the right coaches. He gets the right people to make his skills even better. And we'll see what happens after the Summer League is over. Does he go to Australia? Does he happen to go down to the G League? I don't know. Hopefully LeBron doesn't put too much pressure on him to say, I want you to play with LA by midseason, but we'll see. And don't forget, they also got that goofy tournament that I couldn't stand last year that LA won, and they rose a banner like they won the NBA finals. Just that in-game tournament nonsense. It should never come to place. I couldn't stand the floors, that paint job they did on some of these arenas, whatever. But again, the NBA, as they're trying to recreate themselves, which truthfully, they don't have to. Don't touch the product. The product is fine. Don't try to reinvent it. Those of us who love basketball love it for the game, just like we love Major League Baseball. Same way like we love the NFL. But just don't change it. Leave it the way it is. He's been, and by he, meaning Bronny, he's been a solid contributing piece to much more ball-dominant players his entire career and studies players at the NBA level who fit his playing style. I watch a lot of Davion Mitchell, Drew Holiday, Derek White, James said at the NBA Draft Combine. Though the guys that excel in their role are locked into what they're supposed to do. My goal really isn't to be that guy. There's a lot of guys in the NBA that have that role already. James was the number 55 pick in the draft and will need some reps in the G League before he can contribute any meaningful minutes on the Lakers. The franchise is going to be patient with his development, but even with his inconsistent shooting, he's showing promise as an on-ball defender who can switch along the perimeter and has the athleticism to drop down and block shots. Now, you guys hear, if you guys don't know, there's a show also on the Coastal Sports Network Wednesday nights at 8 p.m. called Talking Hoops. That's with Coach Johnson, Coach Mack, and Ron Briscoe. Ron Briscoe, of course, has many years in basketball, worked for Nike as well, has done a lot. He's done a lot for the game of basketball. I mean, he's watched kids. Matter of fact, last week we had Darius Rice on with us, and hopefully he'll be on with us tomorrow again. But people come on the show, and Ron's like, it's funny because I'll say, oh, Ron, I didn't know you were going to be here. Ron Briscoe is not a gentleman who he doesn't like boast himself. You'll never hear Ron like Ricky, and I loved Ricky Henderson. Ricky Henderson would crack me up when he talked about himself in third person all the time. And it's probably the only person in my lifetime that I ever heard talk about themselves in third person. And it was enjoyable. Like the Ricky Henderson stole the base. The Ricky Henderson did this. It was great. Ricky Henderson was phenomenal. But Ron Briscoe has never, as long as I've known him, has never talked about himself like I'm the best thing since sliced bread. When the people, and he's been on with me here, Martinez Company, he'll probably be on with me later on this week. When he's on, no matter what guest is on, you'll like, it's funny how they just sing accolades about Ron, and Ron just takes to like, thank you. He's very, very humble. Very, very humble. Big Sarge, another good friend of mine as well, who covers a lot of Houston Rockets, Houston Texans, and covers the Astros as well. Another guy, very humble. And he's come across a lot of people. You never hear him bragging boast about himself. Bronny knows that he's got a lot to deal with. And the reason why I brought up Talking Hoops is because the host, Coach Johnson, is an uber Lakers fan, and we like to give her a hard time. And again, because we love to have fun, folks. We're well opinionated. We like to have fun. We bring our professional game, but at the same time, too, let's be real here. We love to tease each other because that's what we do. But anyways, we like to give Coach Johnson a hard time because she's a huge fan, right? Huge fan of Lakers. Is a fan of LeBron. I probably wouldn't say it's her favorite Laker of all time. But they enjoy talking about it on Wednesday nights. So if you guys miss it, Wednesday nights, 8:00, Talking Hoops with Coach Johnson, Coach Mack, and Ron Briscoe, who do a phenomenal job here on the Coastal Sports Network. But Bronny knows that to step into his father's shoes, those are big shoes to fill, literally big shoes to fill. But it's nice that he actually acknowledges that, listen, I'm not going to be the go-to guy. And who knows, Bronny could evolve into something really big. I could be critical of him, but then again, I never got drafted into the NBA, but I'm not being critical, meaning that I'm going to put the man down, the young man down. It's just meaning that he probably should have just stayed that additional year. But again, hopefully, as you guys heard here not so long ago, the Lakers will take their time with him, have the patience, get him up to par. So eventually when he comes away from the G League and walks into the NBA to be a part of the Lakers, he'll be better. So we'll see. We'll all keep track of what's going on with him. The other news to share was with Tiger Woods, because some people are telling Tiger to retire. Now, I don't know what it is too with the British Open. I guess this time of the year when they're over there, it's like a rain cold fest. I don't know what it is, but anyways, at the British Open, Tiger Woods pushes back hard on call for retirement. I would too. Joey B mentioned it earlier, right? He does have that right, just like LeBron. They have the right to play until they want to. Tom Brady, right? Chose to play. 45. Chose to play. But Tom Brady also went back and said that he wished he was a little more kind of relaxed so he could enjoy himself a little bit more with his teammates. But you live and learn, and he'll figure out now as a broadcaster that yes, you could take yourself a little serious, but have fun with it too. And so with Tiger Woods, I don't know why in the world some people are even coming down of why he wants to retire when Tiger Woods knows that he can no longer swing the club. We saw the accident a couple years ago, it was about maybe 2 years ago or so, rolled down the embankment. Lucky that he's still alive to this day. But at the same time, he's still playing. No one's telling him anything any different, right? Tiger's Tiger. Tiger's going to do what Tiger feels like it's going to be right for him. And God bless him. That's what's going to happen. Anyway, so at the British Open, the finest perk of winning a major might just be the way it can impact literally the rest of an entire career. And even a single major victory guarantees that no matter what else happens in your career, you'll be playing that major for years, even decades into the future. But then the opposite corollary is true. If you can't manage to secure that major win, it will haunt you for the rest of your days. Tiger Woods hasn't won the British Open since 2006. It's a long time. Not that I'm pretty sure he's trying to win it one more time before he finally decides to take the golf cleats away. But he still won it 3 times, which is 3 times more than you, me, or Colin Montgomery have won it. True. Monty is many things, a decorated professional, a Ryder Cup champion, but he never won the British Open, only coming as close as a solo second place finish in 2005. He's played the tournament only once in the past 14 years, finishing 78th in 2016. Last weekend, Montgomery made the call for Woods to retire once and for all. Now, quote, aren't we there? I have thought about it, but we were past there. Montgomery said, this is a time for all sportsmen to say goodbye, but it's very difficult to tell the Tiger it's time to go. I don't know if I necessarily would have said that, but you know what? Again, to each his own, we're all entitled to our own opinions, and that's good because maybe the way he just kind of came across, he just wanted to say, hey, listen, maybe Tiger's thinking about it, but we're going to mention it, and there's nothing wrong with that. Woods hasn't finished higher than tied for 37th in any major since the 2020s, and he's withdrawn from or missed the cut at 5 of the past 6 majors he's played. But even if his game has softened, his competitive edge hasn't. As prior to this week's British Open about Montgomery's call for him to hang it up, Woods grinned. Quote, as a past champion, I'm exempt until I'm 60, Woods said. Colin's not. He's not a past champion, so he's not exempt. So he doesn't get the opportunity to make the decision. I do. End quote. Tiger's right. No matter which way you look, even if you're not a Tiger Woods fan, he is right. Whether he likes it or not. Woods continues to attempt to recover from a series of injuries and surgeries. If there's a positive to take from his appearance at Troon this week, it's that, in fact, that this is the first year since 2019 that he'll even tee it up in all 4 majors. I've been training a lot better. We've been busting it pretty hard in the gym, which has been good. Body's feeling a bit better to be able to do such things, and it translates on being able to hit the ball better, he said. I'm able to do some things that I haven't done all year, which is nice. Woods touched on a range of topics at his news conference, including the reason why he wasn't able to serve as the Ryder Cup captain for 2025, a job that eventually went to Keegan Bradley. Quote, I just didn't feel like I could do the job properly. I couldn't even devote the time, he said. I barely had enough time to do what I'm doing right now and add in the TGL starts next year, as well as the Ryder Cup. You add all that together, and then with our negotiations with the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, all that concurrently going on exactly at the same time, there's only so many hours in a day, end quote. It's true. It is very true. And again, listen, Tiger can do whatever Tiger wants. If he doesn't want to retire right now, he doesn't have to. Whether we like it or not, Tiger Woods, listen, I may not be the biggest golf advocate. I may not go out to the range a whole lot of times. I may watch it on TV. Would it be nice to see him win one more, at least maybe 2 more majors before he decides to call it, a career? It would be nice, but it's up to Tiger. Tiger can do Tiger things, and Tiger will continue to do Tiger things. That's what he do. All right. After the break, before Maya Hermano comes on, we'll talk about Knicks owner who's ripping the NBA revenue sharing. That one is a little spicy meatball. Not too much, but just enough. Thank you guys once again for tuning in here on these social media platforms. Of course, on X, you guys can give us a follow at CSN Florida. CSN Florida on X. On Facebook, on Instagram, it is Coastal Sports Network. You guys can download the all-new digital sports radio app at sr1029thegame.com. It is right on the landing page, so you guys won't miss a show in case things that we've seen the last 2 days on X hasn't happened. And thankfully this morning I was able to get it kicked off and fired off. But in case you missed it, you guys can watch the show live and listen to the show live right on the app. By the way, you can also text the show live and call the show live, which means you can call right into the studio. And you can also text in or call the show, even if you don't have the app downloaded, at 727-858-6650, 727-858-6650. Don't forget to start the morning off here on the Coastal Sports Network with Pete Shepard and the Pete Shepard Show from 7 to 10 a.m. Also with my hermano from 12 to 2, the midday show, Rich Quinones with Middays with Q. And of course, myself, Angel Martinez here. Martinez Company from 10 to 12, the mid-morning show, as I executive produce for all shows, including host of my own here from 10 to 12. Then, of course, I produce for my hermano and sit in the co-host chair with him from 12 to 2. So thank you all for tuning in. Don't forget to download the app. Also follow us on the socials. And by the way, if you guys are on Spotify or on iHeart, we are listed on there as well. So if you guys need the audio download to the shows, I make them available for you over on iHeart and Spotify and Panda and anywhere and everywhere you get your audio downloads from. Just look for the Coastal Sports Network. You guys can find us and then download the shows so you never miss a thing. So after this break, we'll get into a little bit more, as I had mentioned, where the Knicks are a little bit upset. So here's a word from our sponsor. Also, don't forget to follow Ion TV for the latest in news, weather, and traffic. Follow, as we are powered by Ion TV, so you guys know what's going on here locally on 589, 275, 75, I-4, Howard Franklin, Gainey Bridge. Keep up to date. Follow him on the social, on Twitter. He is very active on Twitter, very active on Facebook. So you guys, if you're out and about, you live here locally in the area, you can find out if there's anything going on here locally. Detours, as he put out over the weekend, McMullen Booth Road, out there by Curlew Road, there's a sinkhole. They got to fill it back in. That is a major artery. So normally everybody tries to stay off of 19, and they take McMullen Booth Road because there's less traffic. Now, because they got to close down to only one lane getting by, it's going to be a little bit tough until they fill that sinkhole back in. Don't forget to follow Ion Tampa Bay at and visit our website, by the way, too, iontb.com, iontampabay.com. All right. So after the break, we'll get into a little bit more. You are listening to Martinez & Company right here on the Coastal Sports Network.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Andersen windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Andersen windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, iontb.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Don't just follow us on the socials. Call or text the show 727-858-6650 and let us know what's on your mind. Now back to Martinez and Company.
Welcome back to the final minute here. Martinez Company. I am Adrian Martinez, the host of Martinez Company. And thank you guys for following us here on the socials. Don't forget at CSN Florida. CSN Florida on X, on Instagram, and on Facebook, Coastal Sports Network. Make sure you tell your friends. Let them know that we are here. We are Southwest Florida's newest game in town, the Coastal Sports Network, live on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. Don't forget to download the app over on SR1029thegame.com, and to follow what we are powered by IONTampaBay.com, so you guys can get all the latest from the traffic, news, and weather department. IONTampaBay.com. Follow on X and Facebook, IONTB, so you guys can get all the latest of what's going on here locally in the Southwest region here of Florida. Now, before we went into the break, one thing that just came over as the breaking news wire, Joe Jellybean Bryant, this is from NBC 10 back in Philadelphia, also from the Sixers. Joe Jellybean Bryant, former Sixer, father of Kobe Bryant, dies at the age of 69. Joe Jellybean Bryant, a former NBA player, Philly native, and father of late basketball legend Kobe Bryant, has died. LaSalle University confirmed on Tuesday. He was 69 years old. The school did not reveal a cause of death. Quoting from the LaSalle men's basketball X handle, we are saddened to announce the passing of the LaSalle basketball great Joe Bryant. Joe played for the Explorers from 1973 to 1975 and was a member of our coaching staff from 1993 to 96. He was a beloved member of the Explorer family, and he will be dearly missed. Of course, the dad of Kobe Bryant. Bryant was born in Philadelphia on October 19th, 1954. He played for 2 years for LaSalle University's men's basketball team from 1973 to 1974 and averaged 20.3 points and 11 rebounds per game. Bryant then joined the NBA and played for the Philadelphia 76ers, my hometown team, from 1975 through 1979. He then played for the San Diego Clippers from 79 to 82 before ending his NBA career with the Houston Rockets in 1982. During his NBA career, Bryant, a power forward and small forward, averaged 8.7 points and 4 rebounds per game. Bryant then played in Italy, France, and from 1982 to 1992. Hence, when you guys hear about Kobe Bryant speaking about his dad and the reason why Italy was involved. Bryant and his family, including future NBA legend Kobe Bryant, then moved to Lower Merion, Pennsylvania, where he coached the women's varsity basketball team at Akiba Hebrew Academy from 1992 to 1993. Bryant then served as an assistant basketball coach at his alma mater, LaSalle University, from 1993 to 1996. The year his son Kobe entered the NBA draft after playing for Lower Merion High School. The elder Bryant remained active in basketball from 2003 to 2015, coaching teams in various leagues, including the WNBA, Slam Ball, and the BJ League in Japan. So, again, God bless, and may he rest his soul. Joe Jellybean Bryant, former NBA player, has passed away at the age of 69, and the cause of the death has not been revealed as of yet. So stay tuned for that. Of course, you guys can listen to my hermano, Rich Quinones here. He's coming up in about another 10 minutes here on the Coastal Sports Network, middays with Q from 12 to 2 p.m. But real quick, we'll get into this right here. Knicks owner James Dolan rips the NBA's revenue sharing new media deal in a scathing letter. So, there's a lot of folks that aren't really happy. Dolan's letter to the NBA Board of Governors, in which he again complained about revenue sharing, was practically dripping with disdain. Now, New York Knicks owner James Dolan has written a scathing letter to the NBA Board of Governors, which was obtained by ESPN after it was sent to the board on Monday. In it, Dolan heavily criticizes the NBA's revenue sharing structure and the new $74.6 billion media dollar deal. He feels that the media deal de-emphasizes regional sports networks to the point of near elimination, which, as the owner of the regional sports network, meaning Madison Square Garden networks, he is very concerned about. Dolan also feels that revenue sharing, which takes a slice of the media and sponsorship profits from the league's highest earning teams and redistributes them among the smaller market teams, promotes only mediocrity. Quote, the NBA has made the move to an NFL model, de-emphasizing and empowering the local market, Dolan wrote in a letter via ESPN. Soon, your only revenue concern will be the sale of tickets and what color next year's jersey will be. As I talked about it, ironically, almost at the top of the show. Don't worry, because due to revenue pooling, you are guaranteed to be neither a success nor a failure. Of course, to get there, the league must take down the successful franchises and redistribute to the less successful. This new media deal goes a long way to accomplishing that goal. Dolan specifically called out the NBA's decision to keep 8% of the total NBA-related fees for a league office in a new deal, which comes out to about $6 billion. That's a massive jump compared to the upcoming 2024-25 season, the last in the current media rights, in which the NBA is keeping just 0.5% or $15 million. Listen, no offense, I'd be complaining too. Holy craps. Literally, from $15 million to $6 billion? Listen, yeah, if I owned, again, not a huge fan of New York, but if I owned Madison Square Garden networks, I would see it too, because you're taking revenue away from me. So listen, I get it. I know why he's upset. It's tough. When you own your own network, you are relying upon so many different factors to keep it going and keep blossoming. I mean, that's tough. That is a huge pill to swallow. Holy craps, man. I can understand why the letter. And as he was especially emphatic about RSNs, claiming that the proposal offers no local protections for RSNs, as it allows up to half of a team's games and all playoff games to be aired by national networks giving RSNs fewer games to air on their own platforms. Wow. Yeah. Listen, things are already getting expensive, right? When you go to these venues, we know this. That's not nothing new. But now add this to the mix where you're taking away more of their net profit. God bless. God bless, because that is tough, man. When you're on your and we've seen it back in Philly, it's been the same way too. We've seen some networks come and go, but it's tough. And now if the NBA is doing it just like the NFL, then yeah, you're literally taking money out of the pockets. Now, of course, on the flip side, people can make the argument saying, but the NBA makes a ton of money. These NBA owners make a ton of money. NFL owners make this. I think the only one that really does a lot of tap dancing because he can is Jerry Jones. The fans have supported the Cowboys since '85. I mean, longer than that, but since the last time they won a Super Bowl championship, yet he still makes hand over fist money every single season, right? So you're now taking away potentially earned income that these guys normally try to sell to advertisers so they can make that revenue back. So listen, that's tough. Dolan is no stranger to being on the lone dissenting voice. He's been the squeaky wheel on the NBA owner wagon for quite some time. While the other 29 team owners voted to allow Michael Jordan to sell the Charlotte Hornets, Dolan voted no. He did the same thing when the other 29 owners voted to approve the WNBA expansion into San Francisco. He also launched what ESPN's Adrian Woj has called an unorthodox lawsuit against the Toronto Raptors, alleging that a former employee stole thousands of private and confidential documents before leaving to work for the Raptors. That kind of information transfer when coaches and development staff changes jobs within the NBA is considered customary. The suit also questions the objectivity of Commissioner Adam Silver, who considers Raptors owner Larry Tenenbaum a friend and a role model. Dolan resigned from his positions of the NBA's influential advisory, finance, and media committees in November due to the lawsuit. Holy moly's. That's a lot to uncover, friends. And I'm pretty sure there's going to be more to talk about that stuff as the season gets closer, as the Summer League gets ready to get wrapped up here. But listen, thank you all, as I appreciate every single one of you for tuning in, hanging around from the Pete Shepard Show, staying here. Martinez Company. I am Angel Martinez, the executive producer of Coastal Sports Network, Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game, also for Broad Street South. So wearing many hats and host my own show here on the network. But don't forget to tune in, start your day off with myself, Pete Shepard, especially with Pete Shepard in the morning from 7 to 10 a.m., followed by me right here, Martinez Company, from 10 to 12. And then coming up right behind me right now is my hermano Rich Quinones, Middays with Q, our midday show from 12 to 2 p.m. Don't forget to follow us on the socials, on X, CSN Florida, Instagram and Facebook, Coastal Sports Network. Give us a follow, tell your friends. Don't forget to download the app, okay? I don't make $0 from it, but it makes me happy because it lets me know when things go wrong on the social medias, you guys still have a way to watch, view, and hear the live shows if you download it directly from the website, sr1029.com. So my hermano coming up right after this break. Thank you all for tuning in. We will see you all tomorrow. We appreciate it. And don't forget, coming up right after this break, if I can find my way all the way through, would be my hermano Rich Quinones. Thank you all for tuning in. I'm Angel Martinez. I'll see you guys tomorrow on my show, but I'll see you in a couple of minutes over on Middays with Q. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, iontp.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Okay, men. This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because That's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen.
Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick and proud aunt. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing. But not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. 1 in 6. That little girl sitting alone at the playground, she can't play like the other kids. She doesn't have the energy because she's hungry. School lunch will be her only meal today. It breaks my heart that this is the reality in our country, but it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste. This food is then provided to families and children in need. Being a kid should be about using your imagination, learning, and having fun. These children shouldn't have to miss out on simply being a kid because they're hungry. To find out how you can help end childhood hunger in your community, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Live on Sports Radio 102.9 FM The Game. It's time for Middays with Q. Now to your host, Rich Quinones.
Good afternoon, everyone. 12 o'clock straight up on the East Coast. Indeed, a Tuesday edition of Middays with You, coming at you live inside the friendly confines of the Sports Radio 102.9 FM, Southwest Florida's newest game in town studios. As always, I'm your host, Rich Quinones. Mi hermano Angel Martinez behind the glass producing the show, keeping us on the air. 2 hours to play with. We'll take you up to 2 o'clock straight up on the 16th of a hot July up and down the coast. As always, give us a follow. Chime in, bring something to the table, 727-858-6650. And we've got a lot to dive into on this Tuesday. And I'll tell you something else to start things off. I mean, I haven't even gone through the opening monologue, and right away I'm starting with me. Let me tell you something else. There are a couple things I took away from the world of sports last night. The first was just pre-record, please, national anthems and just get them out of the way, because that was just a friggin' debacle and a disgrace. By the way, Steve Gardner at 12:30 on USA Today, talking a little MLB as we get set for the second half of the baseball season. The other is I love guys taking shots at other guys when you got the talking heads, which we will dive into today. And then you have this overstimulation of what's going on in the NBA Summer League and how everyone is just so enamored with what's going on with LeBron James's kid, Bronny James. I heard Pete talk about it. I heard Angel. Those guys made some great, valid points. And I'm not even going to take the contrarian view on this, to be quite honest with you. This is where I'm at. And Jonathan Marshall, very good friend of the show, I think he summed it up perfectly in a tweet because he didn't have to say who he was dealing with when we already know who he was dealing with or making a comment about Bronny James. And I thought it was a really astute tweet. He wrote, the reality is at 6'2", 6'1", you better have a special offensive skill set to really make it in the league, a handle, shot, playmaking, creativity, something. Truer words were never spoken, by the way. Like this, we wouldn't be here right now if LeBron James didn't single-handedly push for his kid being drafted by the Lakers. We wouldn't be here right now if Rich Paul didn't call up all the teams in the NBA and basically tell them, if you draft this kid, he's going to Siberia, well, Australia, and we're never going to do business with you again. But that's where we're at, right? That's where we're at. And this kid now, I think, has a substantial amount of pressure on him that is not his fault. And now we're going to put him under the microscope. You know, the Jaylen Brown mentioned, from that Summer League video, I don't think the kid's a pro. So he's allowed to have that comment. Like, I don't understand why everyone is so afraid to criticize the kid if he doesn't have game. Right? You want to criticize the path. You want to criticize, what his father did. You want to criticize what Rich Paul did. Have at it, man. Have at it. But you're allowed to criticize the kid's game. It's nothing personal against the kid. Like, there's no reason why Jaylen Brown needs to walk back his comments. Right? Saying, I don't think he's a pro. Why is that a big friggin' deal? The kid was the 55th pick in the draft. He had 2 points on 1 of 5 shooting, 3 rebounds, 1 assist, 2 turnovers in 25 minutes. He's going to struggle. He's going to struggle, right? It happens, man. 15 from 3-point range. I mean, listen, why is this such a big deal? And JJ Redick basically said, he's got to watch what he's saying. Said that James will eventually be an elite point of attack defender. Okay, developmental player. You're talking about defender. What about the offensive game? You have to have a little bit of an offensive game in the NBA. You have to have a little bit of an offensive game in the NBA to succeed. You know it, and I know it. But I think there's just unjust, unwarranted pressure on this kid, but we are still allowed to criticize. We are still allowed to have a thought, a notion, a comment, be objective. The problem is because of the kid's last name and how everything went down, we're always going to look at this kid. We're going to look at the stats, and we're going to sit there and say, you're never going to be your old man. Who is? Like, honestly, who is? You think Michael Jordan kids sit there saying, yeah, I'm going to be better than my dad? You think Bronny James is really sitting there by himself saying to himself, I'm going to be better than my dad? Those are just beyond unrealistic expectations. But we want to put pressure on him to be like his father. Never going to happen in 1,000 lifetimes. But now it's open season on the kid, and I'm going to tell you why. It's open season on the kid because when you have the talking heads on the mothership on ESPN flexing, when you have Rich Paul basically saying that if you draft this kid, we'll never do business with you. It basically LeBron putting pressure on the Lakers to draft his kid. It's unfortunate, but when we criticize him, it is nothing personal, but it's also a situation where it's like, well, listen, your old man and Rich Paul and the Lakers set you up with this. Now you got to deal with it. And I feel bad for the kid. He's going to be okay. But you're allowed to sit here and say he's not pro ready. You're allowed to criticize, right? We talk about legacy pick, like that show, Bosch Legacy. Great show. Legacy pick. The kid is going to struggle. He might not have a pro game. He might have to hone his craft in the Summer League, in the G League, over in Europe, overseas, whatever. I mean, listen, I can't sit there and say he's not an NBA player. I can't. In 4 games, he shot 7 of 31 from the field. He's missed all 15 of his three-point attempts. And I get it. The problem is we all want to be, we want to see instant gratification, right? See, if this kid's last name is Johnson, we're not even having this conversation. That's the one thing, right? But his last name is James, and it's LeBron James's son. So every highlight show, FS1, whatever, ESPN, NBC, NBA TV, they're going to have nonstop. They're going to have nonstop footage on this kid, right? Nonstop. All the talking heads, national, local, regional. They're going to have their thoughts, and you are more than welcome to have your thought, your opinion. You can break it down. You can have an analysis of it. That's fine. Again, am I going to sit here right away and say this kid's been exposed? I never thought the kid was a great player to start with, and I only watched a handful of his games. Was I enamored with the fact he was LeBron James's kid? Sure. But again, I always mention you can't just draft a kid because of who he was, and you can't waste a draft pick. And that's the problem. You can't justify LeBron's son being on the Lakers if you're going to have 3 games, 15 points, 6 of 26, 0 of 12 from beyond the arc. You can't. And again, he's a solid defender, but that doesn't necessarily equate to you deserving to be and have a spot on the roster. You can be a serviceable player. I believe you have to have some type of skill set, right? If you go back, look at all those great teams that went through the Bulls. Take, for instance, the Bulls always had, besides Jordan, Pippen, Ho Grant, Rodman, all those guys, Cartwright. Think about the specialists they had. You can go along, right? B.J. Armstrong, 3-point, good guard, creative, feisty, good on the ball defender. Craig Hodges, 3-point specialist. Steve Kerr, John Paxson, 3-point specialist. At least they had a fit on that team in the NBA because that's what they got paid to do. Knock it down from beyond the arc. That's what we're paying you to do. There has to be a fit, right? It's like in boxing, you sit there and say, well, he's tall for a welterweight. Well, you can't teach height. Therefore, if I'm tall, if I'm rangy, if I'm a $147 and I'm 6'1", 6'2", I need to rely on what? My feet and my jab and my reach. And I have to utilize that. That's how I exploit my opponent. I'm just going to pepper you and jab you to death. I'll box you from the outside. No need to get inside. I don't need that nonsense. Point being, in the NBA, if you're sitting there and you have a special skill set, if you're a great on-the-ball defender, you will have a place in the NBA. But if you're shooting 3 of 25 from beyond the arc and you have a horrible-looking shot, it's not falling, there's not going to be a spot for you. There's not going to be a place, whether your last name's James or Jordan. That's just a reality. That's just a reality of where we're at right now. And I think there's just going to, listen, we know what these networks get paid to talk about, right? We're talking about them. But I also think the problem is we have to look at what's real and what's not, right? You have to have that serious conversation. You look in the mirror, right? Yeah, that serious conversation. You say to yourself, this is working, this is not working. And the fact that, again, LeBron James and Rich Paul pretty much under the covers orchestrated this move by the Lakers, I think it might cloud some analysis from time to time. Okay, I think I'm being very fair with that. And you guys might agree. You guys might disagree. 727-858-6650. I think in baseball and football, when we look at these salaries and we look at what these guys are making, if you're making $100 million, $160 million as a quarterback, 30, 40 a year, million, you better succeed, right? We're going to attach that money to the level of play. The success or failure is out on the floor or on the court. In this case, we're looking at LeBron James's kid, not as Bronny James, but as LeBron James's kid. So then that's the reason some people think it's open season right now. And if you take a step back, the kid needs to mature as a player. The kid is extremely green. Can he make a living in the NBA, being that role player, coming off the bench, give you some minutes, do that dirty work, be that type of defender here and there? Do you remember years ago? And he was a scorer, though. He wasn't a bad player. And I have to pull it up. So just give me a second. I don't know if it's the best analogy, to be quite honest, because I'm kind of seeing where they were drafted and where they were picked. But you had a player years ago in Darrell Armstrong that bounced around the NBA, played with Orlando, played with them for a long time, right? He was a scorer. He was a free agent, but he was a gritty guy. He was an on-the-ball defender. Now, granted, this guy was a starting point guard. I get it. He averaged about 16 and 30 minutes, but I think he was a player that people looked at, wasn't going to hang around the NBA, right? Wasn't going to hang around in the NBA, but he fought tooth and nail to hang around. He was the most improved player. He was a 6-year of the man. I'm not saying that Bronny James will be that, a Darrell Armstrong, right? I think he used to have the chocolates or the Skittles, whatever. What I'm saying is there's a place, perhaps not now, but down the road for Bronny James, if he shows that he can be an elite defender. He might not have the offensive skill set that people want him to have. I mean, when you're averaging less than, 10 at USC and you have a cup of coffee, it's tough, man. The G League is where you're going to cut your bones. The Summer League is going to where you cut your bones because these guys are hungry. These guys are like, I don't give a crap what's on the back of your jersey. I don't care whose son you are. I'm going to lock you down, man. I'm going to break ankles. I'm going to embarrass you. I'm going to look good. I'm going to expose you. He's got to understand all that. So I believe the criticism is somewhat warranted, but let's not get it twisted. Let's not just analyze this kid and rip on this kid because who his father is. And I think there's the fine line. Step back, and be objective. Step back and be objective. And the kid needs a lot of work, man. No one is debating that. And I don't think Brown needs to walk back comments. You're entitled to have your opinion. And it might not work out for this kid in the NBA. He might have to be a G League guy. He might struggle a little bit. He might eventually be that 10-day, 15-day, 20-day contract guy. He might excel overseas. Nobody knows. But the drum will be beat to nauseum with this kid. And I think a lot of it is a reflection and the perception of the narrative. Let's push. Let's get this kid drafted. Second round, 55 Lakers. Why? Because LeBron wants to play with his kid. And remember, be careful what you wish for. 727-858-6650. All right, a lot on the table today. Steve Gardner around 12:30-ish. Second half of the baseball season. National anthem was a freaking disgrace. Did anyone watch the home run derby? Are you watching the All-Star game tonight? Right? Are you watching it? We've got some great storylines. We'll give you the picks and plays when we start back on the diamond later in the week. Also, in the 1:15 hour, I want to get into a couple of college football topics because I do find it pretty interesting. I guess now everyone's kind of laying the lumber right before the college football season starts off. So we'll have a little fun with that. We got baseball season, second half storylines. Again, I got updated odds, NL, AL, MVP. We want you guys to keep it locked into that. 727-858-6650. As always, we're just cranking up on a Tuesday edition of Middays with Q. Rich Quinones here. Angel Martinez behind the glass, producing the show, keeping us on the air. We are coming at you live on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game, Southwest Florida's newest game in town, part of the Coastal Sports Network. Original, evergreen, never duplicated. We are powered by ION TV for all the breaking news, weather, traffic alerts in Southwest Florida, including the Tampa Bay area. Check them out. Follow them on X and Facebook as well. ION TV. Armando, how are you? I heard you talking a little Bronny James. And I know Pete mentioned a little bit. I was listening to what you were saying. You were making some good points regarding, that whole dynamic of father and son and the pressure. And there he is, the incredible Shrinking Romano, the pressure of being LeBron James's kid. But I think and you tell me, I think the analysts are looking at this young man not as an individual, but as LeBron James's kid, and then therefore it's open season, right? If this kid's last name is Johnson and he's a second round draft pick, 55, 56 to the Lakers, nobody gives a flying what. So I think sometimes we have to objectively turn around and say this kid is going to grow. There's going to be a maturation process. But as I alluded to, the tweet that I read that Jonathan sent out was spot on. And maybe there's a place for this kid on an NBA roster as a defender. Offensively right now, the kid stinks. He's not shooting the ball particularly well. He'll never have his father offensive game. I think that's pretty evident. We're okay with that. But where are you when you look at this kid and when we talk about analyzing this kid? Do you feel as though we're caught up in the fact that he's LeBron James's kid and we just can't gloss over that? Or do you believe some of the criticism and the critique is warranted and it's justified?
No, it's justified. You got to figure because he's LeBron's son, some of that plays into it because of course he's going to get the pressure of being LeBron's son. At the same time too, his gameplay, and it's not that something that was hidden. They talked about it last season as he entered college, that they figured that he would not be ready, that it should have stayed at least an extended year to be able to get his skills up to where he needs to be. At the same time, that I also spoken to him about possibly doing stuff away from college. Like, obviously when the season's over, get somebody else, get another coaching staff to be able to guide you and, take your week off, whatever, however it's working in the summertime, take the time off, get yet another set of hands on you to figure out what you're doing wrong and or right, and then get you prepared again for the next college season so that you can see the difference in between the two. But I think with LeBron trying to put the pressure on, and he does have some take from it, putting that pressure on him and saying, no, I want you to come and play with dad. And also to make you better, I want you to do so. But LeBron's got to think about, LeBron was a phenom coming out of high school, going into the NBA. Bronny's not. The younger son, apparently, is the one that's going to be close to LeBron-like. That is going to be completely different from Bronny.
But here's the problem with that. Hold on. Here's the problem with that.
Yep.
Time is not their best friend. And by the way, I saw LeBron James play in high school when I was doing radio in Dayton, Ohio. And I had no idea. All I heard was this fanfare about this kid. And then you have thousands of people packed inside a gym, and you just knew he was special. LeBron might have 2 years left, maybe. And that's why they see, the elephant in the room is I want to play with my kid. Right. I want to play with my son. I want to be on the floor at the same time with my son, and it's never been done in the NBA, right? It's very rare in professional sports. We mentioned Ken Griffey Sr., Ken Griffey Jr. Same time, give me that assist, let me have an assist to my kid for a layup or a dunk, whatever. Time is of the essence. And I think a lot of when you start to make your draft decisions or your selection based on that or the pressure, it's clear. We've said this so many times. The NBA is a players' league. LeBron James runs the Lakers. He ran the Heat. He ran the Cleveland Cavaliers. That's just the NBA, man. Period. And that's why I think it's going to be tough sledding for JJ Redick. I think JJ Redick is going to choose his words wisely. Okay? I think JJ Redick is going to be very judicious in his approach on how he coaches his kid up. I think they're going to be uberly sensitive. And I think that spells disaster. Right? Because I can't be soft on you because of who you are and then hard on somebody else. You're allowed to push buttons here and there and coach them up the way you deem fit. But I also think you're walking into a bee's nest, or a bee's hive, I should say, when you take this approach. Why are you so soft on that kid? Why? Because he's LeBron James's kid. So I just think it's going to be a messy situation, especially if this team struggles. But now you're going to also have to push for this kid to be out on the floor to play minutes. If this team's bad, they're going to be like, them play him. So I just think this is a big time Pandora's box that's getting opened. But to your point, I think that, I understand why this went down. But I also feel as though, what if this kid goes out and scores 25 and he's 6 of 8 from beyond the arc? Are we going to sit there now and say, oh, that kid's going to be a star? Right.
Right. Yeah, we're not. And that's the thing. It's just like, listen, I said it on my show, it's tough. Hermano, think about it. You want to make it like any other athlete, right? Whether male or female, you have a goal. That goal is to make it into any major league in sport. So then you have to beat out the competition. That's one thing that's already in your mind. The grades have to, there's so much to balance. Oh, and by the way, LeBron James is my dad. So now you're adding that weight upon your shoulders, even though you don't want to, but you know damn well, everybody who played with him in college is like, that's Bronny. He's going to get in just because his dad's LeBron. Right. So that also weighs on him as well. So there's all these different elements and factors. Then I feel bad for the guy because he is going to be criticized
no matter what.
Right. Than any other person just because of the pressure of.
But is it more, he's going to be criticized more because he's on the Lakers? This is why I'm saying, like, as much as people wanted this to happen and you want to push for it, ultimately, when you really take a step back, the Lakers shouldn't have drafted this kid.
Correct.
They should not have drafted this kid at all, period. And again, he could be a serviceable player. If this kid's in, I don't know, Charlotte, Washington, pardon me. I don't think, listen, I think he does need, Joey, to be honest, mature as a player. I listen, no one's saying that I'm not saying he's pro ready right now. It's pretty evident. I'm not. What I'm saying is there was this, you know how you want to do right by people, and this might come out the wrong way, but I feel this was more about what LeBron wanted for LeBron.
Right.
If that makes sense.
Yep.
Like, I want my kid to play with me. Well, what does the kid want? Did you even ask the kid, like, hey, listen, if we do draft you, if the Lakers draft you, son, there's going to be an enormous spotlight, pressure on you. There's going to be haters out there. You're going to get criticized. You got to come to ball. You got to come to work. I'm just letting you know, if I put you in that position, sign off on it. Let me think about it, Dad. I would love to play with you. Or hell, I would love to even play against you, to be quite honest. But playing with you would be fantastic. This move, this strategic move, this was all about LeBron James. And you can sit there and say, I love my kid. And I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. But you had to know, if the Lakers drafted this kid and you hire your buddy as a head coach and you're already running the team, it is a recipe for disaster. Because it's not like this kid was averaging 25 in college, because if that's the case, he wasn't going to be a second round pick at 55 sitting there for the Lakers. It's tough, man, because I don't want this to kind of be like a Jared Payton kind of thing. Like, this is nothing against the kid. I want the kid to succeed. I'm not going to hate on a young kid. Go and do your thing, man. Put the time and effort in. But I just think he would have been best suited, if the Lakers drafted him, spend a year or two in Europe. Spend a season in Europe. Get your feet wet overseas. Get your feet wet in one of these other leagues. Work in the G League, and let's get that contract, and then we'll have our moment. This is so manufactured, so forced, not genuine, not legit. It's just cram it down your throat, throw it out there, and let me see sink or swim. And that's where I think the kid's going to drown.
Yep.
And through no fault of his own. All right. 12:30. Just cranking up on a Tuesday edition of Middays with Q. Keep it locked in right here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game, Coastal Sports Network, as we like to say, live, local programming, starting your morning off right. Pete Shepard Show, 7 to 10, Martinez Company, 10 to 12, myself, Middays with Q, 12 to 2. Download the Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game app. Half past 12 o'clock hour on the East Coast, 727-858-6650. Coming back on the other side, second half of the baseball season after tonight. Kicks in later this week. We'll get through some storylines, MVP races, and to pull or not to pull a starter. So we'll talk to our good friend from USA Today, Steve Gardner, coming up on the other side.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Andersen windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Andersen windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Adopt US Kids presents What to Expect When You're Expecting. A teenager. Learning the lingo.
Today I'm going to help parents translate teen slang. Now, when a teen says something is on fleek, it's exactly like saying, that's rad. It simply means that something is awesome or cool. Another one is totes. It's exactly like saying, totally, just shorter. As in, I totes love going to the mall with Becca. Another word you might hear is jelly. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jealous. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn phone case.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will think you're, rad, just the same. To learn more, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is the story of a very special woman. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician or an entrepreneur. Her knowledge was limitless and still is. She could also make monsters disappear, especially those that lurked in the shadows under the bed. Once, this woman put back together a teenage girl's broken heart, which had been shattered in 1,000 pieces, just by giving her a bear hug. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Welcome back to Middays with Q. Here's Q.
All right, 12:35 on a Tuesday edition. Middays with Q, and there we go, right here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The Game. Rich Quinones here, Angel Martinez behind the glass. We are powered by Coastal Sports Network, Sports Talk up and down the coast, and of course, Ion TV. And with that, we welcome in our friends. Second half of the baseball season, yeah, it gets underway. We had a home run derby last night. We got the All-Star game tonight, but our good friend from USA Today, wonderful baseball writer, voter for the MLB Hall of Fame, Steve Garner, kind enough to join us. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing great, Rich. How are you?
I'm doing well. What did you make of the festivities last night? Did you mute yourself during the national anthem, or did you just engage yourself in the home run derby?
I thought it was I wish I could remember the sports writer that opined on X last night, who said that we expect a lot of bombs at the home run derby tonight, and the anthem was the first one.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
That was pretty appropriate for the evening.
Yeah, it was. I mean, listen, the baseball season, we know it's a long season, but yet it does kind of fly by when you creep into the second half of the season. Obviously, the All-Star game this evening, I still, in the heyday, 80s, 90s, that was it for me. I'm going to watch tonight. I know, obviously, you're going to watch. We got the trade deadline coming up, but I want to get to a couple of storylines, and I want to get your thoughts on a couple of things. And let's start with the AL East. My Yankees, your Baltimore O's right now, right? 1-2, really a rivalry. Yeah, exactly. And I'm wondering, who's going to fire the last bullet here, right? I mean, you look at the Yankees and we look at the lineup. They haven't played particularly well over the last month or so. They played bad baseball. You got MVP candidates. I'll get to Judge in a moment. Soto, Stanton, looks like when he's out and engaged on the field, comeback player of the year, put up numbers. And then you look at Baltimore and Henderson. But I feel as though Baltimore might have more bullets in the chamber as the season progresses. I feel as though the Yankees are still a feast and famine. When the offense goes south, the offense goes south. The pitching has been hit or miss. And to me, you have to win a division, because if you don't win a division, you don't get a week off, and then you got to turn around and you got to play in the wild card, and you got to play a team that's probably got a little juice and a little feistiness to them. So I think it's imperative for the Yankees to win the AL East. But who does win the AL East?
Yeah, it's a toss-up right now. Obviously, we saw them going into the break with a slugfest in more ways than one at the end there with that 3-game series. And I think it's going to be that kind of a race all the way to the end. And, as you said, even though the Orioles won the division last year, won over 100 games,
Yep.
They exited in the first round of the playoffs. I know that's a sour taste in their mouths, and they want to improve on that. So yeah, it's winning the AL East is very important, and I think, as you said, bullets to fire, the Orioles have more because they have such a great farm system, which they can use to call up players, which we've seen, Colton Cowser and Heston Kjerstad and some of the other guys that they've called up during the season come up and help them for some time. Or they can use some of the prospects that maybe haven't yet debuted to help them make a trade later on in the season to fill a particular need. Starting pitching, probably the most pressing one. So, yeah, I think the Orioles have a lot more options, a lot more weapons at their disposal, but the Yankees are the Yankees, and you can't count them out.
Yeah, which, begs the question, I guess we'll get into it. When you look at a team like the Yankees, the Dodgers, the Phillies, the O's, we always talk about, the Mariners, the buyers, and then the sellers at the trade deadline. I don't want to focus too much on the Yankees, but give me a team or two that you believe has to be a buyer. And with that team, give me right now their most pressing need.
Well, I think the Seattle Mariners are a team, and I've kind of been talking about them as a team that needs to buy for a while now. Even when they had, the big lead in the AL West, even before it shrank to what it is right now, and that's just one game over Houston. Seattle is a franchise that has never been to the World Series in its near 50 years of existence. So the pressure is there. They've got a very good team, maybe one of the best starting rotations in all of baseball, but they lack offense. Their offense has been poor. And I think that's one of the things that Jerry Dipoto and company need to address at the trade deadline. I mean, it's almost imperative that, they have an opportunity now to, kill Houston's dominance of the AL West and advance far into the postseason. They need to take advantage of that. And to do that, they're going to need to bolster their offense, maybe at first base, maybe a DH outfielder type. But we definitely have to see Seattle make a move in my mind.
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, their catcher's got 20 home runs. You mentioned their first baseman, Ty France. He's been quiet this year. I think he's batting 228, 6 or 7 home runs. I mean, they got a couple players with 10 or more, which nice segue, by the way, into the Astros and their dominance. I mean, I feel as though they've been such a dominant franchise for so long with the absurd run into the ALCS year after year after year. And man, it's just me. You mentioned the Mariners, plus 19 run differential. You look at Houston, plus, I'm pulling it up right now, Steve. I think it's plus 49. So point being, if you're the Mariners, you do not want to give the Astros any type of life at all, because we know what'll happen if the Mariners offense continues to struggle and the Astros start to catch fire. They're going to run away with that division.
Yep. And postseason experience, the Astros certainly have that in spades. They've been there. They've done that. The Mariners, not so much.
Right.
And when, the going gets tough, the Astros know exactly what they need to do. And, I don't think the Astros, certainly with Kyle Tucker being on the shelf for a lot longer than I think they thought he was going to be, and yet they still made that run to close the end of the first half. They're in really good position right now, especially if they get Tucker back, they get Justin Verlander back. That makes them a very formidable team.
Yeah, and a couple weeks ago, maybe a month or so ago, everyone was begging the question, what's going on with the Astros? What's going on with the Astros? 1240 on the Tuesday edition, middays with Q right here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game, Coastal Sports Network, powered by ION TV. Rich Quinones here. Steve Gardner, great baseball writer for USA Today, Hall of Fame voter as well, puts out unbelievable content. So definitely follow these guys on Twitter and, of course, USA Today and Steve on X. I'm looking at other teams in the NL. We're seeing the Mets, making a little bit of run. Atlanta's kind of hanging around. the Phillies, look, you're going to have a bad series. It's just, it doesn't matter. You can win 100 games and then you can go out and you can drop 2 out of 3 to the A's, which is a bad team. And yet they're coming off a 3-game sweep. The Phillies were of the Dodgers right now. So a couple points or a couple talking points with the Philadelphia Phillies. Do the Phillies have enough firepower / staying power to hold off Atlanta? And do you believe when it's all said and done, the Phillies are going to be on a collision course to meet the Dodgers in the NLCS?
Yeah, I think we will see a rematch. Those two teams are pretty clearly, in my mind, apologies to the Brewers or whoever else, wants to. Cardinals are making a surge. But yeah, these teams are the cream of the crop. And, you've got everything you need. Starting pitching, you've got offensive firepower, you've got a pretty deep bullpen on both sides,
Yep.
Good bench, and experience in the postseason. I mean, what more can you ask for from either of these two teams? So I can't wait. I think if it does turn out to be those two in the NLCS fighting for the right to represent the league in the World Series, I think it could be an epic playoff bash, especially if everybody's healthy on both sides. So, I think these two teams, you can see how the Phillies might have had a little bit of a letdown against the A's. I mean, they're cruising along, having a great season so far, and it is a long year, and you're going to get some of those periods. Maybe even longer than a stretch of a 3-game series. They were able to, correct that and do it pretty quickly. You could have an extended, 10-game session where the Phillies could be slumping. But I think overall, they're a team that is definitely going to be there, be strong, and be a World Series contender when it all shakes out.
We know about the offense, right? And we also know when the offense went quiet against Arizona, they had issues. We know the pitching with some issues late in that series as well. But this year, you look at Aaron Nola, 11-4, Wheeler, 10-4. You look at Suarez, 10-4. You have potential NL Cy Young candidates in Nola and Wheeler. We'll get to the Pittsburgh kid, obviously, in a moment. But point being that you've got 3 bona fide starters right now that might win 15, 16, 17 plus games. It's kind of a rarity over the last several years with the Philadelphia Phillies.
Indeed. And don't forget Christopher Sanchez too.
Sure.
He's been really good, the last few starts out.
7-4. Yep.
So, I mean, that's a heck of a strong rotation, and knock on wood, they've been able to stay fairly healthy so far. And if you can do that, they're going to get JT Realmuto back, at some point here, you would think, and that would make them even stronger.
Where were you at the other night with the Pirates pulling the rookie?
Oh, yeah. Paul Skeens, that's the second time
Twice
that he's had a no-hitter, through 6 innings. I was fine with it. He wasn't, he went through he went through 7, right? 7 no-hit innings. One more inning, he wasn't going to pitch the 9th, even if he did make it. And that's just the way we are in baseball today. It's really, really hard.
I hate that.
I hear you,
I was waiting for you to say it. I talked about it last week. I feel as though when you're having a historic type of season, right? I mean, do you believe right now he's running away with the Cy Young?
I don't know about the Cy Young. I mean, certainly Rookie of the Year. Start the All-Star game. I mean, what more can you do? But because he got the slow start, he's not going to have as many innings as, the Nolas and pitchers of that ilk.
Yeah, but when he pitches, he's dominant.
But he is fantastic. And I think the second half depends on, and here's the thing, if the Pirates stay in position for a possible wild card berth.
That's what I was going to ask you.
That's where, they may push him a little bit and say, you've got the experience of going through an entire season, in high leverage type situations at LSU. So, playing in the College World Series, pressure and that sort of thing, probably not a huge deal to him. I think they can push him a little bit more if it means possibly going to the playoffs and what that would mean to the Pirates franchise. So if that happens, and he gets up to the 150, 160 innings, if that's possible, then he's definitely got a great shot at winning the Cy Young, especially if he just does what he does, which every time out, it seems like we see something special. Maybe we'll see that tonight too.
So 6-0, 1.90 ERA, and I pulled up his last several starts. 99 pitches, 107, 102, 96, 96, 103. But here's what the kid's doing that just makes me salivate. He's going 6-7 strong. And it kind of leads me to this. Your point about pulling the starter, is this more of a risk to reward? If we are in the mix, then yeah, we have to throw him out there. If we're not in the mix, almost like a Strasburg type of shutdown. And let's be honest, it took Washington several years to recover from that. And there was a lot of negative pushback by why you shutting down Steven Strasburg. At the time, I remember you and I were talking about it, and it turned out, obviously, it bared fruit down the road because they eventually won a World Series. But do you believe that this team's 7 or 8 out come, I don't know, August, then they shut this kid down?
I don't know that they'll shut him down completely, but I mean, we saw just heading into the break, the White Sox and Garrett Crochet, who's had a stellar first half in his own right after not pitching hardly at all the last 2 years. They had him start and go out there for 2 innings. And then they pulled him after he went 6 up, 6 down. I don't think the Pirates are going to do that to Paul Skeens and to their fans, which those folks in Pittsburgh have been very patient for a long time, waiting for something to cheer about at the ballpark. So I think they will limit his innings, though. And you mentioned Steven Strasburg. That's a great cautionary tale because Strasburg was amazing. Remember his rookie year and how every start of his, we were celebrating almost like we were celebrating Paul Skeens' starts.
Right.
And, then he developed some arm, elbow, and shoulder issues and everything like that. So, a career that could have been a Hall of Fame type career was cut short because of injuries. I don't know that there's really any specific thing you can do to avoid those types of injuries completely, but they will be very careful, especially if there's no real incentive from a playoff standpoint to limit those innings.
Yeah, I'm going to pump the brakes too. Talk about Fidrich or Fernando Mania or Doc Gooden, but the kid obviously he's pitched really well. Steve Gardner kind enough to join us Tuesday edition of Middays with Q. Will we get a 400 hitter, and will he reside in left field with Cleveland?
I'll tell you what, it is so hard. I mean, these days where all of the defensive positioning and the pitchers throwing so hard and relievers coming out of the bullpen throwing 98, 99, it's impossible. I will say right now, it is impossible for baseball to have a 400 hitter unless they radically change, eliminate one fielder, or something like that. But Stephen Kwan has been fantastic. Love to see him. We talked about Luis Arias kind of in this same vein last year when he was putting up, 360, 370 batting average. They're fun to watch because they're a different kind of player than we're seeing today, and kind of a throwback to back in the day when we watched, Tony Gwynn and Wade Boggs, and even further beyond that, Rod Carew. Guys like that who could just handle the bat like it's a magic wand and get base hits. It's fun to see that, and it's great to see that there's still a place in baseball for those kinds of hitters, as rare as they are.
Yeah, listen, got to get on base, right? Small ball manufacturer runs. I talked about this last week, and I actually mentioned it yesterday too with Shohei Ohtani. And this is just me. I understand he's not pitching, right? We had this conversation, but I feel as though if he pitched and hit every season, whether he's in the AL or now in the NL with the Dodgers, he's your MVP. He's the best player in baseball. I gave the numbers yesterday when I was breaking down Henderson, Judge's numbers in the AL. I mean, Judge's numbers on pace, historic with the OPS and the slugging and the WAR and the home runs and the numbers and everything. I think Judge will win it again if he stays healthy. Henderson's had a hell of a season for Baltimore, but in the NL, I don't see, unless the kid Dela Cruz or Harper or Mookie Betts, they're on a tear. I just don't see Ohtani not winning the award. And I was getting pushback. Well, he is a DH, but okay, because he's not pitching this year. you can't have it both ways. I mean, do you believe Ohtani is the NL MVP?
At this point, yes, I do. And the numbers are just phenomenal. Already at the break, 29 homers. Just looking at him now, 75 runs scored, 69 RBIs, 23 stolen bases, hitting over 300. I mean, who else is close? I mean, Bryce Harper possibly, I think, would be the strongest challenger just because of what he means to Philadelphia's playoff run. And, traditionally, if you're on a good team, you get a longer look in the MVP race. Those two guys, again, we were talking about, the class of the NL, Dodgers, Phillies.
Sure.
You look at the best players on the two respective teams. Right now, it's Shohei Ohtani, it's Bryce Harper, and you mentioned Mookie Betts, but he's been hurt for a little while.
That's the other one.
And so Shohei has been there day in, day out, and been delivering. They put him in a new spot in the the leadoff role this year, so he's adapted to that. That's valuable. And when Mookie Betts went out, so. I think that's one of the things we are witnessing. You and I have talked about this many times. A generational, a unique player, one of the best players in baseball history. We're getting to watch him in his prime, so you can't help but enjoy it.
4 players have won 3 MVPs or more, not in the Hall of Fame. Little Tuesday. Well, there are caveats with that, but go ahead.
Obviously, Barry Bonds is one.
Yep.
3 players not in the Hall of Fame.
I mean, I'll give you a hint. One of them, used to don the pinstripes.
Okay. Let's see. Mattingly didn't win 3, did he?
I did not shoot. I did not take steroids. Now I'm on TV as a talking head. Well, I can't believe you're stumped.
Okay, hang on here. All right. But
he was literally going to rollerblade into Cooperstown. Literally just rollerblade. Started his career with Seattle, Texas, Yankees.
All right.
A-Rod.
Right.
And then the other two.
Okay, the steroid thing.
There you go.
Obviously,
I threw the curveball. I'm making you work today, my friend.
You are
Trout, because they're not eligible.
Exactly, the active players. So.
But it really puts it in perspective, right? When you think about it.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Harper's a great player. You can years ago we were making the case for Trout as long as he stayed healthy. That's it.
Yep, and it is when you are the best and you're recognized as the best for an extended period of time.
Yeah,
it's historic. So
right,
my apologies to A-Rod. I don't know how he just vanished.
I mean, listen, I'm going to get you out of here. Listen, you got the body shot. You're getting up. There's no 10 count. We're going to close it on a positive note. I mentioned teams that are buyers. Give me a team. 30 seconds or less. Give me a team that you think is going to be a definite seller at the trade deadline.
Here's the interesting thing. They're still technically in the playoff race, but I think the Chicago Cubs need to make a decision. And I think the best one for them is maybe just to reload and reorganize and take a step back. I mean, Cody Bellinger, I think, has got another year. So, but he could be a very handy trade chip for his versatility and his offensive prowess. So I think the Cubs may be one of the biggest ones that are teetering on the brink that probably should just say, hey, we're in last place right now. Maybe we should sell.
Steve Garner on X at Steve A. Garner, baseball writer, reporter, senior fantasy editor, USA Today, Hall of Fame voter as well, and gives unbelievable analysis, opinions, and takes. And it's very rare.
Yeah.
Very, very rare that this gentleman that just epitomizes the word class gets stumped.
I don't know what it is. I think
Maybe it's just maybe it's the backdrop, the new setting, the new logo. I don't know. Radio, we were free flowing, brother. We were
Yeah, buddy.
There was no issues.
I got opinions all flowing all over everywhere today, but in terms of the baseball recall, I don't know where that went. So maybe there's only so much room up there in the old noggin.
Listen, you're one of the best and brightest, my friend. That's why I absolutely love talking baseball with you, and you're always gracious with your time as well. So enjoy the All-Star game. I know we got a lot of second half storylines. We will certainly talk as the second half of the season gets underway, as we start to make that push to the playoffs. But I always appreciate you jumping on for a couple moments.
Look forward every time, Rich. Thanks so much for having me.
All right, there you have it. We'll take a quick time out. We'll come back. We will close out hour number one. He's fantastic. He's you talk about baseball, and he's so objective. That's the thing. I mentioned, and I feel bad because I threw a couple guys that I've had on in the air in the past. I didn't say that I threw them under the bus. I think they were pushing narrative, so to speak. Steve never, ever does that, and he's tolerated me on the air for about 15 plus years now. He's fantastic. All right, 12:55, quickie timeout. We'll close out hour number one.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Andersen windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Andersen windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Hey, Dad, your prescription will be ready in just a minute. Hey, Dad, your laundry will be ready in just a minute. Dad, your lunch will be ready in just a minute.
Hey, honey. Why don't you take a minute?
When you help care for a loved one, you give them as much time as you can, making sure they're safe and comfortable. But it's just as important that you take some time for yourself. At AARP, we can help with information and useful tips on how you can maintain a healthy life balance, care for your own physical and mental well-being, and manage the challenges of caring for a loved one. Because the better care you take of yourself, the better care you can provide for your loved one.
Thanks, Dad.
Thank you.
You're there for them. We're here for you. Find free care guides to support you and your loved one at aarp.org/caregiving. That's aarp.org/caregiving. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
All right, class. Let's hear what everyone did this weekend. Jill?
Well, I raised my older sister to a big oak tree. It was at least 100 years old. My mom said I must have set a record or something. And then we went down by a stream and perched up on this huge rock and saw all of these little minnows swimming around way below us. And then I rescued my little brother from an evil slug king who was guarding him at the bush fortress. And my sister and I brought him back to our super twig fort for safety. And then we all laid out and told stories until it got dark. And the Big Dipper led us all the way home.
Awesome. Where were you, Jill?
Yeah. We went to the forest. It's not that far away. Anyone want to come this weekend?
Ask your parents to take you and your friends to the forest this week and find the fun, adventurous you. It's closer than you think. Check out discovertheforest.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service and the Ad Council.
Don't forget to get social with us. Follow Q at RichQ on Q. And now, back to Q.
All right, a couple minutes as we creep up on 1 o'clock on the East Coast as we're closing in on an hour in the books. Excellent engagement from you guys on X, Pete Shepard Show, Angel Martinez, myself. We totally appreciate you guys chiming in Monday to Friday. You're locked and loaded, 7 hours of live and local content and evergreen content, as we like to say. You're not getting this, by the way, on stations down in the Southwest Florida region. We're talking live and local, and we're certainly engaging you guys left and right. 727-858-6650. You can text or call in the show as well. SR1029, The Game. Don't forget to download the app as we are creeping up on 1 o'clock. Angel looks like he's just getting ready to sprout some unbelievable analysis, opinions, takes. He's chomping at the bit. And we're waiting for Circle Gets a Square. We are waiting for the incredible Shrinking Hermano. And there he is. What's going on?
Nothing. As I'm just looking at numbers and everything else. And it's funny because what's the name? Arturo? Hang on for a second. As I was looking something up here. Big Nick Torturo. If you guys remember him from not any given Sunday. What was our remake with Adam Sandler? The football movie?
Oh, The Long and Short. Well, he was in a lot of good shows, man. He was in a lot of great shows. Nicky Turturro. You know who his brother is? John Turturro.
Oh, yeah?
Diehard Yankees fan, man.
Ah, well. See,
Very good actor. But anyway, go ahead.
No, but he was talking about, he was mentioning about, like, what was that with the national anthem, as a lot of folks are still wondering what the hell that was all about. But hey, listen.
That was horrible. That was embarrassing. Come on, stop. That was horrible.
Yeah, it was. I mean, there's no other way around it, but it is. Good points by Steve. And
did you see this breaking news coming out of Miami?
Out of Miami?
Yeah, Sergio Pino, one of the largest Hispanic home builders in the nation, dead during FBI and SWAT raid today in his Miami mansion amidst investigation into allegedly poisoning and hiring men to threaten his estranged wife.
Yikes.
It's not good for the 305.
It sure isn't.
It's a pretty, now this is, who hosts that podcast, Billy Corbin and Dan Le Batard. You know, Le Batard is the pulse of what's going on in the 305. But yeah, that's not good. Kind of carries over to what we said yesterday about the cruises, right?
Yep.
So
how happy is Le Batard got to be though? After, I mean, I know it's not the way he wanted to have things to kind of like end-ish at ESPN, but
right,
he's not doing bad whatsoever.
No, he's crushing it.
Yep.
He's doing a great job. Meadowlark Media, and and listen, he's extremely, extremely opinionated, and I think sometimes, I mean, I heard that, I guess McAfee earlier today, and it's a good segue for hour number 2, but I heard McAfee basically crushed ESPN because of their 100 athlete list, and it's like, he's the same guy that pretty much got the VP booted out, right?
Right.
It's just amazing what happens too. Now, the other jackass, Skip Bayless, is finally, he's going to be off with his show. It's amazing. He's leaving FS1 Undisputed. I've never watched that show, but it kind of tells you what happens when you just, you move away from Shannon Sharp. I mean, the problem with some of these talking heads with the ego is that if you disagree with them, then they figure out a way to kick your ass to the curb. Le Batard's never kind of been like that. He's always had an opinion, and he's always had a really good opinion, but he also helps young journalists and young broadcasters, and he lets them be him, be themselves, by the way. Real quick, 1 o'clock straight up, got to mention, we are Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game, Southwest Florida's newest game in town, part of Coastal Sports Network, powered by ION TV, and it's a Tuesday edition of Middays with Q. Rich Quinones here. My main man, mi hermano, Angel Martinez, producing the show, keeping us on the air on the other side of the glass. 60 left to play with. But yes, go ahead.
The other thing, is it, so off topic, on topic, but the off topic for the moment could possibly be a sleeper topic found guilty. Ooh, well, breaking news. I know we're not political around here, but Menendez found guilty. Senator
I saw that. I saw that.
Whoopsies. It's not my gold. I don't know what you're talking about. How did I get there? It's silly. Oh, well, you got to pay for it. But anyways, so I cannot sleep naturally. Just like if my body will, if I don't take something to go to sleep, my body will shut down at around 2-ish in the morning for 15 minutes, get back up. I'm ready to go for another 24 hours. So last night, normally I'll take ZzzQuil because it's non-habit forming and stuff. And it doesn't have like any super duper ingredients or anything else. And so there was like just a little bit left, a little bit. And my body's like, oh, that's what we're doing tonight. And my lovely wife who said, you want me to go around and get some? I'm like, no, I'll be fine. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
End up taking it about, I want to say 9:40ish. Joey B.S. here, Carmen, I'll get to here in a second. But look, normally I would say I can get a good solid like 4 hours straight, maybe 5 hours.
Okay.
Last time Bye was like, so this is what we're going to do, right? So now I'm going to put you to sleep about 10:40. Oh, about 2:40 in the morning, boing, time to get up. And then so I get up and usually I may grab like water or something else. Like, are you freaking kidding? It's only 2:40 in the morning. It sucked. So I should see a doctor about it because again, my sleep cycle absolutely sucks. But a lot of it comes from Philly when I worked, and I literally worked 22 out of the 24 hours a day. So I want to go down for 2 hours just like I did in the military. And my body's still to the point where it's like, nope, we got to go. We got something else to get done. Nope. Yesterday, we're in the same house. The studio's in the house. And I may have spent a total of 20 minutes with my wife yesterday, like just watching something. And she kind of looked at me. She was rough day at the office. I'm like, you have no idea how long the commute was.
Listen, it was pretty bad because I think I texted you at 9 o'clock. I was like, I just friggin' got off the computer. I'm like, this is friggin' ridiculous. And when you said you don't sleep naturally, at first I was thinking, all right, where are we going with this? You know, I don't, you're talking natural. Then you said naturally. Then I was like, okay, I wanted to just get it on record that we are covered up when we go to bed. Now, if you're not, that's your business. That's you and your whatever goes on in that household is your business. In fact, to be honest with you, I don't want to know. I do not, there's no alert on this one. I do not want to know. So you kind of caught my attention. But I think if you, first of all, 305 Mira be local right about now. Best hair nominee on YouTube Yearly Awards. I mean, listen, I don't know. I mean, listen, I take that with a grain of salt, and it is what it is, man. I mean, you know, it's what we do. I don't need anything. If I conk out for a couple hours, I conk out for a couple hours. But my sleeping habits are pretty much a little goofy as well, right? Because once the Keekster's up, Kiki, by the way, that's, you know, not names for certain things, but once the Kiki, you know, the dog is up, the puppy is up.
That's what you need, a slide whistle.
It's like she stares. She gives me that look at like 5:30-ish. And I'm like, all right, we're good. But then I get up, we go for the walk. I get my workout in. I'll get my sparring in. I'll hit the bag. I'll do whatever, make the fresh coffee, start prepping. Here we go. Take the other walk, lunch, which reminds me of 1:30-ish. We'll have to feed her. And then walk later on, rinse, repeat, you know, boom, 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 boom. So sleeping habits, they're just, you get to a certain point where if you can get 4, 5, 6 solid hours. I never liked when, I remember my buddy used to always say, you can catch up on, no, you can't.
Sure can't. Nope.
It's gone.
Yep.
Like, no, we're not copping Z's. They just out of here. Go on. I don't know.
Joey B.
Q and Angel going to transform into AI characters with their online commuter time. Yeah, it's not good sometimes. You have to get up. You have.
Although
you cannot, it's just, nobody wants to be in front of the computer freaking 20 hours a day.
Well, you figure from the time I sit in this chair at 5 a.m, the break, unless I'm running straight like the way we did it today, then you figure after 2, so you're looking at what, 9 hours.
Yeah.
And then the in betweens, if I have to use the restroom, it's like the quick run, come back and get behind the glass here.
Plus, you know, the weekly content that we're putting out too. And, you know, with all the other shows, I just recorded the Double Jab podcast that's out. Great. Check out the YouTube channel, Rich Q, Angel Barrientos, him and his twin brother. The kid's actually fighting on the Jake Paul undercard in Tampa on DAZN this weekend. And then we got the BYP. We got Middays with Q. We got the other pod, the player pod. So, yeah, I mean, when you're constantly putting out the content, it never, ever stops. So I want to get into a couple things on the other side as well. I know we're due for a quick timeout, but want to remind everyone it's a Tuesday edition of Middays with Q. We always appreciate you keeping us locked into Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The Game, Southwest Florida's newest game in town. You guys were incredible the last couple of days and last week with the engagement on X, and now you can just connect with us at CSN Florida. You'll get Pete Show, you'll get Angel Show, you'll get Jonathan Marshall, you'll get Lloyd Show, Lloyd Vance's Insider Football, you'll get Middays with Q as well, and we just love the friggin' eyeball, 727-858-6650. On the other side, we're going to see if we can rattle some cages here, talk a little college football, and I'm not sure if you guys heard the shots that were fired across the bow that had to do with an SEC talking head to Coach Prime. So we will get into that as well. 60 to book, 60 to play with. Keep it locked in on a Tuesday edition of Middays with Q. Quickie timeout. We'll come back on the other side.
Ion Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, iontp.com. Ion Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, the game powered by Ion Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
To some people, the sound of a baby babbling doesn't mean much. But that's not necessarily true. By 6 months, they're combining vowels and consonants. By 9 months, they're trying out different kinds of sounds. And by 12 months, their babbling is beginning to take on some meaning. Especially if there's no babbling at all. Little to no babbling by 12 months or later is just one of the possible signs of autism in children. Early screening and intervention can make a lifetime of difference and unlock a world of possibilities. Take the first step at autismspeaks.org. A public service announcement brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
The following is made possible by Dad.
Why was the basketball court all wet? Because the players kept dribbling all over it.
The dad joke. Corny, grown-worthy, but also one of the simplest ways to share a moment with your kids.
Why do you have to be careful when it's raining cats and dogs? Because you might step in a poodle.
And kids that spend more time with their dads grow up to be smarter, more successful.
Can I tell you a cat joke? Just kidding.
And, with any luck, funnier adults.
Why didn't the skeleton go to the dance? Because he didn't have any body to go with.
Dad jokes rule. So take a moment to make a moment and give your kid a laugh. It's as easy as going to fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
That's really funny.
Martha Stewart says she loves Q from Martinez & Company. He knows how to turn up the heat. Here is Angel and Q. I'm going to recharge my batteries.
As you should. As you should.
I gotta find the other one too. You in the restaurant there.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm surprised they didn't call the cops. You're walking around with a camera phone saying, "Hey, can I get you on for a couple moments?" 11 past the 1 o'clock hour. Jesus God. 11 past the 1 o'clock hour on a Tuesday edition of Middays. Yeah, let me just capture you and your boyfriend having dinner now. What do we got going over here, man? You're in the right part of town, my friend. Did you 727-858-6650? You can also connect with all of us on social media as well. If you follow CSN Florida, please do. We always encourage you to do that. And then as we mentioned, you got the whole gang up there as well, right on Twitter, following as we speak. You can get Angel at SR1029, the game, Pete Shepard at Pete Shep 326. Sounds like an area code there. It's like, Pete doesn't want to be found there, but had a really good show on this morning. Some good guests and some great engagement. So college football. I don't know if any of you guys saw this. I guess during SEC presser, SEC Media Week, somehow the conversation got on Colorado and Deion Sanders and Paul Feinbaum, ESPN, SEC. He does like a 17-hour show a day on the SEC, which is absolutely crazy when you think about it. I mean, you talk about SEC-centric universe.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost as though, plans of college football revolve around the sun, right? He basically came out and said that Colorado is irrelevant in the big picture of college football, right? So he said, quote, he's a standalone person, Deion, right? He's one of the most charismatic people we've ever seen, but Colorado is nothing. They don't matter. They're irrelevant in the big picture of college football. Anyone asking whether Deion Sanders and Colorado are close to the playoffs simply doesn't understand the reality of the road. They're not going to the playoffs this year. Ooh, Nick Costco and his checks bouncing will be pissed. And I'm not sure Deion Sanders is ever going to get them to the playoffs because I don't think he has the patience to stay at Colorado long enough. Now, let me break a couple things down with that. I disagree with the not relevant. I mean, it's pretty, if you think about ultimately what the Deion effect, right? I mean, think about that. The SEC, it's new look SEC, a lot of changes since the 2023 CFB season, right? Saban moved on from Alabama, conference expanded 16 teams, Oklahoma, Texas, their inaugural seasons in the conference. That's why, you got that guy that's SEC centric. Fine. Then you start to talk about strictly the results on the field. Now, Colorado finished 4-8. Everyone was looking at them to win 6-7, maybe be bowl eligible. Okay, fine. But if you think about how they burst on the scene, they had to win against TCU, and then all of a sudden they had a couple losses. They started to figure out the offense. Hunter got hurt. Sanders got a little nicked up here and there. And then the bloom was off the rose for Deion. Those are all fair. But Colorado is reporting a record number of applicants for the fall 24 semester, including 50.5% increase in Black applicants, 25% increase in Latino applicants. That's the Deion effect. Okay, that's number one. So I'm making money for the university. I'm keeping the alumni and the boosters happy. I'm trying to put a better product on the field. And we get it. Deion talked the talk, he walked the walk. He came in first time, meeting the kids, half the room, you guys aren't going to be here. That was all accurate. That was all accurate. I have no problem with you saying that. Yeah, I'm taking my kid with me. And, in this regard, you knew the kid was a friggin' player. So again, all that, and if you want to criticize the play on the field, you're allowed to criticize the play on the field because eventually the reality came in that they were just not ready to battle the big boys. But what they did is they kept the college football fans, engaged because every single week or weekend, we were not only thinking to ourselves, what's going to go on with Colorado this weekend? Are they going to cover? Are they going to win? They're going to pull off the upset. What about Hunter? What about Sanders? How's Coach Prime going to coach these guys up? They had a rough season. And no one's disputing that. But you can't turn around and say that he hasn't had an effect. And that's the problem. This is a team that was 3-0. Then obviously they got humbled by Oregon. They had a crazy game against UNC. And then they beat Arizona State and they were 4-2. And we were like, oh, you know what? This team, they might be bowl eligible. And then what happens? Stanford humbled UCLA, Oregon State, Arizona, Washington State, which was a disaster. And then I think Utah, they lost 23-17. And you get humbled a little bit. And that happens. But when this team was 4-2, 4-3, we were all talking about if they beat Stanford, they're 5-2, they're pretty much going to be bowl eligible with a win or two. So I don't think it's necessarily accurate to sit there and say that they're irrelevant. Okay? But where I will agree with what Paul had to say was the latter part of that quote. And that's where people you have to think about this. Anyone asking whether Deion Sanders, Colorado are close to the playoffs simply doesn't understand the reality of the road. Okay, get rid of that. They're not going to playoffs this year. I'm not sure Deion Sanders is ever going to get them into playoffs. Keep that to the side because I don't think he has the patience to stay at Colorado long enough. I agree with that in this regard. If Florida State, as Miami, I'm just saying, a NFL team. Is this a plausible scenario? Because it makes too much sense. The Dallas Cowboys We'll get to that in a moment. The Dallas Cowboys have a bad season. They have a down season. Prescott struggles. McCarthy's on the hot seat. Jerry Jones says enough is enough. Get rid of Prescott. Get rid of McCarthy. Dallas spits the bit. They win 4 games, 3 games, whatever. Jerry Jones is probably thinking, I'm going to draft Shedeur Sanders and I'm going to hire Deion Sanders to be head coach. Is that plausible? And is that a possibility? And we, I don't like talking in hypotheticals, but let's just say, as we mentioned yesterday, right? Hypothetically speaking, that can be on the table. And if Dallas really wants to make a splash, Jerry Jones is going to open the checkbook, meaning if you're Deion Sanders, you have every right. See, everyone sits there and says, hey, man, you can't sit there and try to build a program and take off. Why not? The kids do it. It's one of the reasons Calipari got tired, because I can't compete with guys leaving 1 and 2 years. Jay Wright, 1 or 2 years. I can't. Mike Krzyzewski, 1 or 2 years. Athletes, players can do it. Now you mentioned the NIL. The coaches, if you're going to sit there and say, I'm going to be here long term, 3 years max,
right?
Build, be true to your word. But I think in this case, if the grass is a little more greener on the other side, if the opportunity presents itself, then Deion might investigate that. That's where I don't necessarily think it's patience. I just think he's such an egocentric guy. I mean, that's who he is. That's what makes him and made him a great player. It's making him a good coach. The ego, the persona, the personality. Hey, man, what's down the road, right? We all grew up with that kid. We all grew up with the one friend where he got the new bike, and then you get the bike, and right away, he's not even worried about his bike. He's thinking about, man, I should have got your bike. That's a nicer bike or whatever. I'm looking down the road. That's Deion to me. So in that regard, and what Paul Feinbaum was saying, I tend to agree. Where I don't agree is when or where he said that they're irrelevant because no matter what, there will be eyeballs, Caitlin Clark effect to the WNBA, there will be eyeballs watching Colorado to see if they can win their 5, 6, 7 games and shut a lot of people up and become bowl eligible.
It's a lot of good points that you made there. And it's really interesting to talk about as far as Deion and then his son coming over to Dallas, if that's the case. And, because now you have Coach Billick, who's joining the NFL ranks as far as the broadcast. So that is, it is a good hypothetical. I don't think it's a far.
But again, are we going to blame him though? That's my point. Like, can you blame someone for wanting to take a better offer? Like, you go back and you listen to that quote, and you listen to the breakdown. But again, I don't agree with saying it. He hasn't had an impact because you're looking at the number of applicants that's increased and the merchandise and the ticket sales and people going to games early. And it is a party, right? I mean, that's why you're paying them the type of money that you're paying them. That's why you hire a guy like Deion Sanders, because he has that effect. Does it work with the other major colleges like a Florida or a Miami or Florida State? They're pretty much established over the years. We know that. Colorado's, aside from, the Cordell Stewart, Eric Bieniemy era, they were really never a very good football program, but he's trying to restore that credibility back. So I think it's kind of it's a out of bounds shot to say that they're not relevant. But I also agree when he says, he doesn't have the patience. And I don't know if it's patience. I just think a better opportunity might come along, and money talks, man. That's the reality. That's where we're at.
It is. Wasn't there also that someone had said to him, if Florida had an open position, he also said that he would go to Florida. So, and he's going to take it. You can't hate someone for, if the opportunity makes sense for them, their family, they're going to take it. I don't care who you are. You could be with ABC for, 17 years. And if CBS says, listen, I understand where you are. I get it. I get the whole Disney thing. But over here, we do things like this. And if it makes sense, and let's say maybe you don't have to move out from the area. Let's say it's up in New York. You only have to go, to Lower Manhattan versus Upper Manhattan. You're going to make the best decision you're going to make for yourself. But I think if it was presented to Deion and he goes to, basically coach where he played, not for nothing, I would jump in too. I would just tell the Colorado kids, listen, sorry, man, love you guys and all, and I believe in this program. But I mean, I'm making a jump to the NFL, so I wouldn't hate him if that's the case. But he's also got a long road to climb when it comes to that Colorado football team compared to where they started last year and where they ended.
Yeah, I mean, listen, you have to look at everything's all about progressions, right? And it might not be on our timetable, but again, if you see a little bit of improvement, you're going to take it. D chimes in, Q agree 100%. Let the hate come out, especially with the old man. I don't. It's an opinion, right? It's an opinion ultimately.
Right.
That's all it is. But again, you have certain personas and personalities out there that they're a hot trigger, a hot point of topic where they're going to have an opinion on. Aaron Rodgers, Caitlin Clark, LeBron James, Deion Sanders. You've got some athletes, you got some personalities that if you have an opportunity to have a comment, a thought, an opinion on what they're doing or how they're acting or what they're saying, everyone's always going to chime in. That's just the reality of it. But I think it's a disservice. Are we thinking this last year? Like when this team was 4-2 and they had a nice win on the road against Arizona, and they almost beat Stanford, a couple, fluky plays, 3 overtimes or 2 overtimes. Are we having this conversation? No. We're looking at the fact that they dropped what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They dropped 5 in a row. 5 in a row, I think, to close out, 6 in a row to close out the season. So I think it's low-bearing fruit. I think it's a lazy take, but I do agree to some extent with the latter part of it where he might be too impatient. I just think if the NFL comes a calling, and who knows, he might not want to deal with professional athletes. But to your point, Angel, maybe the Florida States, the Miamis of the world, he might look at that and say, let me go to Miami and Florida and stick it to Florida State, which would be interesting. You saw the flash up there that Ayuk is requesting a trade. We'll get into that a little bit on the other side. 25 past the 1 o'clock hour. Keep locked into a Tuesday edition of Middays with Q right here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The Game, Southwest Florida's newest game in town. We are part of the Coastal Sports Network and powered by ION TV for all your late breaking news, accidents, weather, traffic jams. You can check them out online at ION TV. About a half an hour to play with. And as we always like to remind you guys, do not forget to download the app, Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The Game. You can now follow us on X at CSN Florida. The show is live. Angel did a great job getting all the ducks in a row and the logistics handled out for that. And we are getting a ton of engagement, and we appreciate the guys sticking with us, 7 o'clock, the fans, the listeners, the viewers, with Pete carrying over to Martinez and Company, carrying over to Middays with Q. Greatly appreciate it. 727-858-6650. About 30 to play with. We'll take you up to 2 o'clock straight up on a Tuesday. Quickie timeout.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Andersen windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Andersen windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
ION Tampa Bay is the latest news, weather, and traffic for Pinellas, Pasco, Ellsboro, Hernando, and surrounding communities. Stay connected on X, Facebook, and their website, IONTB.com. ION Tampa Bay keeps you informed on breaking news as it happens. Southwest Florida's newest game in town. Sports Radio 102.9, The Game, powered by ION Tampa Bay. We'll be right back.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma, you have help. Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org. Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
It's one of those things. And
dry coming back
wait,
from
wait, no, wait.
You can't throw.
Download the Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game app, and tell your friends that Florida has a new leader in digital sports radio.
By the way, excessive heat warning in New Jersey. Thank you for that, Governor. head to your nearest polling station. Go scratch. Go downstairs. You throwing a bumper up there, coming back dry? What the hell?
No.
First time on the radio?
I got an important message that came through, and so I made sure I'm trying to reply back to the important message, and then
we understand where priorities are.
Yeah. Matter of fact,
no. Breaking news. We understand where priorities.
No. Listen, I just go ahead and give myself one of these.
Nah, you don't need that. No, circle gets a square. You don't need to do that at all. Would you say so? Ayuk is demanding a trade. Yeah, I got news for you. Not getting traded.
No.
You can demand all you want. Doesn't mean anything. He's not going anywhere. They're not going to trade him. Samuel's always hurt. As great as a player he is, he's always hurt. They need Ayuk. He's not going anywhere. I don't care that requested a trade, reaching a contract extension. They will see. The problem is apparently San Francisco is not willing to, quote, engage in negotiations since May. So, he's like, okay, I'm going to request a trade. I just don't see it happening. I don't. Listen, I got to figure out the best fit. I got to figure out what I can get for you. I mean, look, he's a hell of a player, right? A hell of a player. Everyone's looking at the San Francisco 49ers. I mentioned this to Lloyd yesterday. They're still the team to beat. It's just tough in the NFC. It's just tough when you lose a Super Bowl and you have that type of hangover. So, listen, you can hem and haw all you want and say that you want to get traded. It's just, you have to be very careful here, right? Because look at Devontae Adams. Does he look like he wants to play for the friggin' Raiders? Remember there was this comment, if they keep playing Derek Carr, Adams wants out, right? So you can get a new fat deal, a new fat contract, but you can still be miserable and not happy, right? So Cowboys haven't been able to sign CD. Ayuk wants out of 49ers, right? Giants are, hoping Daniel Jones is ready to start September. And then you got the Eagles just sitting there, and then Washington just sitting there. So, yeah, I'm not going to get all, Ayuk wants to get he's going to get dealt.
No, but he's talked about, I know he's mentioned too that he would love to go to Philly, but I would think, like you, I would seriously doubt the 49ers with regards to trade. Now, he was really cool to talk to at the Super Bowl party. Media night on Monday. He was a really nice guy, but would I love him in Philly? Absolutely. Except for, I think the 49ers, if they're going to do something like that, it's going to be, I would think, a significantly high demand that might be over the top, or obviously they're going to fill a couple of needs that they're going to need, rightfully so. So if they're looking still for like a tight end or a running back or, cornerback, it's going to demand a hefty amount, I would think, or money compensation.
Yeah, but here's the thing. Play through your rookie deal, right? But nobody's saying that.
Right.
Nobody's saying that. Like, play through your rookie deal. You're on the final year of your rookie contract. You're going to make $15 million. Play through.
But this also goes back to, and we've mentioned this before, when you and I were together at Martinez Company, that we see a lot of these athletes, right? It started with friggin' running back over from the Cowboys, went to Mexico, decided he wanted to hold out, right? How did that work out for him?
Talking about Elliott?
Yeah. So, it's when these guys start,
it also screwed a lot of people the way the bar was set.
Correct. So to me, if you're going to, when you start setting these kind of precedents, the problem is that now it's like, all right, do I demand a trade? Do I want to stay here? Am I going to get a franchise tag? All this, these athletes and agents create these issues. And then when they create it, what else do you have to friggin' say? You guys, this is what you guys wanted. Now deal, the hand that's dealt to you, because my thing is, to me, I don't think I want to leave out of San Fran. What we saw from them the last two seasons, they are so close of winning a Super Bowl. What happens if who's to say they don't trade you to the Jets, but they trade you over there And then let's say San Fran wins Super Bowl. Then what? I know, again, super hypothetical.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying.
Big time super hypothetical. Well, because he's also looking at.
Not the Jets, San Fran, by the way.
No. But to your point, and I get what he's doing. He's looking around saying, I want to get mine. Right? I mean, think about that. Think of all the wide receivers that got paid. So, Amon St. Brown, A.J. Brown, Devontae Smith, Jalen Waddle, Nico Collins, right? They all got paid. Justin Jefferson, 4 years, 140, 110 million. So I get it. You know, he wants to get paid, but you also have a rookie deal. Play through it, right? Play through it. Because what's going to happen if he turns around and he gets hurt in week 4? Then he's really, really screwed. By the way, statement from Hard Rock Stadium about the debacle the other night. I got to read this to you. Hard Rock Stadium has safely housed hundreds of world-class events in its 37-year history, including Super Bowls, major international soccer matches, Formula One, NFL, college football, concert tours, global events. In each of those, security was a joint effort amongst the organizer, local law enforcement agencies, and the venue. As we previously said, Hard Rock Stadium worked collaboratively with on CONMEBOL, CONCACAF, right? The organizations, local law enforcement agencies on security, both leading up to and during the Copa America tournament. The agencies met regularly, including daily security briefings throughout the month-long tournament. Hard Rock Stadium implemented and in many cases exceeded CONMEBOL's security recommendations throughout the tournament and the final. As we do following all major events, we will evaluate the protocols and processes in place across all aspects of stadium operations. We remain grateful for the law enforcement officers and stadium staff who work to prioritize the safety of all attendees despite the unprecedented, I love this wording, unprecedented scale of aggressive and unlawful behavior on display from a subset of unruly fans. We will have no further comment at this time. That sounds like a shit ton of excuses.
Yep.
Unruling fans, right? Hooligans. So explain to me, whose responsibility was it when, 3 jerk-offs are trying to squeeze themselves through an elevator shaft or a vent? Like, think about that for a moment.
No, because see,
we cleared everyone out. No, wait, hold on. I think we have 2 or 3. I mean, what was this? Right out of Die Hard, John McClane? All things considered, I'd rather be in Philadelphia. But, I mean, seriously, what are we doing here?
That's because the conversation probably went like, I'm sorry, this is the, Miami Gardens. Yeah. So we're looking for, and we want to do this ultra cheap, but we would like 10,000 armed personnel, but we can only afford 100. Can we make it work? No. Click. Okay. How many do we have? Is the maintenance engineer department available? Give them a couple cuffs and let's go. It's bad. It's a bad look.
Yeah. It's a really bad look. It really is. You can't listen. We know it. Don't give me excuses, right? I don't need young kids kind of running the show. I don't need rent-a-cops running the show. Like, don't give me excuses. You have to prepare yourself better for in-game experiences, whatever event you are hosting. That's it. You got a World Cup now to get ready to prepare for, right?
Yep.
So get your asses in order with security, police, perimeter, parking lot, gates, fences, checkpoints, shafts, elevators, bathrooms, as Tommy Lee Jones said in The Fugitive, in-house, outhouse, penthouse, henhouse, roadhouse, whatever. Like, get your shit together so this kind of nonsense doesn't happen again. I just can't imagine. Oh, let me get to my seat. Oh, look, let me look up in the shaft. Hey, what are you doing up there, Joe? You don't have a ticket? Not a problem. Crawl a little more. I'll meet you in Section A, seat 103.
Yeah. What was it? Did you see the skinny pipe? This one right here.
That's what I'm saying. It's so, oh man, it was so bad. Wait, and then did you also hear that who was it? The Colombian, the president of the team?
Yeah, I mentioned it on my show.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Federation president and his son.
Yeah, 12:26. Him and his son was ting. Come on, let's go. It's like it's already been a shit show. Now you decided at 12:26 in the morning. You know what?
Oh
It's
man,
security.
that's just, you want taking, as my buddies would say, taking L's left and right, man. That's horrible. What are we doing here? Let's lose 1-0 to Argentina and then muck up the place and get arrested.
Yep.
27 other people. I mean, it's just, you can't make this stuff up. It literally, it reminded me, there's one of my all-time great favorite movies.
Right.
And it happens to be a Sylvester Stallone movie. It's called Victory.
Oh, that's a good one.
Fantastic. Michael Caine, Pele, Max von Sydow, 1981, right? It was the Allies against the Germans, the prisoners, the soccer match. At the end of the movie, like, it's absurd. Like, they're pushing the fences and, they're huddling off all the players so they can escape, and they're putting clothes on them and hats, and they're covering up the uniforms. It's a touching scene. It's a beautiful scene, right? They didn't even win the game. They tied the game 4-4. Stallone makes an unbelievable save for the PK to seal the tie. It's unbelievable. He has no business being a netminder or goalkeeper. He doesn't understand football, soccer. He doesn't. He's a brute. But he showed heart and grit. Pele has the unbelievable bicycle kick. It's a marvelous movie. I love it. It's so underrated. It's a fantastic movie. I might watch it tonight. But point being, it's when they're running onto the field, it's like jubilation. We're free. It's beautiful to watch. Like, as a kid, you're like, man, this is, maybe a little tear, right? Something.
Right.
That wasn't the case.
No.
The
polar opposite.
That's my whole point.
Bush.
Yeah, that wasn't that's my whole point. That wasn't the case on Sunday. That was more of running for your life.
It sure was.
And we joke about it. It's not funny, but it should not have come to that point. It really shouldn't have. I mean, what is going through somebody's mind when they decide that I really want to watch this game?
Yeah.
So let me crawl into a freaking ventilation shaft.
Yep. That's what it is. Listen, you guys know I'm like to make fun, but it's true. ¿Dónde está José? José, Julio, hermano, ¿dónde?
Madre. ¿Por qué? I would rather, buy a scalp ticket and get thrown in jail. And all of a sudden I have to make that call. Hey, can you come and get me? Where are you? I'm in the vent shaft inside Hard Rock Stadium, right above the 50-yard line, right above midfield.
Yeah. If you go in the bathroom, you can hear me. Yeah, you go in there. The reception's better. It's such a bad look. Then what makes it worse though, there was the video that was out there, and then there's more and more that's coming out.
Yeah,
where they were going. So you if you go to these venues a lot of times, and you put the tickets on will call, you can go pick them up at the will call window, and then go in. So at one of the will call overhangs, which that's like a cheap pleathery kind of material just for the cover. They were taking a foot, which it looked like one guy was basically, if those who can't see, I'm trying to describe it here on digital radio, but basically put yourself against the wall, your shoulder blade and the right side of your body up against the building. And then people were leapfrogging off the guy's shoulder onto the canopy into the runway. I was like, Jesus, you guys, really? Is this what we're doing? And the one lady that was cracking me up, she's taking the camera, because everybody has their video, and she's filming everybody. I'm like, what are you going to do with that? Are you going to put it on World Star? I mean, you're not doing anything with it, because it's not like, what are the cops going to do? By the time they identify these people, they're long freaking gone.
There's too many comments and jokes I can make right now that people would totally take.
I'll say what, going through the wall and climbing over the wall?
Just like out of context. I mean, I don't need to go to 305 Miami Gardens, right, to see that kind of nonsense. But listen, it was it was an embarrassment. There's really no other explanation to it. It was an absolute embarrassment. And if you're a stadium and you're that brand, you have to be held to a higher standard and accountability. I mean, and I think Joey B mentioned it too. Like Miami, South Beach is not like it was, even though this is Miami Gardens. South Beach was not like it was 20, 30 years ago. It's not, man. It's not, gorgeous walk along, Collins Avenue, Calle Oche, going to Little Havana, going down the Brickell, even though Brickell is like a lot of money, right? But walking through South Beach and, seeing the old, and I know it's a restaurant now because I remember it vividly where Versace, was it Versace where he was murdered, right? On the step. It's a restaurant now. You walk through there, down 8th Street and stuff, 8th and Collins and all that stuff. I mean, I hate to say it, what was, once gorgeous, like we used to watch in the credits of Miami Vice and back in the day, it's almost the equivalent of some of the places like going to Atlantic City or Camden, New Jersey. Like it's, you start to attract a level of person that you don't want. And the younger the crowd, the beachgoers, look, we were all young. We all did goofy stuff, but it's to the point now where there's zero accountability. There's zero respect. And what happens, right? You just see the drinking, the smoking, the joking, the fights, the brawls, the gunshots, the violence. It's sad. It is really sad. But then to have something like this happen at a branded venue with that name for that event, and you're just talking about the vagabonds that were just trying to get in, is even worse.
Yep.
And that's what makes it, scary when you think about it. 145, about 15 to play with. Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, that's why the reason why I chose here where I am on the west side here of Florida is for that simple reason, because Miami, don't get me wrong, Miami's nice, to visit, but you've never had to watch your surroundings as much now than you did before.
That's a fair point.
And then to me, you go to Tampa, I'm not saying you don't have to put your complete guards down, but the likelihood of something breaking out in Tampa is very, very minimal, very minimal. Unless, people decide to put stuff on social media, which doesn't happen because the cops down here do a really good job. The Tampa Police Department and Sheriff's Department are really tough and pretty strict as far as like when they see a group of people, they don't care if it's college kids. Like, what are you guys doing? Let's break it up here. What are we doing? So that's Tampa. Plus, because of the growth here, you got the beautiful beaches on the Gulf Coast here. I mean, it's just a great place to live. Miami, if you want to keep that stringent kind of Northeast mentality, you can go down to Miami. You're probably going to bounce yourself back up to Orlando because Orlando is a huge transparency of folks that came from Northeast. I want to live life a little more comfortable. That's why I'm over on the West Side, because Miami is it's just a smidgen too vibrant for me. I came from Philly. I came from all the nonsense. I don't want to deal with the nonsense anymore. I want to go park my car and know when I go walk somewhere to the restaurant, I can enjoy that time with me and my lady. I'm not trying to freaking worry about like, did we park in the right spot? I mean, what's going on over here? What's going on with that crowd? I just don't. That's why I like Tampa region.
No, I get it, and rightfully so. And that's why, not to trail off, but it's one of the reasons too, you start to see a lot of people not come back down to Atlantic City, especially in the summertime, to the casinos, because there's a lot of riffraff, a lot of nonsense. Some parking lots, Bally's, Tropicana, the parking lot. Like I said, the ocean's kind of off the beaten path, the resort, and then Borgata, you're not technically in Atlantic City. So you go over the bridge, you make a right if you live in any of the barrier islands, or you're coming down 30 off the expressway, you come down 30, and then you just stay to your left right before you go into Brig. You're not technically in Atlantic City when you go to Borgata. But again, it doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't matter the place. There's always riffraff, the day trippers. There's always nonsense. There's always, I always tell my buddies this because they play a lot. They're big time poker players. They walk in with a lot of cash, couple grand. And, certain areas you park in the surface lot, park close, you walk out, you're good. But You take a camera in any one of those casinos and you have people that are being followed around and say they have a little hit at the table or they have a little hit on the slot machine, more times than not, they should be escorted out because you will get the trolls that will basically follow them. The boardwalk, it's amazing. You will see people that will walk on the floor. I should say walk on the floor, meaning they're on the casino floor, and they'll just rummage to see if there's slot slips, if there's a couple cents here and there, or they'll go to the machines and they'll see if there's something left over. Like, you want to steer clear of that because chances are they're looking for somebody with money. They're looking for somebody that's keeping their wallet in their back pocket, not their front pocket. They're looking for, and I always would caution people this, man, you never walk on a casino floor like this, counting stuff. Like, you're leaving yourself to get your ass kicked and for your money to get stolen and for you to get jacked up. Like, it's just stupid. Like, don't brag. Like, keep it to yourself. And that's why when you walk in Borgata through the surface lot, you're like 10, 15, 20 steps past a race book. That's where the high end, all the poker players are. So you can cash out at that window.
Right.
Shut that window down. Some of these guys are now forced to walk across the casino to go to the windows, and they're bringing in their trays. So, for a fact, people are eyeing them up.
Yep.
It's just a question of, you want to F with me today, or if you're an older person, you win something, you have security walk you out. But to your point, it doesn't matter. It's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Yep.
It's everywhere. Every city. It's all over the place. So about 10 to play with. I know we're a little behind. We'll take a quick time out. We'll come back. We'll close it up. Got to remind everyone, though, before we do, it's a Tuesday edition of Middays with Q. Rich Quinones here. Me and Romano Angel Martinez behind the glass producing show, keeping us on the air. Start your mornings off right. Pete Shepard Show, 7 to 10. Martinez and Company, 10 to 12. And then myself, Middays with Q, 12 to 2, right here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM. The Game, Southwest Florida's newest game in town. We are evergreen content, original content. And as we like to kind of joke, we see you all looking. But we always appreciate Angel loves when I do that. We see you. We see you. You're taking what we're doing. Sticking it over there. You love it. We see you. We have ojos. We see you. So
exactly.
So about 10 to play with. Last time out, we'll come back on the other side.
Hi, folks. This is Gerard Moynihan of Moynihan Lumber, and I would like you to know that our company has been selling Anderson windows for over 60 years. See the complete line of Anderson windows at any of our 3 locations in North Reading, Beverly, or in Plastown, New Hampshire, or at MoynihanLumber.com.
Not completing high school is more of a social thing than it was an academic thing. Even though all these years have passed, I still had that longing to have my diploma.
At age 30, Carissa finished her high school diploma.
If you're even considering getting your high school diploma, you can do it.
No one gets a diploma alone. If you're thinking of finishing your high school diploma.
What in the world's going on here? I lost Q. I lost my hermano. All right. Hopefully you guys are still hearing me. Apparently, for some reason, I lost my hermano. I don't know how in the world it happened. Well, there he is.
Yeah. Where'd you go?
No, I said the same thing. I don't know. I tried to bring up the commercial. For some reason, everything started blocking out.
Your shit together back there.
No, it's because I went to the commercial break and they all went black. I don't know what the hell happened. So that's why I was quickly coming back. I don't want people to be like, what the hell's going on with these two over there? No, the other thing that you brought up in Atlantic City, and it's a shame because it never used to be the case. Like there were some areas. So I'm throwing this way back into the 70s when there used to be metered parking. Anywhere on the street, anywhere you went to, you put in, your quarters, whatever and it sucked because depending on how hot it was, your feet were burning as you were running back to your car, throwing the quarters, go back to the beach and be with your family. And then if you had something to eat, you would come back to the trunk. Like my dad had a 76 Chevrolet. We'd pop open the Impala trunk and then, eat, head back. Then, things started going digital, whatever. Now the way you end up paying for it. But it never used to, even in the garages though. In the garages, you never had to, kind of like really look out to see exactly where you were. But even if you park in the garage and you walk through, like I used to walk through Caesars and then go out to the boardwalk. And when you went to the boardwalk, it was always just, collecting people out there and you just had fun. You never had to worry about
it. Like that for 20 years, man. You can't, Wildwood, North Wildwood, nope, Cape May, Ventnor, Margate. There's good places, but, and by the way, they still have Ocean City, New Jersey, not Maryland, Ocean City, New Jersey. You go down 9 Summers Point right over the bridge. That's a dry town. right? There's no drinking. There's no bars in Ocean City.
Right.
So, but they still have the what the hell? Where you stick the coin in when you park. They still have the parking meters.
Right.
It's where the city's making money, man. You know, Margate, you slip in Ventnor, Margate, you go through a bridge is like $1.50. You come back around, it's another $1.50. All the tolls went up. 2 on the expressway. Delaware Memorial Bridge is going up. Walt Whitman, Ben Franklin.
I heard
all going up.
Yep.
Yeah, it's utterly ridiculous. But they still have the parking meters. As far as the boardwalk, you know, in Atlantic City, Ocean City Boardwalk, there's nonsense. There was nonsense a month ago. Atlantic City Boardwalk, there's always nonsense. You know, Wildwood, you're not taking your kids there anymore. You're just not. It's just, you're not going to drop off, four 16-year-olds, 15-year-olds. I'll come back in a couple hours. There's just too much crap that goes on because people have way too much time on their hands. You've got instigators. I don't care where they're coming from. North Jersey, Central, South, Philadelphia, Northeast, South. It doesn't matter.
Yep.
There's agitators friggin' everywhere, and everyone's in a rush. People are not. They're just. It just gets. When we say it really gets crazy down here in the summertime, it's utterly ridiculous. When I say it gets crazy, I don't care if it's Brig, if it's Ventnor, if it's Margate, if it's Summers Point, if it's Ocean City, if it's Wildwood, if it's Cape May. It's crazy. But then come September, where you get the Indian summer for a good month or so, and you still can go to the beach, it's a ghost town. Yep. You're lucky if you have 100,000 people, which is great. You're a fool if you try to go to a Wawa and get friggin' ice. And it's worse in Ocean City because it's so congested. It's like growing up back in the day in the row homes in South Philly, right off, if you're off 9th or, where some of my family is 9th and McKean, right? And you hear the traffic constantly, that's what it is in Ocean City because people are parking the traffic, boom, boom, boom. Get me somewhere where it's a little more slower, quieter. Now, you know me, I love Miami. I love South Beach. I love North Miami. I love that area. But to your point, sometimes you need to look on the other side, a little more quieter, a little more expensive, not as much nonsense. But as we've learned, there's nonsense all over the friggin' place, right? Yeah. I mean, we got nonsense from, 12 to 2 right here. We got nonsense 7 to 10. We got nonsense 10 to 12. We got it all over the place. By the way, couple promos, reminders. Later in the week, Corey Parsons, we're trying to get him on. Also, the prop, Professor Shine, our gambling insider. We got Logan Holler, who's a really good female fighter. We're trying to get her on Thursday. Has a wonderful story. Fought in Team Combat League. A lot of these fighters, they have, I guess you can say, motivational factors behind their career and what they're fighting for. Working on a couple of former players that we're going to be popping on the show. But point being is, if you guys are just tuning in, we absolutely love the engagement, the comments, you guys checking us out on Facebook, on X, on our YouTube channels, respectively. And the fact that, you're tuning in from 7 o'clock in the morning and you're rolling with us until 2, and we're going to add some more local stuff and content. We're working hard on that. It's really pretty, it's pretty awesome. We don't take it for granted. And we certainly love the fact that you guys are keeping us locked in. You're talking 7 hours of live and local, which again, not a lot of stations, especially down in Southwest Florida, are doing what we're doing. And you download the app, you can stick us in the pocket. You can take us anywhere you want to go. That's what we like to say. You can, like, sometimes I just look at the Incredible Shrinking Hermano, just put it anywhere we want to go.
And that's pretty much it. Well, the best part about it too is, like I was telling people on my show here as well, on Martinez and Company, is that you can, if you jump in the car, so let's say you're at the house, you're running off to the doctor's appointment, heading off to work or whatever. If you're watching the show on the app, when you jump in the car, because we want you to pay attention on the road, guess what you do? Right next to the live video is the radio player. You hit the radio player right where you left off from the live video. It goes right into the radio player. Put that in your Android CarPlay, and you won't miss a beat, and you're good to go.
Perfectly said, perfectly crafted from the passion, the corazon behind the operation, Mr. Angel Martinez. All right, you got Pete Shepard, Manana tomorrow, 7 to 10. Martinez and Company, 10 to 12. Myself, Middays with Q, 12 to 2. Appreciate Steve Gardner jumping on board, talking some great baseball talk and dialogue, and we always love when he comes and joins the show. All-Star game tonight. Enjoy it. Second half of the baseball season. We'll get back to Q's picks as well. Later on this week, as I mentioned, Corey Parson, Logan Holler, Timothy Moten, good-looking heavyweight fighter. We'll preview a couple fights coming up in Philly, boxing-wise, in our backyard. Have a couple more writers and some handicappers joining us. We encourage you guys to always keep it locked in. We also re-air the shows on demand. Marshall Time. Jonathan Marshall and his brother do a great job with the podcast. You got the Talking Hoops show as well. Midweek, Lloyd Mance's Insider Football. Mondays at 8 o'clock, 8 to 9, right here on Sports Radio 102.9 FM, The Game. So as always, Angel Martinez producing the show, keeping us on the air, keeping us locked in. You out there, you can still tweet at us. You can still comment as well, 727-858-6650. We always appreciate it. Have a wonderful Sports Tuesday. We will be back in the saddle tomorrow from 12 to 2. As always, I'm Rich Quinones. Be safe, be sound. Hasta luego, buen día.